The hall of the Sogres house was silent as Dan, the youngest son, approached the table. 4 items lay before him: a spear, a dagger, a mage's pouch, and a summoner's symbol. His father, Arken, wanted him to be the next great spearman. His mother, Lily, thought he would follow her path as the deadliest assassin. Arabela, his older sister, wished for him to be a mage like her, while Claire silently hoped he would choose to be a summoner. Normally, a child would choose one. When Dan touched the table, all 4 items glowed at once. The crowd gasped in amazement. A reaction like this had never happened before. To them, it was the birth of a genius. For him, it was nothing new, because this child wasn't just Dan. He was Ark, a knight of the 4 core of the Dranic Empire. Orphaned as a baby when his mother died in the war, he grew up with only steel and blood. At 14, he was thrown onto the battlefield, where his manticore awakened and his talents skyrocketed. He rose through the ranks quickly, surprising his comrades by mastering 4 cores and nearly becoming one of the Empire's strongest knights. In the end, his path was cut short. On the battlefield, he faced Duke Termion of Alteon, one of the 6 hexaclass knights. His sword shattered, his chest was pierced, and his dreams ended there. He was reborn into the empire of his old enemies with the power of a warrior who had already lived and died in battle, a classic reincarnation story perfect for a manhwa review. Now, back in the present, Dan is also perplexed by the situation. He remembers being a talented soldier in battle, but now he feels he's on another level, a truly overpowered main character. Little Arabela curiously asks her father what to do, since this has never happened before. But both his father and mother are just as confused, realizing they must teach him all 4 elements. This surprises the other 2 ladies. Meanwhile, Dan smiles, pleased with the outcome. Time passes, and we're in the training hall where the clash of weapons can be heard. It's Dan and his father. It seems our boy has grown quite a bit since we last saw him just about 30 seconds ago, if I'm not mistaken. Arken smiles broadly at his son for his excellent results, as Dan has already improved the technique he taught him. The boy thanks his father, and we learn that he is now 7 years old. This action manhwa is just setting the stage for his epic revenge. While they laugh, a man suddenly appears. Dane looks at him curiously, and we see that the man is carrying a spear. It seems that Arken was expecting the spear and quickly takes it, handing it to Dan, telling him that it is his birthday gift. He says he intended to give it to him at the birthday banquet, but preferred to give it to him before his mother's gift. Arken also mentions that he has been preparing the spear for 2 years, commissioning it from a famous craftsman in the capital. Then he wishes him a happy 7th birthday in advance, and our boy excitedly drops his old stick and takes his father's spear, saying he will use it because it's cool. He likes how the black handle and silver tip combine, and it's also very light. His father asks him if he likes it, and he replies that yes, he loves it. He is so excited that he plays with it. His father asks if he knows the difference between a sword and a spear. Dine says that with the length of the spear, you can keep opponents at bay, and due to its small point of contact, it has high attack efficiency. His father nods, saying that it's true, but warns him that as he gets stronger, it will be harder to use than a sword. He points out the basic problem with spears. To attack, you need a minimum distance between you and the opponent, but he tells him not to worry too much about that, as every weapon has its pros and cons. He explains that even swords, seen as perfect weapons, can be weak in certain situations. The son cheers up upon hearing this, and says he will consider it. The father starts to spin the spear in his hand, and invites his son to a spar to show him something. Dane is amazed to see the power emanating from his father. It's the first time he sees the flow of power from a spear user, and the magical energy his father emits is overwhelming. After charging, the father throws the spear, and the space around the tip distorts. He explains that the distortion occurs because he released his magical power when throwing the spear. This technique uses the characteristic of the core that concentrates magical power at a point. The son comments that his sister mentioned this and says that humans can enhance their physical abilities by increasing cores, which expands their limits. He thinks about how he used to have a quadruple core and everything he knows now is from his past life. While his father smiles broadly, proud of how well his son has studied, and reminds him that he now has 6 mana cores. Of course, the boy pretends to be surprised, but inside he thinks that if he hadn't died, he could have reached 6 cores too. Then his father encourages him to try his new spear. Dane seems somewhat hesitant, but his father tells him to relax his mind, forget his worries, and push the spear. The son agrees, and while holding the spear, he thinks about how in his past life he wasn't interested in spears. Realizing his talent for fencing, he only used spears as a secondary option, but now it's time to give it a try. He adopts his stance, closes his eyes while his father reflects on how good his form is. He can't help but smile from ear to ear because it took him 7 years to master this technique. But since his son is still so young, he wonders if he will be able to achieve it. But as soon as Dane threw the spear, reality crumbled, subverting his father's expectations. He didn't expect this miracle to happen. He gets scared and shouts, asking his son how he knows so much. When Dane finishes the technique, the man approaches his son laughing and saying he did a great job. Dane explains that at the moment he threw the spear, he gathered magical power in one place and infused it into the tip of the spear. When the magical power reached the tip, it cut off its flow. The father goes crazy upon hearing this and asks if he has formed a mana core. Din replies that yes, revealing that while he was reading a book about creating mana cores, he decided to give it a try and fortunately succeeded. Of course, he's lying because he actually did it. While practicing mana breathing, the father kneels to look his son in the eyes, feeling proud. He is sure that his son will be an incredible warrior. Dane smiles, thinking about the surprises he has for the future, which will leave his father amazed. Meanwhile, the father wonders if his son will be a mage, spearman, assassin, and summoner all at once. As night falls, Din's 7th birthday begins. The guests gather in the castle, and the hall is filled with music and laughter. Everyone is having a great time. Duke Bout, the one who killed our boy in his past life, also attends the party. Upon seeing Arken, he calls him over to catch up. Arken greets him as Duke, but B tells him to drop the formalities and speak as usual. B belongs to the largest house in the Alteon Empire and leads the Duchy of Termion. Arken approaches his friend and whispers that many are watching, so he should maintain formality. The Duke tells him to do as he pleases and asks about his son. Then, Arken calls Dane to greet Duke Termion. Upon hearing the name Duke Termion, Din's mind drifts back to the past, recalling their last encounter. When the boy introduces himself to the Duke, he says he is Dan Sogres and bows his head, mentioning that it is an honor to meet him. The Duke laughs, impressed by the boy's manners, and asks his father if Dane is also learning to use a spear, to which Arken responds affirmatively. At that moment, a young lady approaches Duke Boot from behind, and when Din sees her, he is surprised. For a moment, the girl greets Count Sogres, quickly bowing her head to show her manners. She introduces herself as Leila Termion, the youngest daughter of the Termion Duchy. After this encounter, the celebration continued. The guests enjoyed the music and the beautiful evening, but this could not be said for Ark, Soz, and Boher Termion. All because Baroness Termion was still ill, and despite Boot's best efforts to find a cure or method to heal her, nothing worked. Arken hoped this was a temporary issue and that his friend's wife would improve soon. However, Bout warned that if he suddenly disappeared, it would mean his wife was worse, and he would use a teleportation scroll to return to the capital. Today is a party for Dane, who has disappeared somewhere. To Bat, he seemed like a clever boy and wanted to talk more with him. Arken also didn't know where his son was and noticed that Miss Leila had disappeared with him. Finding them was easy. They had gone for a walk together. They probably didn't like this boring party like many others, but what they were talking about was a mystery to their parents. In private, Leila talked a lot and honestly didn't like following her father to all these noble parties. But this time, she was glad she had come. Leila had heard that Dane was handsome, but he looked even better under the moonlight. She liked this place, and Dane was happy to hear it. Unlike the capital, the Sogran family's territory was nice and peaceful. That's why Leila envied him. Something was always happening at her house. Nobles would come daily with business and offers for her father. Sometimes, even the imperial family would show up. The most annoying part was that every time someone arrived, she had to dress formally and go out to greet them. That was exactly what she hated. Instead, she preferred to wear something practical and simple, and just practice with her sword all day long. Dane was surprised that such a small and seemingly harmless girl practiced with a sword instead of magic. He himself loved his peaceful territory. It wasn't as bustling as the capital, which gave him plenty of free time to practice with his spear, which was something he loved to do. Leila was surprised at first that he used a spear, but then she remembered his father's nickname, and it all made sense. She had heard from her own father many times just how incredible the blue whirlwind was. And since Dane practiced so much with the spear, it seemed like he also wanted to get into the academy. But that wasn't the reason Dane practiced with the spear. Leila was taken aback by his answer. To her, striving to get into the academy was the obvious goal. She'd heard it was incredibly difficult. Dane had no doubt he would get in. He practiced simply because he wanted to improve. Leila couldn't believe his confidence. So, she asked him what he would do if he didn't get in. Well, even then, our overpowered main character wasn't going to worry or give up. He would simply try again. And if it didn't work out on the second try, he'd take it as a sign that it just wasn't his path. Leila couldn't believe such a casual attitude toward the future. Then she asked if he was afraid of upsetting his family. But our hero wasn't concerned. Compared to the trials of his past life from his reincarnation, this was nothing. Leila, on the other hand, could only envy him. In her household, they believed failure was unacceptable. Even though Dane had been among nobles for 7 years, it still surprised him how petty they could be, worrying about such things. As for Leila, she had no doubt she would succeed. Upon hearing the encouraging words, she got excited and proposed to Din that he see her sword skills. Our hero was somewhat surprised by such enthusiasm, but it was impossible to stop her when the opportunity to practice with a sword arose. Leila immediately asked where the training field was, and Dane accompanied her, hoping nothing would go wrong. In the field, Leila held nothing back and moved like an expert Chinese swordswoman. To the eyes of a novice, her movements might seem perfect, but our hero was no novice. Watching her movements, he had to admit that her transition from attack to defense and vice versa flowed smoothly, and her timing was excellent. But there was one detail. Over time, her movements lost rhythm and fluidity. Out of breath after the exercise, unsatisfied, Leila asked him what he thought of her movements. At first, Dane wasn't completely honest and said she did great and that he enjoyed watching her. Leila felt pleased with the praise, but Dane decided to be truthful. He noticed she could still improve. For example, after the third form, Leila took an extra half step and then transitioned again with the following forms. Those extra half steps made the sword forms feel a bit misaligned. This critique left Leila speechless. She looked like she was about to cry, and Dane thought that such criticism was very obvious to her. He even apologized for upsetting her, and mentioned that he might be wrong because he had seen the swordsman use the sword a long time ago, but he worried about nothing. Leila soon regained control and gripped the sword more firmly. Now she noticed her mistake. She repeated the training movements, and this time they were perfect. Dane's advice was just what she needed. For the perfection, her joy and gratitude were immense. She even hugged Dane. Our hero tried to resist, but it didn't work very well. Leila was simply fascinated by how much he knew about fencing. In an instant, he understood what she was doing wrong and what her teachers hadn't told her. She promised to remember his help. Finally, she released Dane, nearly suffocating him, but then almost cut him with her sword. That young girl really needs a lesson in control. Dane was surprised by such a sudden hug, but it couldn't be said that he didn't like it. Of course, his private moment was interrupted by the shouts of the servants looking for them. They had rested from the banquet and would not hide. They hurried back to avoid being found in the training field. Upon returning, Dane was the center of attention as his parents congratulated him on his birthday and for discovering his first manticore. And of course, they gave him a gift. It was a brooch with the family crest like that of his older sisters. His mother advised him to cherish it, as this brooch would serve as proof of his status and honor. After his parents, all the guests also congratulated him. D had officially earned the name Sogres, and no one doubted he would grow up to be a good man like his father. Dane's parents were very happy, and little D was too, as it was the first time in his 2 lives that he received such warm congratulations from so many people. Suddenly, the room shook. The guests screamed and panicked, thinking it was an earthquake or an invasion. Dynan was also worried, but his father quickly reassured him, telling him there was nothing to fear. Dan Sogres understood well what was happening, even though he hoped for a quiet day. Apparently, his daughter didn't hear him. Dine didn't know what the heck appeared near the ceiling of the hall, and in an instant, a portal emerged above the frightened guests. The guests were still astonished when a small figure came out of the portal defying the laws of physics and landed without issue. It was Dane's older sister, Arabela. According to her, she wasn't late. The guests still couldn't close their mouths, surprised that a young girl was already using teleportation magic. Normally, it took at least 5 chains to open a small door. D was not impressed by her power, rather he was annoyed by how loud and flashy she was. As soon as the guests calmed down a bit, a huge monster appeared in the sky, a large wyvern with a rider. It seems Lady Claire scared the guests this time. She was in a bad mood, although she arrived a step late to get ahead of her sister. Upon entering, the guests commented that she was a brilliant summoner, but no one expected him to control one at just 16 years old. Finally, they were home and together they presented themselves to their parents and brother to wish their favorite little brother, Dane, a happy birthday. After the flashy entrances, Dane's sisters quickly gave him their gifts while wishing him a happy birthday. He thanked Arabella and Claire for coming, even though they were busy with their studies. The girls were excited to see their little brother open the gifts. Duke Arken almost cried at the special treatment his son was receiving. After all, his daughters only gave him a letter for his birthday. Dane opened the box that Arabella gave him, and inside was a ring turned into a practical dimensional bag. She designed the artifact herself. The subspace magic used in its creation was of the highest tier. Arabella's professor applied it to the ring. It is well known how difficult it is to infuse subspace magic into an object. Arabella took the ring and lovingly placed her brother's hand to put it on him. It must have taken a lot of time to design an artifact that can support a subspace. She also applied Dane's genetic code to the ring, so that only her little brother could use it. "It's a unique object, Mom." Lily observed the ring and saw a wave of mana coursing through the artifact. That indicated it was made with high-quality magical stones. Arabella explained that Dane only needed to imbue a little mana into the ring to establish the subspace. It's more convenient than common dimensional bags. That fact made it an invaluable artifact. As Dan recalled, these tools were only used by the wealthy in battle. Only noble commanders and high-ranking mages possessed such useful power. The ring would grow with him. Adapting to his body, he infused his mana into the artifact, and a green portal opened before everyone. Duke Arken was amazed to see his son do it so easily. Claire, the Duke, Duke Termion, and Leila were impressed by the brilliant display of magic. He opened a subspace faster than Arabela did years ago. He was a genius, without a doubt. It would be a revolutionary achievement if he managed to cultivate a mana core and a mage circle at the same time. After the magical demonstration, Claire approached her brother and gave him his gift. Dane opened the present slowly, thanking his sister. Inside the box was a peculiar egg on a cloth. Confused, he picked it up and asked what it was. Claire, nervous, warned him to be careful, as it was not an ordinary egg. Everyone in the family was also curious about what that strange gift was, but Claire only revealed to Dane what it was. She whispered to him that it was a familiar. She had obtained it accidentally while trying to summon Decorin. Claire herself didn't know what would come out, but everyone knew how valuable a familiar could be. Dee tried to imagine what this rare egg would give him. He had heard about familiars before. Unlike summons, they are a distinct entity. A summoned familiar can stay forever in the real world. Claire said that Dane must keep this egg a secret until it hatches. He promised to do so. The murmurs among them annoyed Arabela, feeling excluded. According to Claire's instructions, Dane must pour his mana into the egg in the morning and at night for it to recognize him as its owner. Lily was happy that her little one received amazing gifts. It showed how much they cared for each other. After the gift exchange, Duke Arken reminded his daughters to at least greet their parents, since they interrupted the party after saying they might not be able to attend. Noticing that they hadn't spoken to their parents since they arrived, the girls awkwardly greeted their father. Duke Arken was soft with his children, so he didn't mind much. He was happy to see his daughters again. Since they left to pursue their careers, the girls rarely came home, so Duke Arken was glad to see them healthy. Leila watched the Sogres family, being affectionately noisy and jovial among themselves from afar. The little one couldn't help but compare her family situation with theirs. Dan saw her looking and turned his head. He noticed her low spirits as she silently walked away. He wondered why she seemed so alone and sad among a lively crowd of nobles. The banquet ended, and the next day arrived. Duke Termion stayed overnight and was now walking through the Sogres territory. He couldn't stop thinking about how incredibly talented Arabela Sogres was. As expected of the best mage in the academy, her talent in the magical arts was unparalleled. The girl could be the perfect match for Duke Termion's son, the best swordsman at the academy. If the Sogres and Termion houses were to unite through the marriage of those two, they would form a faction capable of rivaling the imperial family. If that were to happen, no one could mess with both houses and their children. So, Duke Termion decided to bring up the topic of an engagement between their eldest children in today's conversation with Arken. On the way to meet him, Duke Termion heard the sound of steel nearby. It was coming from the training grounds. Someone was perfecting their technique very early in the morning. Of course, it was Dane, honing his spear skills with complete focus. He had become lethal with the weapon. With years of practice, with his father and his strong work ethic, he was ready for combat. Dane was incredibly focused. He moved with the fluidity and precision of a seasoned warrior, traversing the battlefield as he delivered lethal strikes. He increased his speed and raised the intensity level. Finally, his arms became a blur, as he executed many spear thrusts in a short amount of time. Curiosity got the better of Duke Termion, and he ended up spying on the boy's training from a distance. He was surprised to see the youngest son of House Sogres training so intensely. With his expert eyes, he could see how polished Dane's technique was. His movements and concentration didn't seem like those of a 7-year-old boy. Even his simple thrusts were refined to a terrifying degree. Everything was done with such perfection that even spearmen with years on the battlefield could learn from him. When Dane finished his last sequence, he was panting and breathing heavily. Duke Termion was impressed from start to finish. What he had just seen seemed impossible. He had heard rumors about the young Sogres having incredible talent, even as a baby, but he always thought it was just talk. Now he knew the rumors were true. After a short break, Dane practiced again. This time, he focused on his movement and footwork. As one of the strongest swordsmen in the country, Duke Termion couldn't help but notice that the boy's stance and footwork resembled that of a master swordsman. The Duke thought that the boy might have learned fencing at a high level at such a young age. Dane finally noticed that someone was watching him from the door. He brandished his spear, ready to attack, warning the spy to come out instead of hiding. Duke Termion was so excited to be discovered by a child. It was not his proudest moment as a warrior. The more he thought about Dan's movements, the more familiar they seemed to him. He was sure he had seen that footwork before. The Duke revealed himself and apologized to Dane for spying on his private training. He assured him that he was not trying to do anything suspicious. Upon seeing that the snoop was Duke Termion, Dane felt bad for speaking out of turn. Even though he had been in his current body for 7 years, this man was still the one who had defeated and killed him in his past life. Remembering his etiquette training, Dan Sogres formally greeted the Duke. Duke Termion confessed that he was fascinated by watching the morning training of the rising star and apologized again. The boy stood firm, saying that he was forgiven. The Duke was amused by his bravery in speaking as equals. Upon observing Dan more closely, he noticed that the boy's body showed no signs of fatigue or trembling, despite such intense training. When he was Dan's age, he hadn't even faced a manticore. The Duke highlighted Dane's great thrust attack, noting that the boy had inherited Arkon's talent with the spear. The spear itself was also very well made. Dane formally thanked the Duke for recognizing his technique, and the elder smiled. Not only was this boy a lethal soldier, but he also knew what to say at any moment. In comparison, his son did not have such good skills or manners at 7 years old. This diversion made Duke Termion think about a marriage between Leila and Dane. He then hinted that his daughter also trained with the sword. He suggested that since they were of similar age, they should look out for each other when they entered the academy in the future. Dane continued to respond politely. The Duke appreciated the young man's sincerity. Finally, the Duke appreciated the young man's honesty. Finally, Duke Termion apologized, not wanting to interrupt Dane's training any longer, but before leaving the training hall, he still had a curious question he wanted answered. He wanted to know if the boy had also trained in swordsmanship. Dane had slipped up in front of the Duke. His old habits from his past life must have emerged without him even realizing it. With Duke Termion's sharp eye, it's not surprising that he recognized those small habits immediately. Dane mentioned that he had only read books on basic swordsmanship but had never formally trained. The Duke still found it strange, sensing a raw battlefield presence from the boy, but common sense dictated that an inexperienced child wouldn't possess such an instinct. In the end, the Duke stopped pressing the matter and said his goodbyes. Dane did the same, and Duke Termion invited him to visit if he ever came to the capital in the future. The swordsman had taken a personal interest in the talents of our overpowered main character, Dane. Dane wondered if the man still remembered him. The mere thought of defeating the man who had ended his past life made his blood boil, fueling his quest for revenge. If he built a solid foundation and prepared himself step by step, he was certain he could surpass the Duke. This action manhwa is all about his goal to use his reincarnation to finally defeat the mighty Termion. Continuing with his training, Dane lost all track of time, and Hernan, the attendant, had to come searching for him. He always watched the boy from the shadows, ready to attend to his every need. With Hernan's nearly invisible presence, Dane thought this guy might have a knack for learning assassination and stealth skills. Today, everyone had been extremely busy preparing for the second banquet. Some of the nobles had already begun to arrive at the estate. Getting more than 30 noble families to arrive on the exact date was a difficult task. Dane's sisters had already opened a portal and returned to the academy. It couldn't be helped, as they had exams coming up soon. Now, it was time for Dane to get cleaned up and dressed. He reminded himself to check the gifts his sisters gave him last night. After his arduous training, Dane was attended to and dressed. He entered the family hall with his parents and mingled with the nobles. Dane put his etiquette training to good use. All night long, while mingling with high society, he was paraded around as the birthday boy. All eyes were on him. He finally managed to leave the hall and take a breath. The life of a noble was exhausting. His schedule was more packed than usual as the birthday boy, but at least he always found solace resting in his beautiful garden. Mr. Gardner worked hard to cultivate this beautiful place, a beauty that brings peace. Dane looked at the flowers in their splendor, full of unique colors, while butterflies danced around. He remembered his older sister explaining that flowers contain a lot of mana in nature. Since he had some free time, he could try to analyze the mana in these flowers. Dane closed his eyes and focused on the flow of magic in the air. Without opening them, he began to understand the concept his sister had explained. He felt the mana in the flowers. He had been training in several fields at once, but he hadn't seen any notable development in wizard and summoning magic. He struggled to choose which fields to dedicate his time to. Having so many talents could be a problem at times like these. Literally, our overpowered main character was suffering from success. After a few minutes immersed in the garden's mana, he finally saw the mana within the flowers. He couldn't believe something so small could contain such a large and dizzying flow of mana. If one feels the flow of nature and makes it their own, the principle could settle in the body and form a magic circle. That is exactly what was happening now in this action manhwa. It helped a lot that his affinity with mana was always incredible. He could clearly see something that others barely perceived with their sixth sense. A walk in the garden improved his mana perception. What he could barely see before was now much clearer. He was on the verge of understanding the mechanisms of magic when he felt something snap. Meanwhile, 2 noble children arrived in the garden. They were bored with the adult chatter in the banquet hall. They were brothers. The older one, a redhead, was resentful because no one was paying him any attention. While everyone was talking about the genius child of the ogre family, he stomped forcefully on the flower bed, destroying them. The red-headed brothers got lost in the vast garden and ran into Dane, who was there in a daze. Seeing his clothes, they mistakenly thought Dane was a servant and yelled at him, He wasn't a fan of this disrespectful brat, was he? The wretch had the audacity to order him to take him and his brother to the exit. Dane saw what they were doing to the flowers and yelled at them to stop trampling them. The red-headed bastard took offense at the scolding. Dane asked why they were ruining the flower bed instead of using the paths. The red-headed bastard, seeing that he was small, continued to act obnoxiously. Then came the flaunting of his family name, as all noble brats do. Dane didn't care, however. To him, they just looked like a pair of brutes ruining the flower bed in his garden. The red bastard got angry at being called a brute, but he acted just like one and grabbed Dane by the collar. He and his brother were the sons of Count Tyran, a guest at the castle. Upon hearing the name Count Tyran, a memory from his past life came to Dane, a classic moment in this ReincarnationManhwa recap. That was the noble he had captured after a shameful defeat on the battlefield. He remembered Count Tyran as an irritating noble, one of those horrible bastards. Based on the behavior of the brute in front of him now, the phrase like father, like son seemed perfect. The red bastard continued to boast about his family name, bragging that they were well known in the capital. He even said his family could make Dane disappear without a trace, so he'd better watch his words. Dane knew plenty of idiots like this kid. He knew that words wouldn't get through the red bastard's thick skull. The boy raised his fist, throwing a punch toward Dane, thinking he was just roughing up a mere servant. But our overpowered main character wasn't about to let that happen. He responded by forcefully slamming his head against the red bastard's nose. It was a powerful blow that nearly crushed the red bastard's nose. The younger brother worriedly called out to his older brother, checking on the red bastard who had collapsed to the ground from the heavy blow. Wiping his nose, he saw blood and freaked out as if he'd never bled before. Seeing the red on his hand, the red bastard's blood boiled, and he threatened to kill Dane, setting the stage for some classic manhwa revenge. Finding the threat amusing, our boy stood his ground and dared the brat to try it. The red bastard wanted to pay back blood with blood. His younger brother had some common sense and tried to stop him, but the red bastard was too arrogant to be stopped. The brute threw a punch, and in true action manhwa fashion, Dane dodged it by jumping back. It was a total mismatch. Dane was too agile for a rookie. While he let the red bastard tire himself out, he noticed that the brat's footwork was clumsy, as if he'd never handled a weapon. Dane thought the bastard might be a mage or a summoner. The barrage of blows continued. None of them managed to graze a single hair on Dane's head. The red bastard's nose was still bleeding, as he was losing his patience. Dane continued toying with his enemy, using his superior footwork, and he came up with an idea. Maybe he could harness the flow of magic he saw in the flower earlier and incorporate his will into it. If he succeeded, he could compress that force into a physical form. He could take this chance to test it out in combat. The bastard's little brother watched from the sidelines with his mouth agape. Dane planted his feet and began to gather magic in his hands. He visualized a ball of pure mana and launched it hard into the brat's stomach. The power was enough to send the red bastard crashing painfully onto the grass, making a mess on the concrete. He screamed in pain, his body and ego wounded. The little brother checked on his loser older brother, who was lying in the flower bed. Dane was more worried about the flower bed he had just ruined than the bastard's well-being. The red bastard was stubborn. He still had the energy to get up again. Seeing Dane use magic, he demanded to know who Dane was. Lil Bro kept trying to dissuade his older brother to no avail. His pride was too wounded to care about the consequences. The red bastard summoned the mana in his body and began to open an ominous portal. Dane was surprised to see the familiar scene. This type of magic belonged to summoners. The mana swirled and coalesced until a translucent wolf began to descend to the ground. The wolf looked bloodthirsty with sharp fangs, growling menacingly. The red bastard laughed maniacally as he called forth his summon. He finally introduced himself as Digron Tyran, ready to show Dane the consequences of messing with someone of his level. Dane heard the brat order the wolf to tear him apart, but he wasn't impressed by the simple summon. It seemed lackluster, as he was used to seeing his sister, Claire, summon fearsome beasts like Subern. Digron stayed away, while Genu lunged at Dan, who did not move. He simply looked the wolf in the eyes. Genu must have felt that he would suffer a horrible fate if he dared to attack. Then the wolf turned around and spun 180 degrees. His aura changed as if the aggression towards Dubiera had faded. The Tyran brothers were surprised. Digron's pride, his summoning had seemingly turned against him. At that moment, the large pup acted as if he were submissive to Dane. Dagron shouted at his summoning to tear Dane's throat and end his life, but the orders fell on deaf ears. In response, the pup wagged his tail happily at Dane. Sensing the ill intentions from the summoned beast, Dane gave the good boy some pets. He didn't even know how this twist happened when he thought about it. Even Claire's summons had always been friendly with him. Even the Bubbern played with him sometimes. At that moment, he simply thought it was due to his blood ties with his sister. But in a situation like this, where there was no family relationship, the summoned beast continued to behave in a friendly manner. This could show that he had a great affinity with all kinds of summoned beasts, or that Genu's affinity towards his bastard summoner had hit rock bottom. Digran did not understand what was happening. He had never heard of a summoning betraying its master. Din was winning in every aspect and continued to provoke Digran to face him. Lilbro was almost begging his older brother to stop embarrassing himself and accept defeat unsuccessfully. Digran, pathetic, still wanted to fight, but his little brother needed this to end. The poor boy, caught by his brother's foolishness, had wet himself in fear. Lilbro cried, and Dagron cursed him for being an embarrassment. He even rubbed salt in the wound of his pride by pointing out the bathroom in the basement of the main castle. Dagron took advantage of his younger brother's accident to flee from Dodge. As if the ridicule wasn't enough, he ordered Dane to stay in the garden. Dine simply looked at the pathetic loser with disgust. Dagron didn't even take his summoning with him. Our boy continued in the garden experimenting with his new understanding of mana. He tried to practice a trick that Claire showed him. Before identifying what remained of the weak bond between that bastard Gron and Empu, he broke that connection and overwritten it with his own magic. By doing so, the wolf and he officially joined forces. A boy who had never performed a proper summoning managed to execute the complicated trick simply by using his high affinity with summoned beasts. He had now officially become a summoner. While enjoying his success, he heard an annoying and familiar voice that seemed to be looking for him. Dagron, Tyrann, the spoiled child, called for his dad and told him that a boy was bullying him in the garden, pointing at Dane. The coward covered his nose to stop the bleeding while complaining that Dane hit him and broke the bond with his summoning. Mogard Tyrann stepped forward and introduced himself as the head of the Tyrann family, one of the important nobles of the capital. He eagerly asked if Dane had really hit his son and forcefully taken his summoning away. Our boy was not one to back down from a pig, so he stood firm and owned up to what he did. He noticed that Mogr Titan was much fatter now than when he captured the pig as a prisoner. The times of peace must be treating him well. Although he was a disaster on the battlefield, Mogard, with his posture, stated that he could not let this go unpunished. Bullying his children was something he could not overlook. The pig continued with his demanding questions and eventually asked the boy to say who he was. Our boy lifted his head proudly and formally introduced himself as Dan Sogres, the youngest son of Arken Sogres, the Lord of the South and the head of the Sogres family. The boy introduced himself in a Game of Thrones style. This introduction left the low-class father and son duo stunned. Unknowingly, they had offended the birthday boy. They had no idea they were messing with the famous rising star of the South. The Duke was quite bewildered by this unexpected encounter with the youngest son of the Sogres house. Speaking of great noble houses, he remembers how he was captured by that Argric and had no significant contribution in the war, leaving everyone, high-ranking nobles, laughing at him at this very moment. He sees this as a perfect opportunity to maneuver the situation in his favor in order to damage Count Sogres' name and use it as an excuse to demand mining rights. The nobles who once looked down on him will soon bow before him. A classic start to a great revenge story. With that in mind, the chubby schemer turns to our guy, asking if he's the birthday boy, Dane. Our boy just nods his head and confirms it. The fat man can barely contain his frustration, since he didn't come here to celebrate some brat's birthday. He then points to his despicable son, Dagron, and asks Dane how he plans to make up for the humiliation he caused his son. Not only did he injure his son, a guest of the Sogres house, but he also stole his summon, which is a serious crime. The despicable son agrees with his equally despicable father, telling Dane that this is his last day, a common thread in any action manhwa. The fat man also threatens our boy, stating that he will personally speak with Count Sogres and make him answer for his actions. Dane, our overpowered main character, simply acknowledges what the chubby man says and adds that before they go to his father, he wants the man's son to apologize first. Of course, the pudgy man starts to get furious, asking what the hell he's talking about, while his son also grits his teeth in anger. But Dane makes it clear that while it's true he hit his son and hurt him, it was all in self-defense against a threat to his life. Furthermore, he stresses that he didn't steal his summon. Jempu decided to follow him. The trashy son quickly chimes in, saying there's no way Jempu would do that, and tells his father that Dane is lying. The father pauses to reflect. He remembers hearing that the second daughter of House Sogres is a prodigious summoner, so he thinks it's possible that girl taught Dane about the bond between a familiar and its master, something you'd see in a detailed manhwa review. The chubby man and our boy go back and forth, while Dane can't help but feel that this is a real pain. Finally, Mogart decides to calm down because after so much talking, his jaw is literally starting to hurt. He tells Dane he's done scolding him, and decides they should go. See what Count Sogres has to say about the whole situation, which wraps up this part of our manhwa recap. The Count himself arrives at the scene accompanied by Duke Termion. Of course, both the useless son and his father are absolutely bewildered upon seeing Count Sogres. And what's even more bewildering for them is that Duke Termion is also here. As night falls, we see the red-haired boy giving his testimony to the Count about how he got lost in the garden with his little brother, so he asked Dane to guide them. He continues to make up stories while Dane remains behind, unfazed, thinking about how his father actually listens to this guy. He's not surprised, though, since Count Sogres greatly values his family and his reputation. He's not one to lean to one side or the other. Even in conflicts with others, he distinguishes between right and wrong. As he finishes his story, the red-haired boy concludes by saying that Dane headbutted him and kept using that strange technique to mock him. He says that to scare Dane, he called upon his summon, but Dane stole it and tried to counterattack. As Degron finishes, Mogard intervenes, telling the Count that he only wanted to warn Dane. However, he insists that stealing someone's summon is clearly wrong and he can't ignore that part. Finally, Count Sogres also intervenes, telling Mogard that he won't make a decision after hearing only one side of the dispute. He wants to hear from Dane, then evaluate everything before judging. He also calms Mogard by telling him that if he fears a biased judgment, Duke Termion will also give his opinion on the matter. The Duke smiles and assures him that if it's that important, he will handle it. Mogard is frustrated as sweat runs down his face. He knows he's about to get into trouble. Involving Termion will only complicate things further, and he has a bad feeling about it. Count Sogres gives his son the green light to explain himself, and Dane prepares, stating that what Mogard's son said wasn't entirely accurate, but that part of it is actually true. He then explains that the flowers they had carefully tended to in their garden were trampled on a whim, so he simply asked Mogard's son to leave, which enraged Mogard's son and started the fight. Of course, both Mogard and his son are astonished to hear these harsh truths, with the son even trying to deny it, calling Dane a liar. But the Count tells Dane to continue. Then our boy explains that when Mogard's son called Genu, his order was to kill him. He also clarifies that he didn't steal his summoning, but that Genu came to him first and saw his goodwill. The Duke is completely astonished to see how this 7-year-old boy speaks with such grace and an appropriate choice of words. Dane, on the other hand, confirms once again that he never stole anyone's summoning. Mogard loses his composure, hitting the ground and calling it nonsense. He says it's impossible for a summoning to submit to someone who is not a summoner, insisting that Dane must have used some shady technique to achieve it. Dane explains to Mogard that he has an emplom, innate affinity with summonings, and that a summoning that is not extremely close to its master could submit to someone like him. Mogard doesn't believe it, while our boy simply asserts that it's true. Mogard's face looks like he has serious constipation, and he just says that this boy is making things up. Then the Duke intervenes, suggesting that they could try with a summoning. Count Sogres asks his son if he can prove it, and Din agrees. Meanwhile, Mogard glares at his son for getting him into this mess, while the spoiled son fears that his father will scold him, as he doesn't know what he will do if he fails to summon Genu. Once the spoiled son tries to summon Genpu, he completely fails, which causes his father to yell at him as expected. On the other hand, Dane simply smiles, thinking about how he has already cut the connection, so of course, there is no way the boy can summon Genu again. Dane decides to try summoning Genu, but says he needs a symbol that Mogard's son has. The spoiled son gets angry, questioning Dane's audacity and demanding his symbol. He talks a lot of nonsense, but Count Sogres interrupts him, reminding him that according to his own words, even if Dane uses the symbol, he shouldn't be able to summon Genu, so there's no harm in trying. Mogard sweats with no option but to give the signal, so he tells his spoiled son Dagrin to hand it over. The redhead almost cries, but his father just tells him to hurry up. Once Dane has the mark on his hand, he begins his magic and reveals to us that since a summoning mark carries a unique codename of the summoner, normally no one else can use it. However, Genu that Degron summoned had his mana, so the summoning mark is just a means, and Genu has already connected with him. As soon as he calls him, the monster appears and starts licking his cheeks. The Count and the Duke are astonished, while Mogard and Degron tremble as they are exposed for lying. The Duke finds it incredible and wonders if Denza, his father, confirms it, but admits that he is not entirely sure of his son's abilities. The chubby Flan, on his part, realizes that he is in trouble, as his plan has failed. The Count addresses him, asking if he admits that Dane is telling the truth. The chubby guy tries to maintain his composure, laughing and admitting that maybe they confused Dane with stealing his summoning. He also admits that his son wasn't really trying to kill Dane and asks his spoiled son if that's true. Degron trembles but nods along with his father, saying he was just trying to scare Dan, but our boy is furious to see these scoundrels evade responsibility so easily. Before the two elders give their final verdict, a lady enters the scene, surprising everyone, especially Dan, who opens his eyes upon seeing Leila. As soon as she enters the scene, she asserts that what Degron is saying is not true. Her father quickly asks what brings her here, and she replies that she heard his voice while taking a walk. Before continuing the conversation, she greets the chubby guy and Count Sogres. The chubby guy stammers in surprise as he tries to respond. Surprised by the encounter with the Duke's daughter, Count Sogres gets straight to the point and asks her about her claim that Degron was lying. She confidently confirms it, saying she heard their conversation earlier during her walk. Degron starts to lose his composure, thinking that she heard everything, because that is not good news for him. He then explains all the juicy details, and my friend smiles at this unexpected turn that worked in his favor. A little while later, the fat man tells his despicable son to hurry up and apologize to Count Sogres. The son quickly murmurs, admitting his mistake, but the Count tells him to apologize to Dane, not to him. The portly man pushes his son towards Dane, urging him to apologize. The spoiled son looks uncomfortable and hesitates before stammering a weak, "I'm sorry." Dane, however, is not satisfied. He notices that the apology is insincere, just a forced gesture, because his lie was exposed after an outside witness intervened. Dane doesn't want to accept this weak apology, but remembering his past experiences from his reincarnation, he decides to be more mature instead of stubborn, and opts to show the generosity of a truly overpowered main character. With that in mind, Dane accepts the spoiled son's apology. The boy's face lights up with happiness, and he enthusiastically thanks him for letting it go. Meanwhile, the portly father sighs in relief, realizing how close he came to losing everything. On the other hand, the Duke, who could be Dane's future father-in-law, can't help but think that he already knew Dane was a special kid. After all, he could have been stubborn, especially considering the other party was in the wrong from the very beginning, a perfect setup for future revenge. Finally, the Count makes it clear that since Dane accepted the apology, there will be no further discussion about the incident. However, he stresses that he had no intention of letting this go, especially since Dagran attacked Dane with the intent to kill. This action manhwa is getting intense. The portly father starts sweating profusely upon seeing the Count so enraged by the situation. When he tries to speak, the Count tells him to shut his mouth and orders him to take his family and leave the castle. Immediately, the news shakes the fat man's world to its core. If he's kicked out now, his reputation will be destroyed, and he is desperate to remain in the castle, no matter the cost. He desperately grabs the Count's hand and begins to beg for forgiveness, claiming he will do anything. Sogres asks of him, but he just wants him to forgive him this one time. But the Count quickly withdraws his hand, making it clear that he has no need for the fat man. He tells him that soldiers will arrive soon to escort him out. With that, he begins to leave the scene with his son, leaving behind the fat man, who is desperately pleading for forgiveness. Sogres also tells Duke Termion that it's time to go, and the Duke quickly calls for his little one as they walk away. Which is where we'll end this manhwa recap for now. As they walk away, Dee turns to look at them, feeling satisfied that they are getting what they deserve. After all, they started this mess, so it's only fair that they reap what they sowed. Today he learns something important. His father can be terrifying when he gets angry. Duke Termion asks if it's true that he defeated Mogard's spoiled son with a mana bullet, and Dine quickly confirms it. The Duke can't help but highlight how talented Dane is, not only in spear fighting but also in summoning and magic. It's truly incredible, and he's sure that history has never seen such talent. The proud father smiles, saying he's happy to have such an exceptional son. While Dane absorbs the praise, Leila is stunned, struggling to believe what she hears. Duke Termion says that while talent is one thing, Dane is also very calm. Most kids get agitated in fights and stubbornly insist on being right. But Dane doesn't do that. The Duke is sure that this boy will be a good man. The father quickly gives Dee a gentle pat on the head, saying it's too early to be sure. They must wait until he is an adult to see how he turns out. He also mentions that it's all thanks to Leila that the incident was resolved peacefully. Without her testimony, things could have gotten complicated. When Duke Termion hears this, he is surprised that the in-laws have such a good opinion of Leila. He doesn't miss this opportunity and tries to downplay her role in the incident, suggesting that if the Count thinks so highly of her, maybe they should start discussing her marriage. Of course, the in-laws are surprised to hear this and notice how eager the Duke is to secure his daughter to avoid the problem. He quickly changes the subject, pointing out that the sun is already setting and that it's almost time for the banquet. With that, he runs off, telling them he will meet them in the hall. Termion also tells his daughter to take her time, returning with Dan as he runs after the Count, saying he wants to talk a bit with him, leaving the kids behind as they walk. Leila turns to our boy and asks why the summoned one ignored its summoner and obeyed him instead. She comments that she has seen famous summoners duel many times in the capital, but never anything like this. Dane shrugs and admits that he isn't sure either. It just happened, of course. Leila gets furious seeing that Dane is hiding the truth, even though she was the one who got him out of that trouble. But my boy remains indifferent and reminds her that he helped her too, mentioning the time he assisted her with her swordsmanship. Leila remembers that moment and reluctantly admits that he is right. Finally, Din decides that since they have helped each other before, they can do it again. He tells her she can ask him anything right away. The girl perks up and exclaims that she wants to learn it. Now, Dane is surprised by her urgency and wonders what is so pressing. He asks her what she wants to learn, and she tells him to teach her how to use a mana bullet. Dane asks her why she wants to learn the mana bullet so quickly, and Leila responds that she wants to be stronger and faster. She hopes to form 2 mana cores before entering the academy. Dane questions why she is in such a hurry. Considering she is still young, he gets his answer when she reveals that she wants to grow quickly to make her mother happy. Her mother loves her very much, and Leila is sure that being stronger would make her proud. Upon hearing her mother mentioned, Dee remembers hearing adults talk about the bedridden Countess Termion. With that in mind, I suppose he has no choice but to help her. Leila does a little happy dance and says she is ready to start training tomorrow, although she wouldn't mind starting tonight as well, since she isn't sure how long she will stay here in the mansion. Dane just shakes his head and tells her she can start whenever she wants. He assures her that once she understands the flow of magic, learning the mana bullet won't be very difficult. Leila excitedly asks what he will want in return for teaching her. Dee remains silent, making it clear that his request won't be as simple as just showing someone how to use magic bullets. The scene then shifts back to the banquet hall, where guests whisper and murmur among themselves about that tyrant fat father. They have heard that Count Tehran was expelled from the castle, and everyone wonders what he did to deserve that. Some guests mention that Tyrion's eldest son caused some kind of incident by picking a fight with young Master Dane and ended up being taught a lesson. They laugh among themselves, amused at the thought of the fatso coming here only to be humiliated and embarrassed. Word is also spread that young Master Dane is an exceptional summoner. A guest wonders if that means the house of Sogres will now be a prestigious house of summoners. However, another chimes in, saying that's not all. Young Master Dane also knows magic, which they find hard to believe. We then see this large, mustached man introducing himself to Dane as Baron Opent. He asks the young man if he is familiar with the Opent territory in the east. Dane bows his head respectfully and says he's heard it's known for its delicious grilled trout and precious sapphires. The man laughs heartily as he admits that Dane is absolutely right. He continues, saying that the trout and sapphires from House Opent are the best on the continent. He then pushes his daughter forward, saying he almost forgot to introduce her. The girl steps forward. She introduces herself as Sylvia Opent and greets him politely. Dane is surprised to see her and nervously returns her gestures, saying his own name. I have no idea why he's so nervous around her, but it looks like we'll find out soon in this Manhwa recap. She leans in towards him, with a mischievous look on her face, and whispers that she's heard he's the one who will inherit House Sogres in the future. Dane stammers out an uncertain reply, and Sylvia enthusiastically tells him to stop feigning ignorance. She says she's heard he's talented in many ways, and tells him straight up that she'll be in his care from now on, especially since they might become family in the future. There it is. Now the nervousness of our overpowered main character makes perfect sense. This girl is way too direct and didn't even hesitate for a second right there. Leila joins the scene while Sylvia is still in the middle of shaking Dane's hand. It's no surprise that Sylvia is startled to see a potential rival, while Leila practically throws daggers at our boy with her piercing eyes and demands to know who this lady is. Sylvia recognizes Leila immediately and greets her cordially, introducing herself as the eldest daughter of the Pent family. Leila tries to respond with a gesture, but the anger on her face makes it clear that she is far from happy, even though she says it is a pleasure to meet Sylvia. The two ladies exchange smiles that exude murderous intent. Seeing them, Din remembers something and notices that both are ready to confront each other. Finally, Leila grabs his hand and says she will borrow him for now, as they already had an appointment. She shoots him a piercing look while asking if he remembers their plans. Of course, poor Dee doesn't understand what she's talking about, but he agrees anyway, apologizing to Sylvia and promising her that they will talk later. Sylvia forces a smile and tells him that they will surely talk later. As Leila takes Dan away, Sylvia can't help but feel annoyed at how this girl has taken him from her grasp. Leila, for her part, is still not calmed down. She is very upset about that girl's audacity in trying to take Dane from her. He is surprised under Lila's intense gaze. He can't help but lament that the beloved daughter of the Duke, with the second greatest power in the capital after the Emperor, is no match for the young lady from the Eastern Baron. It's not surprising that Sylvia gave up like that. Once outside, Leila starts interrogating Dane about his relationship with Sylvia. She wonders if he could commit to her, but my friend quickly dismisses any relationship, insisting that they only greeted each other. Leila gets excited about the idea, and even Dee notices how her mood changes instantly. After walking a bit, they finally arrive at the secret place that only Dane knows. He is sure that they won't be disturbed by anyone here. As soon as they enter this hidden place, Leila lights up and starts doing a happy dance. Excited to see such a beautiful place, she also feels relieved that no one will know if they do something here. Dane agrees, saying that she is absolutely right. This is an excellent place to train. Before starting the practice, he asks if she has felt the mana. Leila admits that she has felt it a little, but not enough to form a mana core. She mentions that she has tried to absorb mana by breathing it in. Her explanation reminds that she is not in the emission stage. He felt the mana naturally on the battlefield, so he is surprised that a ducal house taught him this. He decides to start with something simpler and tells her that the first step is to feel the mana she is absorbing. Leila seems a bit confused by this, so Dane explains to her that if she wants to expel mana from her body, she first needs to learn to control the mana inside her. The fundamental key is to imagine. He tells her to close her eyes and imagine the mana flowing and swirling inside her. However, after a few moments, she tries and nothing happens. Dane notices from her expression that she didn't quite grasp the instructions. Leila tries again, but once more nothing happens. Frustrated, she complains to Dane about why it isn't working. Dane calms her down, saying that it's normal on her first attempt and asks her to concentrate again. Meanwhile, Count Sogres can't help but feel proud that his son is already teaching someone, even at such a young age. It makes him believe that Dane has grown. At that moment, Duke Termion stealthily approaches Sogres and asks what he is doing there. Sogres' heart almost stops at the sudden question, but the Duke tells him there's no need to be scared and asks if he is watching two lovebirds enjoying a moment together. Count Sogres raises an eyebrow and asks, "What does lovebirds mean? And besides, how did he get here?" The Duke laughs, thinking that the Count was really trying to hide here. He then reminds Sogres that he was careless trying to sneak away, considering that his wife is the legendary assassin of the Empire. Poor Sogres doesn't know what to say after being caught while the Duke playfully scolds him, reminding him that if the owner of the castle is spying on others' affairs, people will speak ill of him. Naturally, the caring father gets defensive and says that he is just guiding his son. The Duke laughs upon hearing this, and can't help but point out that he was also just following his daughter. Both fathers are a lost cause. They stay there together, behaving like teenagers, spying on their children, as if they were watching girls outside a school door. Meanwhile, with the children, Dee opens his dimensional bag, and the girl is fascinated to see that he already has something like that. When Dane mentions that his older sister made it and recently gifted it to him, Leila starts to feel jealous. Unlike him, her older siblings stopped paying attention to her when they entered the academy. Then he pulls out a mirror from the dimensional bag, and the girl casually asks what they will do with it. He says he brought it just in case it turns out to be useful. It's easier to imagine something when looking in a mirror rather than relying solely on imagination. He tells the curious girl to stand in front of the mirror so she can see herself completely. The girl quickly positions herself in front of the mirror and starts doing the magical limbo again. This time, Dane notices that she is taking it seriously. He takes a deep breath while both parents crouch on the ground, as if they are doing their business in the Indian style. Duke can't help but point out that Leila seems to be getting fond of Dane. Sogres asks if that's really the case, and Duke explains that it is because it's unusual for her to get along with someone so easily. Sogres questions if that's true, since she seems like a bright girl. Duke Termion stays silent for a moment before saying that she is only bright on the outside, and he can't say the same about her inside. He explains that after her siblings left for the academy, their mother fell ill, so they haven't been able to be together like before. This situation has made it difficult for them to open up to others, and that's what's been happening. The Count points out that if he knows all this, then why does he always act so coldly towards his daughter? Termion is genuinely moved that the Count noticed something like that and admits that he does it on purpose. He explains that when he raised his children, he showered them with attention, and they grew up very spoiled. But Sogres must assume that Leila will be the same. She will feel hurt if she finds out. Now I understand why he asked Dane for help instead of his father. Termion points to his friend jokingly that he still scolds like before. The Count quickly asks when he did that, as what he said is true. The Duke changes the subject, asking when he plans to send his son to the capital. He suggests that if he sends him, the ducal house will wholeheartedly open its doors and allow him to stay in the ducal castle. Sogres falls silent and looks at his son, and seeing him happy, he simply says he will do whatever Dean wishes. He is free to choose his path like his older sisters. We also notice Mrs. Sogres watching the affectionate parents, clearly embarrassed by how openly they are eavesdropping. Finally, she smiles, realizing that the love for their children exerts a strange power over them. She decides not to ruin the atmosphere and pretends she hasn't seen anything. Back with the kids, Leila thanks Duda and calls him a genius. She admits that even though everyone around her calls her a genius, she feels small compared to him. Dane looks around carefree to see if his parents have quietly left. He tells her this is just the beginning, and that she will also become stronger. Then he asks if she will attend the academy, as that is where all the geniuses of the Empire gather. He replies that he is still not sure and doesn't think he needs to go, as he can get stronger training alone. The girl scolds him for his limited view, and reminds him that going to the academy is not everything. It is the gateway to forming his noble faction, and the best way to establish connections from a young age. Dan is surprised that she is so smart at just 7 years old, and understands how the world works. He finally responds that he already knows that, but he simply isn't interested in going to the academy yet. There is a mountain of books he hasn't read in the library. He still has a lot to learn from his parents. Leila acknowledges that this is true, but asks if he doesn't want to play with other kids his age, especially since she heard that his older sisters also attend the academy. It seems that Dane is running out of arguments against her persistence, so he tries to brush her off by saying he might go in the future if he feels like it. Then he tells her to visit his house sometime, He plans to go to the capital, and so they promise to meet again. Speaking of which, she remembers to ask him when he will make his request. Now that he has taught her to use mana bullets, he simply shakes his head and says he will tell her when he goes to the capital. This surprises her, and she lets out a cry of disbelief. Perhaps she is surprised that he will go to the capital after all. The day of his departure arrives. As Leila's carriage moves away, Dane observes a stone-like object in his hand, a gift from his future father-in-law. The scene flashes back to the moment the Duke handed him this mysterious object. When Dane asks what it is, the father-in-law replies that it's his birthday gift and hopes he likes it. Furthermore, he reveals that the symbols of his house Termana are revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith. And the history of the house began with their progenitor, who was a blacksmith. Thanks to him, their house has the best forge in the Empire. In fact, the best forge on the entire continent. All the weapons made by the Termions who protect the Empire were forged in that very forge. Of course, our boy already knows this because according to his knowledge, all the minerals in the world are in that forge, and all kinds of mystical weapons and artifacts are made in the greatest forge on the continent. The father-in-law reveals that if he presents the insignia at the forge, they will craft a weapon of his choice for him. This is when we learn that this rock-like object is an insignia, a token that proves the honor and skills of its holder. Count Sogres is stunned to see the Duke handing over such a valuable insignia, something that even the imperial family covets. The Duke just pats his son-in-law on the head and tells him to grow up well and support his father. His potential wife gives him one last. He's certain that if Argyric had lived, he could have become one of the Exa-class knights of the Dranic Empire. His mother crouches down beside him, and seeing his downcast face, asks if he's upset that they left. He admits that she was pretty much his first friend. His mother reassures him, saying that once he goes to the capital, he'll be able to see her again, and that he'll even become more handsome, which is sure to impress her. Well, I guess Mom is right. I can't stay here forever, and I'll have plenty of chances to see her again, so I'll wish her the best until we meet again. Meanwhile, as the Duke travels in his carriage, his mind is occupied with thoughts of Dane. He finds it strange that every time he sees the boy, he's reminded of Argyric, that warrior who showed triple-class abilities from a young age. Are you sure that if Argyric were alive, he could be one of the X-class knights of the Dranic Empire? That's why he hopes to see Dane again when he is stronger. Days later, we see our boy alone in front of the egg he's been feeding with mana every morning and evening, wondering if it's about to hatch. This egg contains a mysterious familiar, and even if someone isn't a summoner, they can infuse the egg with their mana and imprint themselves as the master before it hatches, allowing them to control a summon that usually only sticks around temporarily. He knows that the quality of his mana must match the familiar's, and there are probably many complicated conditions yet to be met. He's heard that some eggs never hatch because their conditions aren't met, so he hopes that's not the case here. Even as he adjusts the flow and strength of his mana, there's still no reaction. After much effort, he places the egg back down, thinking it's greedy to expect success on the first try. Suddenly, the butler appears at the door, asking Dane if he's ready. Just then, the egg reacts and makes some noises. Dane rushes to the egg, certain he heard something. The butler enters the room, asking about the noise. Dane asks him to wait while he checks the egg. However, he's disappointed to realize he got excited over nothing, as he doesn't feel anything different. The butler asks if the egg reacted, and Dane replies that it didn't, saying he probably just imagined it. Entering the training hall, he practices his swordsmanship first. Noticing his perfect movements, the butler is overjoyed and excited. He claps while asking since when he learned swordsmanship. Dane plays it down, saying he just wanted to swing the sword a bit. The butler showers him with praise, calling him a talented genius with the sword. As he looks at the sword, Dane thinks about how learning to use a new weapon like the spear was fun, but he also longed to wield a sword. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold a sword for that long, since his father was always watching him. Luckily, he's happy he hasn't lost his touch. The butler hurries to get some snacks and returns with a whole tray of delicacies, telling Dane to eat something before returning to his training. Meanwhile, we cut to Count Sogres, who is looking out the window, lost in thought. He feels somewhat tired of organizing the banquet every year, but at least he has noticed that many nobles are paying attention to the south. Most are eager to build a good relationship with him, which is a pleasant change. Since the war ended, the south enjoys its excellent weather and all the luxuries that nobles cannot resist. Perhaps their interest should have been obvious from the beginning. Still, even with all this interest, it pales in comparison to the attention Dan receives. You see, the conflicts with the Count's eldest son exceeded Sogres's expectations, but Dane handled the situation with maturity. He presented everything calmly and logically to the adults, which was very impressive, and even showed his talent with confidence. He can't help but think that his son is somewhat too mature for his age. Sometimes he wishes Dane would act more like the other kids and relax a bit. As the clock approaches training time, he knows it's time to head to the training hall. He takes out the legendary dragon tail spear and decides that today Dane should handle it a bit. As soon as he steps onto the ground with the spear, he freezes upon seeing Dane with his sword. Now he feels curious about the sword. His mind goes back, convinced that that damn Duke told him something. Otherwise, there's no way Dane would be using a sword. After so much training with the spear, he just stands there watching his son do those acrobatics with the sword. It seems that Dane knows what he is doing. The strength he shows is something that even expert swordsmen would have trouble matching. It makes his father wonder when he learned all this. But one thing is for sure, he has talent with the sword as well. He finally calls his son, asking him when he learned those moves. Well, it seems that the secret D had kept for so long has finally come to light, so he decides it's better to tell his father the truth. He admits that he really didn't learn any of that. Upon hearing this, his father is even more perplexed, wondering if this is another hidden talent. He starts to think out loud about how Dane already knows about spears, magic, murder, summoning, and now fencing. Add that if it were someone else, he wouldn't believe that a child could have talent in all these fields. Then he asks Din if he is curious about the world beyond its walls. Din looks confused, unsure of what his father is implying. His father tells him that if he wants to explore outside, he should do so. He sincerely believes that this country might be too small for his son's vast talent, and if he stays locked up here, it will be him who misses out. Dane feels a wave of sadness, realizing that his father has accepted the fact that he cannot keep him forever. Finally, he says that he would love to learn about the outside world. His father smiles and gets straight to the point, telling him that it's time to prepare him for the real world. He admits it's a bit bittersweet to see his son leave, but he knows he must respect Dane's wishes. He then presents the spear, saying that he has brought something special today. Dane soon realizes what it is, and his father clears up any doubts, reminding him that it's Dragontail, the spear that reacted to him on his first birthday. He extends his hand, encouraging Dane to take it. The moment Dane picks up the spear, it begins to react, and he can feel an incredible surge of power coursing through the weapon. His father laughs, saying it reacts stronger than when he was 1 year old. And honestly, who could blame him? Then, proudly, he tells his son that he plans for him to master the spear before leaving, so he better be ready. He promises Dane that one day Dragontail will be his, but first, he needs to become strong enough to wield it with pride. Dane eagerly promises to work hard and honor his father's teachings. Later, in his room, Dee's mind is filled with thoughts about the outside world. He has always been curious, even during those long days on the battlefield. As a soldier, he only knew war well, setting up camp, cleaning weapons, eating bland food, and preparing for the next battle. The only way out was for the war to end or to die in combat, and he honestly felt those were his only options. But now, with the opportunity to live a normal life ahead, he can barely imagine what life would be like outside the battlefield. Still, Din knows he has to seize this opportunity. He doesn't know how his talents will be used, how the world will accept him, or what he can achieve out there, but for the first time, he has the chance to travel, explore, and accomplish anything he sets his mind to. At first, all he wanted was to stay and enjoy the warmth of this place. Thanks to his father's question, his thoughts changed, and he decided to venture outside. He feels incredibly excited about it. Just as he's thinking about this, his mother enters his room, surprising him for a moment. He asks when she came in, and this crazy assassin reminds him that he was so lost in thought he didn't even hear her knock. I can tell she's lying through her teeth, since she's an assassin and just snuck into his room without a sound. She then asks if he's truly curious about the world outside the country, and he answers yes, saying his father commented that it would be a waste of his talent to stay here. After thinking for a moment, he admits he's also curious about the outside world. He then starts to apologize to his mother, but she hugs him, telling him there's nothing to be sorry for. He reminds her that his sisters aren't here, and that he's also worried about leaving for the outside world. The lady reassures him, saying she's fine with it because she knows how incredible his talents are. She adds that even if he didn't want to go, the outside world would eventually call for him. He admits it would be wonderful if he could stay longer with his mother, but the world won't allow it, so she encourages him to go and pursue what he wants to do. He promises that even though he's leaving home, he'll come back often to tell her what he sees in the world. His mother thanks him and says it seems she finally needs to teach him before sending him out into the world, just as his father is about to teach him. As he wonders aloud what kind of teaching she's talking about, his mother excitedly babbles on about teaching him everything about assassination. She goes on and on about her skills and knowledge, and Din can't help but think that the next few days are going to be really exhausting before he leaves home. In short, she says she'll teach him many things, and he assures her he'll do his best to learn. Looking at her, he can't help but think about the special lessons he's about to receive from his mother. Filled with love, many years have passed, and the scene then shifts to the southern region of the Alteon Empire, to Gris County, a place known for its warm climate and abundant natural resources. This place has become a cornerstone of the empire, helping them to be strong in the war. Thanks to the great governance of Count Sogres, it's a region filled with peace and warmth. Finally, With the end of the war, the few remaining rebel forces have been captured, bringing a lasting era of peace for everyone. On a bright day, the people are buzzing with rumors about how young Master Dane recently visited a shop. They can't stop talking about how the shopkeeper's eldest daughter literally fainted when she saw him. The ladies gossip among themselves, saying that he is getting more handsome every day and wish they could get a glimpse of his face at least once. There's even a rumor that he's still single, which gives them hope. But a friend quickly reminds them that he's only 14 years old and tells her to stop drooling over a younger boy. One of the ladies mentions that there are rumors that he doesn't look like he's 14. He's already as tall as Count Sogres. Some even say he could pass for a 20-year-old. Well, enough with the gossip, and let's see how our boy has grown. We move to the outskirts of Sogres County, an area filled with ancient magic, the Forest of the Last Days. Here, Dane is on a special mission assigned by his mother, Lily Sogres. We see him holding a spear in one hand, and in the other, some kind of cloth, probably a map or something else. I'm not quite sure. Whatever it has already set him off course. With only 3 hours before sunset, he knows he needs to get out of the forest before the sun goes down. He begins his journey, leaping through the forest with the agility of a ninja. The most important thing in this mission is not to get caught by his enemies. During this time, Dane needs to dodge the traps and snares set by his mother and escape the forest, which is filled with all sorts of other dangers. After leaping for a while, he finally lands on the ground. He takes a deep breath, absorbing the air and energy from his surroundings, holding it for a moment before releasing it. Once he prioritizes stealth and blends in with the environment, he begins to notice that the hidden traps are revealing themselves. At this moment, he sees these thin, almost transparent threads that crisscross the area. He knows that all the traps will activate as soon as he touches these threads. It's a basic mechanism, but that's precisely what makes it more dangerous. Luckily for him, this one seems easy to disable. Rat-type monsters appear quickly in the clearing, and seeing Din standing there, they waste no time before launching themselves to attack him. It turns out to be a pack, and he didn't expect them to show up here. The most concerning part is that the entire pack charges at him at a terrifying speed. Before they touch the strings and activate the traps, he needs to deal with them quickly, but then he hesitates because accidentally triggering the trap could be even more dangerous. Still, there's no time to lose, and he must go. He starts to run, and as soon as the rats activate the traps, sharp needles spring up from everywhere, catching the unfortunate rats that fell into the trap. Luring the rats into the trap was his plan from the beginning, and he feels relieved that they fell, sparing him the hassle of facing them directly. But then he sees a rat that is still alive. As he shortens the distance, the monster leaps. Dane continues to face off against the remaining rustled beast. He fights with the speed of the rodent, as it almost matches his own. The giant rat suddenly stops and turns for another attack. This time it uses its long-range weapon, spitting a strange substance from its mouth. Dane assesses the situation as the substance approaches. He doesn't know what it is, but it looks dangerous. He spins his spear and effectively dissipates the attack. The young man grits his teeth, as he realizes he can't waste any more time with this bulky rat. Defending himself will only cost him valuable time. It's time to turn the tables and attack. A blue aura forms around his body as he locks onto his target. With a chain of quick movements, Dane showcases his impressive spear technique. He moves freely in the air, flawlessly tracking the enemy's position. This causes the Russelt's head to be cleanly severed in half. Dane didn't bother to see the result of his attack. He just ran off and continued with his mission. By dusk, he reached the end of the trial. He was completely exhausted, gasping for air and trying not to throw up. At least he had finally escaped the forest and all its horrors. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce presence emerging from the forest. Worried that the fight wasn't over yet, he quickly got to his feet, regretting that he'd let his guard down to rest. Just as he was about to confront the presence, he stopped. It was his mother, Lily. She had intentionally let her presence be known to see how Dane would react, and he passed the test. What's more, his total time crossing the forest was 3.5 hours, even faster than Lily's own record. She had been watching over him the entire time. A mother can't just leave her son alone in such a dangerous place. Lily knew better than anyone just how talented her son was, but being a mother is a different story. And with Dane successfully passing this trial, Lily found no flaws in his survival and adaptation skills. She caressed Dane's cheeks, mentioning he could be recruited as an assassin given his rapid improvement. To celebrate his success, Lily brought out her most prized possession as the Empire's top assassin, her dagger. She thought the weapon would be of better use to her son now. From this moment forward, Dane would be the owner of Nighthorn. Lily happily handed the legendary weapon over to her son, as she had no use for it anymore. Nighthorn was crafted from the mysterious ethereal ore, an ore capable of absorbing elements from any object. If he wished, he could use it to store every poison in the world. This way, he could mix and absorb poisons for his own use. Dane thanked his mother for such a valuable inheritance and promised to take good care of Nighthorn. This also marked the end of his assassin training under his mother. Just as they were preparing to head back home, the mother-son duo heard a guttural scream nearby. It seemed to be coming from deep within the forest, so they decided to investigate. Fast forward a few days later, inside the walls of the Sogres County Annex Tower. In a guest room, a man woke up coughing and screaming in horror. He had long, white hair and a beard, and seemed very confused. The mysterious man struggled to breathe. Upon waking up, he looked around the luxurious room and wondered where he was. The last thing he remembered was eating a mushroom in that damned forest. The door creaked open, and Dane walked in with water. He told the man not to move too much, as he was still detoxifying. Dane explained that the old man had probably accidentally eaten a red-nosed poisonous mushroom. Luckily, Dane and Lily found him and saved him in time. The old man remembered seeing those red-nosed mushrooms. He didn't believe they were that lethal. If Dane and Lily had arrived a little later, the old man would already be a corpse. Dane handed the man a glass of water, knowing how thirsty he must be. The young man carefully examined the old man's strange head. He noticed a belt with the insignia of the Nixian magic tower that the old man had. He was definitely not an ordinary person. If it weren't for Nighorn absorbing the poison running through his body, the old man would have died. Now that the old man had calmed down a bit, he asked Dane where they were, and the young man honestly told him they were in the Annex Tower of the Sogres County. The old man must have gotten lost in the southern region. He was poisoned by those damned mushrooms and walked south. Dane suggested he calm down for now and wait for the Count to come see him soon. The young man also introduced himself as the youngest son of Count Sogres, Dane. The old man Sogres showed interest upon hearing the name Arabela Sogres, the genius who was under the radar of all the magic towers in the Empire. Dane also explained that they found the old man in the forest in the middle of his training with his mother. The old man almost spat out the water he was drinking upon hearing that crazy forest had put him through hell. Even being an 8-chain mage, he got lost, and the flow of his mana reversed while casting a spell, shattering his body. The entire forest was filled with ancient mana everywhere, and then there were those hidden traps all over the area. The forest belonged to House Sogres. Naturally, it would be dangerous for anyone not from the family. Moreover, due to the ancient magic, the mana flow was different from that of current mages. It was the worst place for a modern mage. The old man understood that he would have died, but he also noticed that the boy in front of him could be a generational talent if he was already strong enough to train freely in that hellish place. Dan even prepared the antidote he needed to save himself. At first glance, this young man appeared to be a teenager. Despite his youth, he could create an antidote that required extensive knowledge and precise production skills. The old man couldn't believe how fortunate the Sogres family was. In addition to 2 geniuses in magic and summoning, even the youngest son seemed incredibly talented. If the continent were still at war, the Sogre house could easily be the most powerful noble house in the Alteon Empire. The old man thanked Dane and acknowledged that he owed his life to the young man. He was a bit surprised by the boy's bold response, but he affirmed that he pays his debts. First, he wanted to introduce himself properly. It turns out this old man was Sidrain Gauss. Not long ago, he was the head of the magic tower in Nixon. Sidrain took pride in his name and stature, inviting Desiera. The young man simply smiled at Sidrain's presumption. He knew that this old mage must be one of those who survive without a home, keeping everything they have in a subspace. Sidrain was surprised by Din's calmness after introducing himself. Normally, people would be astonished or feel humbled in front of the head of a magic tower. But the boy remained unfazed. Trying to regain his status, he urged Din to ask for whatever he wanted without reservations. The young man paused for a second, thinking about his next words. Sidran smiled with the expectation of being able to prove his reliability, but Dane simply asked for more time to think about his reward. He didn't give Sidrain the satisfaction of feeling powerful with his indifferent response until the end. Dine turned towards the door and wished the great mage a speedy recovery, suggesting that he rest more. As the young man left the room, Sidran remained in bed, surprised by the boy's indifference. He was the first person to treat Sidrain as if he were an ordinary mage. Old Sidrain was thinking of leaving after staying 1 or 2 days, but that would no longer be the case. I met an interesting guy in the south and wanted to know more about Dane. Dane told Herman who Sidrain was, and the assistant excitedly explained that 8-chain wizards are at the top of the food chain, the elite of the elite. This meant that an influential figure now owed a favor to Danon. The magic towers operate as independent territories on this continent, more like independent countries. This meant that Sidrain was very influential. Still, it's a mystery why the leader of a magic tower was in the forest at the beginning. That was not an ordinary forest. Wizards see it as a forbidden area, calling it the Forest of the Last Days. Just by the name, it is clear that it is not a place for ordinary people to face. Dine looked at the sword in his hand and asked German to get him another one. The ones he had used were already too light and short for him. Fortunately, they had several weapons from the war spoils that the Count brought. Tomorrow, D could start training with a real broadsword. For now, he would only use the light sword to finish his training. Besides, he had the emblem that Duke Termion gave him. a free coupon to forge any weapon he wanted. 7 years had passed since that day. Remembering, Day reminisces about those days fondly. If he were to venture into the capital, his first stop would definitely be the Duke's territory. After practicing, Dan met his father outside the hall. He thought his father had important matters outside the castle but returned sooner than expected. Things were resolved sooner than anticipated. The Count hurried home to see the head of the magic tower, who was recovering in one of the guest rooms. He hoped that Sidrin Gauss could help Arabela. After all, she was going to need a good teacher. Din also considered that the head of the magic tower should help his sister. He wasn't sure if the old man could handle that girl's character. He heard that Arabela had hit a superior for being annoying. Anyway, Count Sogres praised his son for doing the right thing and saving a life. Sure, he only did what he had to do, but he still made an effort to do something that not everyone can do. He had truly become an incredible young man. Over the years, Count Sogres finds it harder to see the faces of his daughters. Arabela finished her extended semester and is now choosing a magic tower to join, while Claire was appointed as an assistant professor. It's the cost of having extraordinary children. Of course, Claire and Arabela were exceptional in their own right, but the Count also had high expectations for his only son. He often wonders how the world would handle a man with so many talents. The Count had been waiting for the day when his rival Butterm would see how Dane had progressed. Years had passed since his reincarnation as the son of House Sogres, but the thought of facing Duke Termion still fills him with determination. In any case, he also wonders how Leila is doing in the capital. Her last letter arrived maybe a year ago. Dane is looking forward to seeing what she is up to when he passes through the capital. A few days later, Sidrin complained that he was going crazy being in the guest room. He still hadn't fully recovered. The doctor advised him not to venture far and forbade him from using magic. His magical reflux had not been purified, and the poison in his body had not been completely nullified. He needed to rest and recover a bit more. Sidrin didn't have many options. He hadn't been able to use magic for a while, so this situation would be a change of pace, but he couldn't stand being locked in the room all day. So he left the room despite not knowing the annex. The doctor is worried that the old man might cause trouble, and that he will be the one to suffer the consequences. In the few days that Sidran was in the guest room, the housekeepers began to spread rumors about the crazy old man. They say that wizards are either geniuses or insane. Some of the maids had seen Sidran go up, down every floor of the annex dozens of times, and now he just stared at the flowers in the garden for hours. The maids heard that the old man was a very powerful wizard, but they only saw a crazy old man. They are worried about their lady Arabela. If Sidran had fallen in love with the beautifully designed garden of the estate, he would never have imagined that they were willing to possess such extraordinary magic. Dean approached the elder. He had searched everywhere only to find Sidran in the garden. Sidran didn't like the idea of being trapped in a foreign place until he fully recovered, but everyone just wanted the best for him. In any case, the area was a good place to rest and recover. He could understand why so many nobles come to the south at the beginning of the holiday season. They liked the south, so it was a shame to have to leave soon. Curious, Sidran asked the young man where he was going. Dane replied that he would soon head to the capital. Sidran thought the boy would go to the academy. After all, his sisters were prominent figures there. The daughters of the Sogres house were known for their sublime talent. Sidran was more curious about Dane's, so he infused mana into his eyes and decided to take a look for himself. Inside, the young man's body was a roaring wave of pure power. Sidran's eyes widened. He had never seen such dense mana. The density of the boy's power was astonishing. If the geniuses of his age were a stream, then Dane was a raging torrent, sweeping everything in its path. Normally, the enormous amount of magic in such a young body would be so unstable that it would be on the verge of exploding constantly. But that was not the case here. Finally, Dane caught the elder's attention for evaluating his magic without permission, calling him rude. Sidran, uncomfortable, stopped probing and praised the young man for noticing him. He apologized and admitted that he might have been reckless. Inside, Sidran was still trying to understand how Dane contained such wild power. In his years as an archmage, the young man was a unique case. Confused by the elder's reaction to what he saw, Dane wondered what was happening. Sidran was so focused on the amount and density of Dee's mana that he only now realized that the boy did not have a magic circle. With his abundant mana, creating a magic circle should be easy. The elder's face contorted in horror as he understood the misfortune that must have befallen the young man. Sidran looked into the heart of Dee and saw 2 mana cores. Of course, it was an incredible achievement to develop 2 mana cores at such a young age, but the old mage seemed furious that he had taken that path. He thought that having so much mana and using it only for a spear was insane. Sidran believed that Dane, using his mana to create cores instead of circles, was blasphemy. The young man was practically ignoring the immense talent the archmage had seen in him. Confused by the old man's words, he asked if he could use both mana cores and magic circles. That only infuriated the old grump even more. He clutched his head in frustration at the wasted potential. He didn't even know where to begin. Sidran explained the gravity of the problem to Dane, asking if he knew why the lives of magic swordsmen were so short. It's because they possess both mana cores and circles simultaneously. However, those two concepts constantly interfere with each other. When they clash, problems arise. It became an unwritten law. The mana compressed in the core would flow into the circle, so a circle that couldn't handle the overflowing power would explode. Dane understood the basic concept, but he didn't realize it could be that serious. Sidran grew sullen, seeing the world's greatest talent being wasted on spear training. Dane asked worriedly if it would truly be impossible for him to practice magic without a circle. Sidran explained that while it's not impossible to refine mana without a circle to use spells that require purified magic, it was theoretically improbable. Furthermore, many had tried to follow that theoretical path, but every attempt Sidran had personally witnessed ended in failure. However, this didn't discourage Dane from following that path. Although he hadn't properly tried it before, he felt he could cast spells without refining a magic circle. Sidran thought the boy was losing his mind. Dane wasted no time and began using what he knew to reorganize a magic code he was familiar with. After manipulating the runes and mana in the air, the process was seamless. With the reorganized magic code, he produced a fire spell with a powerful explosion. All his doubts vanished the moment he succeeded. It was a basic one-chain spell, but he cast one without a magic circle. Sidran's jaw dropped in shock. Common sense dictated that no one should be able to cast spells without a magic circle. In his years supervising the magical tower of Nixon, he had never seen anything like this. Dane continued adjusting the magical code and formed a mana barrier around his body. He said that Arabela discovered her great affinity for magic and wondered if that was why she could do improbable things with mana. It could be, but what she was doing was far beyond theoretical limits. Stringus had been at the top of the wizards for a long time. This was the first time he felt what the plebes felt in front of the elites and their otherworldly abilities. He saw an innate talent that broke the mold, while Dane was just having fun getting the spells to work. The old archmage's knees trembled with excitement. Dane had an affinity with mana that was unmatched and a purer, denser energy than anyone in the world. The boy is genuine, a unique prodigy. Sidran could no longer tolerate it. He immediately asked Din if he wanted to be his disciple. The elder made an effort to convince Din to learn from him, thinking that ignoring talent would be a disservice to the world. Dane was already tired of the old man's insistence. When Sidran asked him if he knew how to use a two-chain spell, the young man had not been exposed to those codes, so he couldn't cast a higher-level spell. Dr. Gus laughed and said that if Dane accepted him as a tutor, he could soon cast 8-chain spells. However, Dane kindly declined the offer. Sidran was out of patience. Suddenly, Count Sogres intervened, laughing at the closeness between the archmage and his son. When he asked what they were talking about, Dane honestly replied that the old man kept trying to take him as a disciple, even after being rejected several times, at least if Drane knew how to behave well in front of the head of the house. While praising Dean the wizard, he emphasized that his future was brighter than anyone could imagine, as he could use chain-level magic without a circle. As a warrior, Count Sogres understood how incredible that fact was. At this point, the Count was no longer surprised by his son's inhuman feats. The young man didn't know the basics of spells, but he cast them naturally. The Count also praised the former head of the Tower of Magic for immediately noticing Dane's talent. Although the word talent would not be enough, Dane is a genius who could become an unparalleled magical swordsman. Upon hearing that, the Count of Arken imagined his son putting down the spear and taking up the sword. His mood changed, and anger filled the air. The title of magical swordsman did not suit Arken. Dane shuddered upon noticing that Sidran had said a word that should not have been spoken in front of his father. Without sensing the atmosphere, Sidran continued, insisting on the possibility of Dane becoming a magical swordsman. He even promised to take full responsibility and turn the young man into the most powerful fighter in the Empire. When he noticed the change in the Count's mood, it was already too late. Count Arken shouted that his son could not be a magical swordsman. If Drane said that combining sword and magic would be ideal for a genius skilled in both, Arken kept insisting that his son would not be a magical swordsman. If anything, he would be a magical lancer. Sidran understood the problem. Dane just tried to remain silent while his father calmed down. Sidran had never met such a strange family as the in-laws. For a wizard, being a disciple holds great significance. Wizards, especially the powerful ones, often train their successors through an act called inheritance. It is a tradition that has been maintained from ancient times until now, even when universal magical education had already been established long ago. What Sidran Gauss sought was not just a disciple, but a successor to his life's work and those who preceded him. Since an archmage of 8 chains was still desperately trying to get him to accept the invitation, Din had gained great confidence in his talent and potential. He felt a new sensation swirling in his body. Now that he had familiarized himself with the basics of magic, he remembered a gift that Arabela had left him years ago. It was a crystal ball that he could use if he wanted to see his sister at that moment. Asking Arabela for her opinion on the matter could be beneficial. He unearthed the crystal ball and infused his mana into it. He called her telepathically, who was studying in the academy library. When he finally recognized her voice, he was surprised. Arabela immediately stopped what she was doing and smiled with joy upon realizing that her little brother was reaching out to her. As expected, even Arabela was surprised to hear that Dane used a spell from a chain without a magic circle. She knew his affinity with mana was high, but she didn't expect it to reach this level. The circle only purifies and circulates energy, so perhaps Dee's mana was already pure enough to be used directly. To check this, Arabela wanted to send a mana stone to the transmission machine in Dane's room to verify the purity of his mana. It's lucky to have Arabela to help him with this. Now, she is already a 6-chain mage, and her assistance has been very comforting. Arabela thought that since Dane could already use chain-level magic, attracting a lot of attention at the academy would be inevitable. But that was the last thing he wanted. It couldn't be avoided. Talent always attracts attention. But Arabela assured her brother that she would destroy anyone who tried to intimidate Dane. Dane asked his sister about the rumor that she broke the nose of an upperclassman, the second son of the Duel Duchy. Just thinking about that slippery bastard unsettled Arabela. Noticing that she was talking on the phone in public, she tried to calm herself. Over time, she theorized that Dee's mana purity would continue to increase. It's a possibility they could consider. Unfortunately, their discussion was interrupted because a professor needed Arabela. They said their goodbyes, and she promised to send the mentioned mana stone. He could be creating a path that had never existed before, and that finally became evident to him. With the great purity of his mana, he jokingly wondered if he had the heart of a dragon beating in his chest. Meanwhile, Cedrain, still in the annex for his recovery, used some mana to inspect Dan, which worsened his magical reflux. He might have to stay longer. If the boy accepted his offer, he could have the most illustrious legacy among mages. He wondered what to do to attract the young man to his side. If Dane didn't want to learn the magic of the 8 chains, perhaps I should offer him a grand and invaluable artifact, or pass down a refined inheritance from generations. But if he gave away his treasures too soon, Cedron could be deceived and end up with nothing. While he was thinking of ideas, Dane knocked on the door. If Dane wondered whether the boy had come to apologize or if he had changed his mind about the offer, Dane came to see the old man because he had something to say. Cedrain thought the young man had reconsidered becoming his disciple, but Dane quickly rejected that idea. It's not that he wasn't interested in magic. Cedrain asked if he already had a master or something like that, and that's why he kept refusing, but that wasn't the case either. Thinking he was just being deceived, Cedrain asked what the young man wanted to talk about. It's simple. He still didn't know the rearrangement code for dual chain magic. Learning from his sister would be complicated since she is very far away. In the end, the best method would be to learn under the guidance of Cedrain, a real archmage. The old man still owes him for the ransom, so he wouldn't be able to immediately reject his request. He confessed to the elder that he didn't want to be just a magician, nor would he become solely a magical lancer. He wanted to be a magical lancer, assassin, summoner. According to Cedrain, something that crazy doesn't exist. Hell. Dee would even add swordsman to that title. The madness of the young man's aspirations quite frustrated Cedron. To achieve that complex title, Dane had to set a limit and refuse to be the disciple of the old chief of the magic tower. Based on the young man's determination, Cedrain saw that Dane was already set on his path. Then he had an idea. The old mage stood up and asked if Dane was interested in a letter of recommendation. As he aspired to enter the academy, getting a letter of recommendation from the old chief of the Nixian magic tower would be a great boost to his reputation. Dane thought about it for a moment and considered it wasn't a bad offer, so he accepted the letter of recommendation. And since they were at it, he wanted to make another request. Cedrain silently chuckled to himself, thinking that the young man had finally given in. He could finally start to secure his control over an unmatched genius. Seeing the generous elder, Dane asked if he could learn the rearrangement code for dual chain magic. It wouldn't be a problem for Cedrain. He knew the rearrangement code for all double chain magic. After all, Dane is still young. Giving him a recommendation letter for the academy and some double chain magic codes was no big deal. Although he wasn't in his best shape, Cedrain could start his lessons right away. Dane smiled slyly to himself at having made a great catch. He extended his hand and declared that with everything on the table, they could consider Cedron's debt for having been saved fully paid. The old bat said it himself. Since he owed Dane a great gratitude, he could ask for something, so here he is asking for what he wants. Cedrain didn't like being manipulated like this. He thought he would finally have a disciple, but Dean's response to his invitation remained the same, a resounding no. The old man was fooled by a 14-year-old boy who refused to back down. Shrin insisted that the young man asked for 2 things when he only owed Din for 1. However, the young man disagreed. First, he saved the unconscious old man from the forest. Second, he nullified the poison spreading through Cedrain's body. He could have mentioned that he had to carry the unconscious old man back to the annex, but he would see it simply as a bonus. Sidrain had nothing more to add. He was completely and logically defeated. He wondered how there could be such a bold boy in this world. In the end, Sidrain and Dane organized their lessons in the training room. The old man accepted that he might not get Dane as an official disciple, but he could continue to win the boy's favor in case he changed his mind later. Sidra couldn't stand wasting that talent. Finally, the lesson began. They would work with Dane using chain magic without a circle. The young man had to be attentive, as the rearrangement code for 2 chain magic is more complex than that of 1. Many aspiring mages fail to reach this stage and give up. Dane focused. Grateful to have such a skilled instructor, Sidrain noticed the sparkle in the boy's eyes and made sure not to be lenient with Dane. He still had to maintain his reputation as an archmage. After all, the codes for 2 chains are on another level. The caster must calculate the amount of mana for themselves, the magical density in the atmosphere, and the state of their body. Everything plays a vital role at once. The inherent complexity of magic causes many to give up. Sidran offered a rather complicated definition, hoping Dane would ask for something simpler. When he asked the young man if he needed clarification, Dane just smiled and let him continue. For Dane, learning not just about the reorganization of magic codes, but also new information, was a revelation. To make sure he understood the principle, Sidrain asked him to talk about the laws of magical reorganization. According to the young man's notes, the first law was coexistence. Magical power can exist in the physical world and with other sources of mana. Through coexistence, mages use their own power and the magical power in their surroundings to activate their magic. The second law is conservation. If magical power gathers enough of a specific elemental material, it can display various attributes through conservation. Dane not only understands the nature of magic well, but he also adds his own interpretations. Most would find magic theory boring, but that wasn't the case for the young man. He had talent, tools, and a hunger for knowledge. How could there be such a perfect candidate for a mage? Continuing the lesson, Sidrain explained that magic codes become exponentially more complicated each time the chain grows. Instead of discussing theory, it would be easier to show him. Sidrain summoned his mana and created a simple magic grid to demonstrate a one-chain magic cast. Using simple rules, the complexity grows. From Chain 2, he transformed the mana into a whirlwind of runes and power, displaying the reorganization code for 2-chain magic. Dane focused on the brilliant display and how complex the knots were. Sidrain adjusted his code and created the 2-chain fire magic. Fire arrow. When using magic codes, repetition is key to mastering them. The old man thought that Dane was finally recognizing how complex magic is. In his estimation, most would take at least a year to progress from a 1-chain code to a 2-chain code. No matter how brilliant someone is, the mind can only comprehend one part of the code at a time. Sidri noticed that he could observe Dane's progress for a week while teaching him the technique to master 2-chain codes, but Dane wanted to give it a try. And if Drin didn't see the harm in it, hoping the boy would fail miserably. But when Din began to call his mana out of his body to create the first code, it felt like he was witnessing a master in action. The young man focused and used his hands to manipulate the mana swirling in the air. He finally formed the grid that Sidrain had shown as the basic shape of 1-chain codes, based on lines of length and width established with impressive precision. The elder was impressed. Dane could have stopped there and been an undeniable genius. But where's the fun in that? He went further and broke down the mana grid to create a whirlwind in the air. Sidran was astonished to see a perfect replica of the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic that he had demonstrated. Once, when asked how he did it so quickly, he simply said he copied by observing and memorizing rules and patterns. He visualized each factor in his mind while forming the magic code, and it was surprisingly easy for him. Sidran was repeatedly amazed. Although he, a genius of magic, took time to reach 2-chain, a boy without a magic circle achieved it easily in minutes. As if he wanted to give the elder a heart attack, Tin said he would try to use the fire arrow spell. He made the mana and runes move around him at great speed. Finally, he organized the code perfectly to create several fire arrows. He watched the well-made arrows, unable to believe what he saw. Seeing what this boy could do was putting the elder in an existential crisis. If only he had had Dee's talent while growing up, he would have already achieved his dream of reaching 9-chain. Dine skillfully handled the fire arrows, making them fly around the training hall. The old archmage was trying to recover. Even Dane was surprised that everything came so naturally to him at once. One thing was certain. The world would be shocked to see a wizard without a circle performing magical miracles. Sidri knew that Dane's talent needed to be hidden before all kinds of people approached him with bad intentions. Moreover, he was not giving up on making the boy his disciple. Since Dane learned the first code so easily, they could continue and learn more codes. Sidrain thought he had to be careful about what he wrote in Dee's recommendation letter for the academy. At the end of the day, Dane lay in his bed reflecting on his magic lesson. He was determined to learn both the theory and the practice properly. Thinking about his past life, He had been forced to live a life where he didn't even have the option to learn magic. In circumstances where he didn't know when he would die in battle, finding time to learn magic was a luxury he couldn't afford. His hands were busy with the sword trying to survive. Magic somehow prioritized learning the theory over the practice of spells. In this life, he had time, resources, and talent to learn so much more. Dane could combine the theory learned from Arabela with his innate talent. Now he could even show rapid growth if he received simple guidance. As taught by an ancient master of the tower, he was very eager to know what kind of magic he would learn next. Half a month later, Dane approached his father requesting to create a magical reagent. Since they didn't have the materials, he would need to leave the territory. His father was a bit surprised by his son's progress. Cedrain supported Dan, assuring Count Sogres that Dane was ready for a reagent now that he had mastered 4 rearrangement codes. For geniuses, learning a code takes 1 month. Count Sogres knew that magical reagents were hard to come by. Dane only learned about them by reading books in the family magic library. Cedrain had already accepted that the boy was different. He was even glad that Dan was interested in something as boring as magical reagents. Finally, the Count accepted the plan, believing it would be a great experience for his son. As he was about to leave, Dane could also see his territory for himself. He smiled and thanked his father for trusting him to venture out. Dane took a short trip to the outer regions of the Sogres territory. With him were Cedrain and Herman. Even on the outskirts, the people of Soz County looked at him and spoke with respect. Dane reciprocated their welcome with kindness and a smile. On this trip, Cedrain deduced that Count Sogres is a kind lord to his people. Based on how happy they were, the South has a lot to offer. They have delicious snacks, great weather, and good people. It's a very rare sight in the capital, that's why Dedeo, this place. Their caravan had been traveling for a while, trying to reach the magical supplies store. Dane had never been there, so he called on Herman to guide them. The 3 hurried and soon arrived at their destination. The owner of the magic shop was surprised to see the famous young Master Dane enter her modest business. She praised his silver hair and emerald eyes, and Dane thanked her. Not many people from the fiefs visit her shop to buy magical supplies. Lately, she has been getting by thanks to many foreigners interested in magic. The shop owner also recognized Kane, the former lord of the magic tower, and expressed her gratitude for having him in her store. The old man was happy now that someone had recognized him. She invited the duo to freely look at her products and told them to call her if they needed help. As it was Dane's first time in a magic shop, Cedrain urged him to look at everything he wanted while the old man talked with the shopkeeper. With a quick glance, Dane could already see a bunch of interesting things on display. They had potions, gems, amulets, and various magical objects, although it felt a bit strange to have a déjà vu. Moreover, upon touching the products, he could notice their magical reaction. He attributed it to his affinity and continued exploring. Suddenly, a soft sound of bells resonated in his ears, catching his attention. He felt a strong reaction from one side of the shop. As he approached, the owner told him that everything in that section was just decorative items. Cedrain called Dane over to check out some potion ingredients. The old man had already picked out raw materials like the moonroot, useful in at least 50 potions. The owner assured them that her ingredients were personally processed with high quality. Dane, meanwhile, was fascinated by the strange ringing sound. As he walked deeper among the decorations, he felt a strange power calling to him. He turned and saw a piece of stone emitting pure mana. It must have been the source of the sound. Dane quickly approached the stone as if his body were moving on its own. Herman, seeing his young master acting strangely, rushed to his side, concerned. His young master was just staring at a common rock embedded in the wall as a decoration. Dane wasn't sure what was happening, but the stone was clearly calling to him. He pulled it out of the wall and held it. As he suspected, imbuing it with more magic intensified the reaction. It could be that the object reacted uniquely to his magic. Meanwhile, old Cedrain was still gathering raw ingredients from all over the place. Dane approached and asked the shop owner about the history of the stone he had pulled from the wall. As the owner had mentioned before, it was just a decoration. But what kind of decoration has a stronger magical reaction than everything else in the shop? Cedrain asked if the owner had been scammed with the rock. She admitted that years ago, a traveling merchant gave her a large bundle as payment. Upon opening it excitedly, she found a simple stone. Still, she held out hope and asked a mage to appraise the stone, but it was confirmed to be just an ordinary rock. Based on Dane's interaction with the object, it was no simple rock. The owner urged the young master to focus on other products and some special magical artifacts. Instead of wasting time on a stone, she tried to sell him several valuable magical artifacts. But Dane remained fascinated with the strange stone in his hand. It was the only thing he wanted. She showed him a scroll card that automatically reads and stores all kinds of information to catalog it. In the end, Dane bought the scroll card and the useless stone. He was sure it wasn't an item he could just leave behind, even if Cedrain was confused about what the young man was thinking. On the way back, the old bat curiously asked if Dane had an interest in decorative art. or if he truly believed there was something special about the stone. When Dane explained that the slab reacted to his magic, Sidrain kept an open mind. Although he didn't see anything special, his curiosity was piqued. As the streets were crowded, their small caravan hurried back to the castle. Sidrain set up a priceless tool to help Dane figure out what the stone truly was, a key moment in this manhwa recap. He was confident it could appraise the stone with perfect accuracy. Even so, a mage had already appraised it and found nothing remarkable. Sidrain arrogantly claimed that no mage's appraisal tool could surpass his own. He had poured all of his funds into this state-of-the-art appraisal device. He was certain it could analyze anything placed on it. They were both anxious to discover what secrets the seemingly simple stone slab held. Sidrain placed the object on the platform and asked Dane to imbue the slab with his magic to trigger a reaction. As he did so, the stone began to radiate a dense amount of magical power, lighting up in the center of the tool. Its glow swirled, forming something complex. Sidrain watched the burst of light, his eyes fixed on the slab. Seeing his tool finally unveil the mystery within the stone, Sidrain could finally hold his head high with pride after being humiliated by the boy so many times. Mana from the slab danced around the room, forming runes in the air, a classic scene in any great action manhwa. Dane instantly understood what they were seeing, as he had been learning about this with Sidrain for weeks. There was a magic code hidden inside the stone, but the old bat declared that this was no ordinary code. It was astonishing. A code of never-before-seen structure and complexity floated around them. It might be as complex as a 6 or even a 7-chain code. So the magic stone had a hidden code inside, and the magic of our overpowered main character seemed to be the key to unlocking it. The stone only responded to his mana. Of course, they had managed to draw out the code, but deciphering what it was, and why it only reacted to Dane's magic, was another challenge entirely. Even Sidrain, an expert in the magical arts, was unfamiliar with this type of magic. Still, his pride as a mage drove him to decipher the code. If he could succeed, they could discover what made Dane's magic unique. While Dane and Sidrain were working hard to decipher the magic on the Sogres field, Arabela was busy researching in her personal lab at the academy. Her lab was filled with neatly organized books and artifacts from her studies. Arabela stored her brother's mana signature in a magic stone, and confirmed that there was indeed something strange about Dane's power. His magic had something unique about it, something that didn't match any known magic. She ran many tests and studied numerous papers. Still, she couldn't determine which field of magic this anomaly belonged to. She had tried everything: reagents, portals, magic engineering, and still, nothing provided an answer. But she was sure the truth was out there, hidden somewhere. Then, she suddenly remembered hearing about a long-lost field of magic, one that had vanished from the magical world. Perhaps the magic of this overpowered main character was linked to this forgotten field. Arabela began to search through her piles of books and literature, trying to remember where she had stored that old tome. It was a book that spoke of alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and a primitive form of magic code. As she searched excitedly, another dusty tome fell from the shelves. She picked it up, noticing it was a book on ancient magic. Come to think of it, she had once studied the lost magical kingdom of Arcana, a civilization said to have existed more than 2,000 years ago, and inherited ancient magic from a previous era. It was said to have practiced extinct forms of magic. Arabela laughed to herself, dismissing the idea. Ancient magic had long since disappeared. There was no way Dane's magic was linked to an ancient relic, but as this manhwa recap shows, she had nothing left to lose, so she decided to try something unusual. She placed the magic crystal containing Dane's mana on her magic typewriter and consulted the book of ancient magic. After a few moments of concentration, Arabela's eyes widened in astonishment. The crystal was reacting. Quickly, she noted down the mana's properties as her mind raced, wondering if Dane's magic could be linked to alchemy, divination, or something different. Arabela would be fine with any outcome, as long as she didn't lead her brother down the path of necromancy. When he finished analyzing the findings, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. All he could say was, "What are these findings?" At the Sogres training ground, Dane and Sidrain were still working hard, trying to provoke more reactions from the stone. After a while, Sidrain managed to break the seal on the slab. Inside, there was something else. The old man carefully reached out his hand and took out the object. It was a simple accessory, a silver bracelet that emitted a dense magical power. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary bracelet that you might find in a market. Sidrain initially thought there might be something special about the bracelet's material, but it seemed mundane, given that the stone only responded to Dane's mana. Sidrain suspected the same would happen with the bracelet, so Dane put it on his wrist. At first it hung loosely, seemingly too big for him, but then came the reaction. The bracelet lit up, resonating with the magic in Dane's body. As expected, it only responded to him. Dane saw strange characters emerge from the bracelet, glowing softly. Sidrain leaned in for a closer look, while Dane anxiously asked if the old mage could decipher the symbols. To Dane's surprise, Sidrain's face lit up with a wide smile. They were ancient runes, characters that no one in the current world could understand. By ancient, Sidrain meant the language of the lost kingdom of Arcana. Dane only knew a little about Arcana from what Arabela had told him when they were children. She described it as an era when magic dominated every aspect of life, but then, suddenly and mysteriously, the age of magical prosperity ended, leaving behind only a few relics and legends. And now this strange line of magical code sealed within a stone had been added to the ancient puzzle. Sidrain knew that Dane's magic was special, but he never imagined it would be linked to the ancient kingdom of Arcana. This revelation heightened Sidrain's desire to have Dane as his apprentice. After all, it was said that the Forest of the Last Days, which had even bested Sidrain, was filled with remnants of Arcana's disruptive magic. Dane's connection to this ancient power now made sense. Unfortunately, they only had those few lines of indecipherable runes. Sidrain urged Dane to take his time and explore this mystery, but warned him to keep it a secret for now. Suddenly, their quiet study was interrupted. A terrifying sound echoed through the area, causing both of them to open their eyes in alarm. Something terrifying was approaching. The familiar sound of the alarm startles them, and the old man quickly realizes it's the monster attack alarm. That's enough to get him fired up, as his body is almost healed, and he's eager to flex his old muscles and get his blood pumping. It's a good chance to repay the favor to the ogres for their hospitality. The excited old man tells Dane not to just stand there but to grab a spear or something. Dane just stands there expressionlessly, reaches into his coat, and pulls out a pendant. Sidrain raises an eyebrow, asking what he's holding and why the monster alarm sound is coming from it. Dane tells the excited old man that the sound has nothing to do with monsters. It's actually a signal that his older sister wants to contact him. The old man's excitement deflates like a balloon upon this realization, and he grumbles at Dane for not mentioning it sooner. Dane just gives an awkward laugh, reminding the old man that it goes without saying there's no reason for monsters to be in this area anyway. With that cleared up, Dane answers his sister's call while the old man stands by with a look of disappointment. Once connected, his sister asks why he took so long to answer. He simply apologizes and asks her the reason for her call. She starts to reveal some juicy details about his magic code, but quickly stops herself and asks if anyone is with him. The mere mention of the magic code was enough for Dane to realize that she had truly discovered his magic was ancient magic. The old man, overhearing this conversation, lets out a cry of disbelief, demanding to know how on earth she figured that out. As they continue to talk, he also tells his side of the story. When he and Sidrain were analyzing some stones, they realized that his magic was from the ancient magic kingdom. They figure this out because that stone only reacts to his magic, which was a total shock. The old man, on the other hand, grits his teeth in frustration. The fact that she figured this out just by analyzing his magic is unbelievable. He knew she was a genius, but her talent is far greater than he ever imagined. Arabela then asks her brother if anyone else knows about his secret. Dane quickly replies that no one does. She breathes a sigh of relief and tells Dane and Sidrain to keep it a secret, because if his secret gets out, he won't be able to handle the fallout. She then apologizes to Sidrain for not introducing herself properly before diving into the conversation. The old man just laughs, saying he already knows a lot about her thanks to Dane. As for keeping Dane's magic a secret, he assures them that no one will find out. If it ever leaks, it's not just Dane who would be in trouble, but the entire Sogres household would face dire consequences. Arabela commends the old man for grasping the gravity of the situation so quickly, which is to be expected from W sign, of course. The old man then asks if their exchange is being recorded, to which she says no, stating that the recording will be deleted immediately after their conversation ends. Well, that's good news. At least they don't have to worry about anything getting leaked. The old man then reveals that he also plans to return to the magic tower to investigate this matter further. Arabela thanks him for the gesture, but he brushes it off, insisting that as a mage, he's simply doing his duty, so there's no need for her to feel indebted to him. Speaking of the magic tower, the old man mentions he heard she was looking for a tower to join, and asks if she has decided on one yet. Arabela senses that he's hinting she should join his tower, so she tries to dodge the question by saying she's not considering the Nixon magic tower because it doesn't focus on her area of interest. Of course, this just annoys the old man all over again. He was wondering where Dane got his cunning from, and it seems he inherited it from his sister. He doesn't voice his frustration though. Instead, he just laughs and says she doesn't have to join his magic tower. While Dane feels a bit worried watching the old man, especially since his sister was so direct, she decides to end the conversation, saying they can discuss the details later. After exchanging greetings, she cuts the connection. Sidrain comments that his sister has become quite impressive, and Day agrees, pointing out that the artifact in front of them is also impressive. She adds that this compact crystal ball is popular among young mages. The old man smiles and admits that it is quite impressive, but we can also see the frustration on his face, as he says he doesn't need such an item. He says that upon reaching the 8th chain, wasting time chatting is unbecoming of mages. Dane understands why the old man says that. The fact that this old grump doesn't want a trendy item like that only suggests that he has no friends. Later, Dane tells his parents all about the ancient magic, and his mother seems worried upon hearing this, but his father reassures them, promising swift revenge against anyone who dares to target Dane. His mother agrees, saying she won't hold back when it comes to her son's safety. Once again, Dane feels a bit uncomfortable with their intense protective instincts, but he has to admit there's nothing safer than being looked after by them, especially for an overpowered main character who attracts a lot of trouble. Sogres then asks that if what Dane said is true, does that mean their bloodline possesses latent ancient magic? His wife acknowledges this and also wants to know if any of their ancestors had it. She chooses to investigate her side of the family first. The matter is intriguing, and Dane can't help but wonder what would be discovered if both sides of his family investigated. A classic mystery plot in these reincarnation stories. Although it's not of vital importance to him, it makes him curious. His mother reminds him that he has already surpassed his limits in many ways. If he stays here, it could stunt the growth of this overpowered main character, so he should think about heading to the capital. The mention of the capital startles him, and his parents further remind him that he needs to be at least 14 years old to enter the academy. Now that he is that age, he shouldn't waste any more time. Sogres makes it clear that he wanted to keep Dane for another year or two before sending him off, but it seems there's nothing left for him to learn here, a common trope in an action manhwa. His mother places her hand on his reassuringly and tells him he can leave whenever he wants, emphasizing that the decision is completely his. Dane is surprised to see this, because he didn't expect them to have already accepted the fact that he needs to leave this place. His father is sure that his son will make him proud and encourages him to go and enjoy his talents to the fullest. Dane smiles at this, saying that he understands what they are both saying and promises to prepare to enter the academy. The family of 3 smiles once the decision is made, and by then, Dane is also excited to finally move on to the next level in his life. Later, Dane informs Sidrain about his decision to leave the mansion. The old man asks if it is really his decision to leave, and Dane confirms it, although he admits it's a bit earlier than he had initially planned. The old man also expresses his support for Dane's decision, saying that having his talent restricted here would be a waste of potential. He also gives Dane a piece of advice not to reveal too much about his talents to other people all at once. Although the academy welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way, and there are people who might get jealous. Dane is already aware of this, however, because Arabela had warned him about it and mentioned some scandalous situations she had encountered herself. The old man, furthermore, states that it's difficult for mediocre people to thrive in the academy, given the environment, but he assures Dane that House Termion is not one of them. Speaking of House Termion, Dane remembers Leila and his promise to visit her when he arrives in the capital. He knows that if he doesn't, she will be very disappointed. He also remembers the emblem Duke Termion gave him, so he plans to think about what kind of weapon he wants before heading there. The old man then reminds him that there are 3 months until he enters the academy, so he should plan to leave here in 2 months. Dane acknowledges this and returns the question, asking the old man about his plans. Sidrain replies that he will return to the magic tower because he has something to attend to. He thanks Dane for helping him overcome his boredom, and as a gesture of goodwill, he wishes to return the favor by informing Dane about any clues related to this ancient magic. Dane, he is quite grateful to hear this. The elder points out that now that Dane has little time here, the lessons should be his main concern. If Drin wants to speed up the process to finish the lessons early, he warns Dee that the 3rd chain is considerably more difficult than the 2nd chain. Dine promises to study hard to reach that level. Then he mentions that he has a gift for the elder. Drin perks up, curious to know what it will be. Dine quickly pulls out a box and tells the elder that he received this yesterday from his sister using teleportation magic. He explains that it is a very popular item among young people right now, and that this particular model is a new compact crystal ball that has not yet been released. He adds that Arabela created this new product and that she pulled some strings to get it as a favor. The elder quickly takes the stone and seems very excited to have it. He praises how pretty the stone looks. Although he claims he doesn't need something like this, he still says he will gratefully accept the gift that Dane has prepared. No matter how much the elder denies it, the expression on his face makes it clear that he is totally thrilled to have this product for himself. Dane then spends his time explaining to the elder how to use the crystal, just like any teenager would teach their grandmother. As night falls and he returns to his room, he reflects on everything he has to do in the 2 months he has left. He reveals to us that his main interest lies in summoning, so he decides to set himself the goal of attending summoning classes, obtaining a summoning sign, and having the opportunity to take the qualification exam. Since Claire is a teaching assistant, he hopes to see her often in class. Speaking of summons, he remembers that he almost forgot to imbue magic into his familiar, so he quickly takes the egg and transfers a bit of his magic. You see, for 7 years Dane has imbued magic into the egg every morning and night, but there is still no response. However, as the magic does not go elsewhere and is absorbed by the familiar, is sure that the egg will hatch someday. The scene shifts to the academy, where students are chatting about the entrance exams, which include 2 tests. One is the common exam and the other is the specialization exam. The common exam is a general test, focusing on culture, the Empire's history, and more, but an overpowered main character like Dane shouldn't have any problems. Arabela informs her brother about the details through the crystal, assuring him that doing well is important, as it will reflect on his admission score. Next, in this Manhwa recap, comes the specialization exam. As the name suggests, you have to choose a specialty and take a test. The content varies depending on the professor, but Arabela is confident that this part will also be easy for him. Dane recalls that Arabela passed that exam without any issues, and she smiles, saying yes, it was very easy. She then tells him that once he chooses a specialization, he won't be able to change it, so he must choose carefully from the start. She says she would be grateful if he chose magic. As Dane swings his sword in the training field, he smiles awkwardly, seeing that she hasn't given up on persuading him to join the magic program. To get her off his back, he says he'll think about it. He then asks if there's really no other way to change his specialization after enrolling, a key question for his reincarnation. As she mentioned, Arabela explains that's generally how it works. The only option is to graduate and return, although you can take classes from other specializations, but by the 3rd year, they generally don't allow students from other majors to take advanced classes in a different one. In short, there's only one chance to choose a specialization, a critical step in his quest for revenge. She tells him that for someone as talented as him, there is an autonomous specialization system. Dane is fascinated upon hearing this, and asks how it differs from the regular specializations. His sister tells him that, unless he intends to fail, she would recommend not applying for it, since no one has ever managed to pass that exam. But it seems Dane has already set his sights on it. A perfect challenge for an action manhwa, and the way he pauses for a moment tells his sister that he's actually considering something daring, but he quickly assures her that he won't do anything reckless, and with that, decides to contact her later. After the call, as we continue this manhwa review, Arabela wonders if she's being too pushy about wanting him to join the magic program. Still, he believes it's the best option. Just then, a student approaches him to say that the professor is looking for him. Later, we see that Sidrain has prepared a letter of recommendation for Dane, just as he promised, and Dane is genuinely happy to see that he actually wrote it for him. The old man proudly tells Dane that he took extra care in drafting the recommendation letter. He didn't just write the usual generic lines. Instead, he made sure it was impressive, and that the words truly reflected Dane's strengths and potential. For Sidrain, it was a genuine effort to support Dane, something he doesn't always do, so he advises Dane to feel somewhat honored. Dane quickly smiles, and promises that he will live up to his expectations, but the old man grumbles, a little annoyed, saying it would have been much better if Dane had agreed to become his disciple. He says their current relationship is that of a disciple and a master, but he's not sure if Dane sees him as a true master. Well, it seems the old man might be right, because Dane's awkward smile indicates he doesn't really want to see him that way. The old man asks if Dane has finished his preparations, and Dane confirms that he doesn't need to bring much. He mentions that the academy dorms have everything he needs. Sidran agrees that the facilities there are excellent. However, he adds that only a select few have a monopoly on them. And with that said, there's no way Dane should lose to those arrogant nobles. Dane laughs awkwardly because, from what he's heard, the academy is now a gathering place for noble bullies. Sidrain warns him to be careful. One thing about that place is that many guys will show their fangs if they think he's looking down on them. Dane reflects on this and realizes it's like the law of the battlefield, something he's quite familiar with. He assures the old man that he will keep it in mind. Sidrain then gives him permission to contact him whenever he needs anything. Now that he has that compact crystal, he'd better make good use of it. Hearing this, Dane realizes that Sidrain must be leaving soon, to which the old man nods quickly, quite surprised that Dane guessed correctly. He tells Dane that it would be a problem to stay here, since his father offered him a position as a mage advisor, but that's something to consider later when he has nothing else to do. Drain is sure that Dane will understand his situation, especially since there's a lot to do at the magic tower. Dane quickly realizes he must be talking about researching ancient magic. The old man then thanks Dane, who returns the gesture, thanking the old man for all the time he has invested in a boy like him. They both share a smile, hoping to see each other again, and the old man can't wait to see how much this overpowered main character will grow in the future. With that, the old man walks away, telling Dane not to come out to see him off, as it would be awkward. Dane wishes him a safe journey, but can't help feeling a little sad. Deep down, he has grown very fond of this old man. The next day, Dane's father asks if he is leaving now, and if Drain has departed for sure. Dane confirms that he has finished all his preparations. His father then tells his wife that with their son leaving, the castle will feel empty, but she reassures him, telling him not to be so sad. On the contrary, she feels relieved that Dane is finally leaving. Her main concern is that he won't face any difficulties on his journey to the academy. Her husband assures her that, since Dane will use the teleportation gate that Arabela arranged, there shouldn't be any problem. The loving mother smiles, admitting that she was just worrying over nothing in the end. In any case, she feels proud of having raised her children well, especially compared to other houses where the children are busy fighting over the succession. This is a common trope in many action manhwa stories. The father mentions that the time will also come for House Sogres, and they will have to decide, but he thinks that regardless of which brother steps up, either would be fit for the succession. At that moment, Dane enters the room, and his parents greet him warmly. His father asks if he is ready to leave, while his mother asks if he has Nighorn and the mark she gave him. Dane gives them a radiant smile, confirming that he has them both. His mother then reminds him to take the mark to the place she told him about and to show it whenever he thinks he needs help getting out of trouble. Dane nods, saying he will remember. Although he's curious about these people, wondering if they are old colleagues or friends of his mother, she replies that yes, they are some of her closest colleagues. She says it's been a long time since she last saw them, but she's sure they would be willing to help. As soon as Count Sogres overhears the conversation between mother and son, his face tenses up, looking like he's suffering from a bad case of constipation. He's worried that if he follows his mother's advice, he might end up crossing paths with a skilled assassin. So he quickly steps in, telling his son to find Duke Termion as soon as he arrives in the capital. The Duke will assist him until he enters the academy. Hearing this, Dane's mother begins to cry, saddened to see how her son has grown up and is now leaving. Her husband reminds her there's no need to cry and suggests they send him off with smiles and good wishes. Meanwhile, Dane musters his courage. Although he had planned to leave, he always felt a bit reluctant. But now, it's time to go. Herman accompanies him to the teleportation gate while his father watches from a window. We see a suspicious figure working for Count Sogres. The Count tells Gilad to follow Dane very carefully and ensure his safe arrival at the teleportation gate. Gilad acknowledges the order and sets off. Meanwhile, in another room of the castle, Dane's loving mother has also summoned her familiar, known as Shadow. As expected, she gives him the same order that Sogres gave to his man, to ensure Dane teleports safely. Shadow receives the order and immediately sets off. When Dane arrives at the portal, Herman is surprised to see the enormous machine for the first time. It's gigantic. Dane also acknowledges how magnificent it is. The butler comments that Lady Arabela seems like an incredible person, to which Dane agrees, saying he can understand why it took her a full year to build this. Enthusiastically, the butler asks if stepping on the platform will activate the teleportation. Dane confirms that it will. He marvels at the effort she must have put into it, because teleportation magic isn't like other types of magic. It requires a precise arrangement of codes, and magic must be imbued constantly while the code is being rearranged before activation is possible. The gate that Arabela installed is an ideal device where all the conditions for teleportation are met. Herman wishes him luck and tells him to take care. Dane returns the gesture and starts walking towards the portal. As soon as he enters, he decides to infuse magic into the gate to activate it, just as his sister suggested. Once he does this, the gate opens and a blue arcane energy envelops him. As the teleportation takes place, the scene transforms into a bustling street, where everyone is busy with their lives. In the middle of it all, we see our boy on horseback. A big smile appears on his face as he notices that this is the entrance to the capital city, Artania. As he makes his way through the crowd, an unknown voice calls out to him, saying that he has been waiting for him. The man in front of him appears to be a knight, and quickly introduces himself as Luis Kazmar, captain of the Pinner Knight Corps of House Termion. Seeing the captain of the knights come out to greet him is a bit overwhelming for Dane. He never thought this would happen. The knight says that he and his entourage will escort Dane from here. At that moment, he turns his head and orders his knights to secure the route, and the soldiers acknowledge the orders without hesitation. As they move forward, Dane feels happy to be under the care of Luis Kazmar, and the knight feels honored to escort him. Dane starts to feel a strange sensation in his chest. He never thought he would enter the heart of the very Alteon Empire that he had hated so much. And here he is, as the most promising person. As they venture deeper into the town, Dane hears street vendors offering their goods, and is surprised to see that this place has everything. He hadn't expected the capital to be so lively. The knight then reveals that they are finally walking on the property of House Termion. This excites Dane, and as he looks ahead, he is absolutely astonished by the magnificence of the place. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong, as if someone is watching him, making him wonder if he's imagining things. As Dane approaches the entrance, the house servants warmly welcome him, leaving him astonished. They are lined up impeccably. Their etiquette and adherence to their roles are perfect and natural, a stark contrast to what he's used to in the south. When Dane finally stands before Duke Termion, He quickly greets him and bows to the ground as a sign of respect. Termion accepts the greeting with warmth and invites him inside, eager to hear all the details of his grueling journey. Once inside, Termion comments on how much Dane has changed since he last saw him 7 years ago. He's sure that even children, 1 or 2 years older than Dane, wouldn't compare to his charisma and aura, and he's convinced that Count Sogres must be a proud father. Furthermore, he states that although this place doesn't compare to Count Sogres' castles, he tells Dane to enjoy his stay until the academy entrance exam. He also promises to assign a servant to Dane who would fulfill his every wish. Dane expresses his thanks and quickly asks about Leila, wondering what she's been up to and how she is. Termion says that she is fine, but asks if Dane has had any problems with her lately. Dane asks what he means, and Termion explains that lately, whenever Dane is mentioned, Leila seems a bit upset. Dane quickly states that he doesn't recall having any disagreements with Leila. Termion takes this into account and assumes it might be due to the pressure she feels from the entrance exam, but he is sure that someone like Leila will pass it easily. Meanwhile, Dane wonders what could have caused her to act strangely and thinks that maybe it's just a phase of puberty. Termion decides to give Dane time to rest, suggesting they can catch up later, but hints that Dane should be nice. Dane, of course, doesn't understand what that's supposed to mean, but Termion quickly assures him he'll find out soon enough. The servant leads Dane to his room. Dane looks around the place and thinks about his week there until the entrance exam. He notices the room is quite luxurious for just a guest room. He throws his bag on the floor and decides to unpack before looking for the training grounds. Just then, Our Lady enters without an invitation and decides to take him to the training grounds. As soon as this voice reaches Dane's ears, it doesn't take long for Dane to recognize who is behind him, and as soon as he turns around, he sees Leila. It seems she's grown a lot since he last saw her, and her growth in some areas is definitely noticeable. She seems annoyed and asks why he took so long, clearly frustrated by the wait. Dane can't help but burst with happiness at seeing her and asks how she's been. Leila replies that she's been doing great, but before he can catch up, he has to deal with her fury. She's absolutely furious that he didn't write her any letters for a long time. Even though he promised that he would, she asks why he didn't bother to write her a letter in years, or at least let her know when he would arrive. Dane, somewhat clueless, admits that he forgot to let her know and apologizes. Of course, Leila is not happy with his half-hearted apology. He tries to remind her that at least he really did arrive as promised, explaining that he was very busy preparing to come to the capital and somehow forgot about everything else. He begs her to let it slide just this once. Unsurprisingly, she pouts like a stubborn wife, and Dane can clearly see the annoyance etched on her face. He asks if there's anything he can do to make it up to her, apologizing again and promising to do whatever she asks. Leila raises an eyebrow, asking if he's serious. Dane just smiles awkwardly and decides to accept whatever she says to calm her anger. He finally asks what he can do to make it up to her. She thinks for a moment and proposes a spar. Dane is taken aback by the unexpected request. It wasn't what he was anticipating, but he decides to play along. Meanwhile, Leila laughs, clearly proud of herself. She asks if he's sure he won't regret it because she's stronger now and not that whiny little girl who was learning to release mana from him. Dane is surprised by her newfound confidence. It really makes him think that she has grown a lot in the last 7 years to feel so confident. Speaking of improvements, he remembers that she mentioned winning a competition in a letter. Leila is surprised that he remembers and explains that she won the cup organized by the royal family. As far as she remembers, it was a tournament for those under 15. She confirms it, saying that the competition was intense and that if he had participated, she is sure they would have made it to the finals together. He calms her down by saying they can make up for it now. She asks him if he is sure he wants to practice, since the entrance exam is near, and if he gets hurt, it could be a problem for him. Dane shrugs, saying she shouldn't worry about that, but still wonders why they would get hurt in the first place. With that resolved, she decides to have the practice fight tomorrow, as today is too late. When the next day arrives, we find them outside, ready for the fight. She asks if he has a weapon to practice with, because she doesn't want to hear that he is still using a dull weapon. He reminds her that it will only be a light spar, so it's normal to use practice weapons. After all, no matter how much he is trained as a warrior, he can't handle every situation. He asks her what she would do if she ended up getting hurt during the fight. She confidently assures him not to worry, as they have the best healer in the Empire at home. But Dane raises a valid point, asking, what would happen if something serious occurred before the healer could act? Leila hesitates for a moment, searching for an answer. He tells her that if she wants to use a blade, she must be mentally prepared. She wonders why he complicates things so much if it will just be a small skirmish. Finally, she concedes and agrees to use practice weapons. She asks a servant to bring practice weapons. While they look for them, Dane observes her and feels truly happy to see her, confident that she is. As the rumors say, she will soon reach the status of her 2 older brothers, who are active knights. There is even a good chance that the Termion house will soon have its first woman as head of the family. Dane wonders if teaching her to release mana was a significant turning point in her growth. It seems that this is true. Peering into Leila's thoughts, we discover that she feels grateful to him. Thanks to his guidance, she learned the fundamentals of handling magic much faster than others her age, and has now even formed 2 mana cores. She has waited so long for this day, and if she were to win, she wonders if Dane would feel discouraged by it. The servant brings the requested equipment. Dane takes the practice spear and swings it for a while to activate circulation in his muscles. After that, he adopts his stance and asks her if she is ready. Leila confirms that she is, and takes her stance with a practice sword in hand, reflecting on how she was able to fight against a spearman in the Dunter Cup, and it wasn't that difficult to face. Since the spear is a long-range weapon, its effectiveness quickly decreases as the distance closes. With that in mind, she recklessly lunges at Dane to attack him. Before Leila can touch him with her sword, Dane disappears, leaving her perplexed. Before she can figure out where he went, she notices that Dane has already marked her with his spear, ending the practice fight before it even began. She quickly turns and asks, "Since when did you arrive?" Dane reminds her that she should feel lucky to be using practice weapons. If they were real weapons, she could have been in serious trouble. Leila refuses to believe she lost. She is sure that her sword had already touched him. Dane gives her another chance, but warns her that the same method won't work again, so she must move carefully. Leila tries to strengthen herself, admitting that she lost only because she was nervous, since she hadn't seen him in a long time. This time she promises not to make it easy for him. It's then that Leila sees her father on the balcony watching. Dane also notices the Duke, and is surprised to see that he came just to see his daughter's potential. He understands well the intentions of this caring father. After winning the cup, Danter must be concerned about his daughter who has worked so hard. Dane is confident that this fight will ease the Duke's worries by showing her true potential. Leila feels more motivated by her father's presence and is eager to prove herself by giving it her all in this final practice fight. Dane nods and tells her to show everything she has. As the battle begins, the exchange of blows between them reaches an incredible speed. This time, Leila is giving it her all, but despite all her efforts, he points out that she still has a bit more to go, encouraging her to push harder. The Duke can't help but laugh, feeling proud of his daughter. He is happy to see that in this fight they seem to be evenly matched so far, but he is curious to know how it will all end. But suddenly something changes. A strange and ominous feeling fills the air, and he notices that the confident smile that Din had just moments ago has vanished, replaced by a serious expression that makes him look like a warrior, ready for battle. It seems that the Duke suffers from post-traumatic stress, as everything about our boy feels familiar to him. As the duel continues, Leila is doing her best to defeat Dan, but she is clearly no match for him. Her next clumsy move leaves her exposed, and Dane quickly trips her, ensuring that the fall isn't hard. Duke Termion doesn't seem pleased to see his daughter on a losing streak. He asks his knight Asmar if he thinks Leila's arrogance will be tempered after this, but Asmar believes that Termion already knows what is happening, so he sees no need to comment. Termion feels he understands better than anyone, as he noticed the signs before the Danter Cup. However, after his victory, he changed completely. Meanwhile, the fight continues, and the Duke mentions that he thought about having a serious talk with her, but decided it would be better for her to resolve it on her own. Asmar also agrees with this idea. Termion then asks his knight how many manticores he thinks D could have. Given Dan's talent, the knight estimates at least 3, but Termion disagrees, thinking that they are probably 2 with a small chance of being 3. Asmar asks why the Duke says that. Termion responds to his knight to look closely. What overwhelms Leila is not D's spear skills or his great speed. It's his tactics, something Leila has never experienced. Then we focus on Leila, who is bewildered by how Dane counters every move she tries. To clarify, Din points out that his slow movements make it easier to predict her actions. All his attacks are too predictable, giving him the advantage. Meanwhile, Termion asks Asmar if he doesn't see the spirit of an expert swordsman in Dane. The knight immediately agrees, but admits he is intrigued by how Dan, being so young, could have so much experience. Termion admits he is lost. He then thinks about how Leila's greatest growth was 7 years ago after returning from the Southern Inspection Tour. Meeting Day back then had a profound impact on her, and he is sure this time will be no different. Asmar acknowledges this and admits that he is also surprised by this boy. The young woman may be the winner of the Dunter Cup, but she is far outmatched by Dane. It certainly seems that Count Sogres must have trained him rigorously. However, Duke Diamond Termion does not see it that way. On the contrary, he believes Sogres is not one to train someone hard. Moreover, Dane does not seem to need such training to begin with. Asmar is not completely sure where the Duke is going with this, so Termion makes it clear. He states that this boy is not an ordinary person. He is someone with overwhelming talent, a true genius. Furthermore, he speculates that Dane probably did not participate in the Dunter Cup simply because he was not interested. Although Asmar outwardly agrees with his superior's assessment, internally, he finds the idea ridiculous. The Danter Cup is something that all the young people in the Empire want to win. Why wouldn't Dane be interested? Termion reminds his knight that no one of Dane's age has skills even close to his level. Just as the Duke says this, his daughter kneels down from exhaustion. Seeing her, Termion thinks that these battles might be just what she needs to humble her character a bit. He hopes Leila notices her shortcomings in this combat session. If she lets go of her arrogance and focuses on improving her sword skills, she will be able to surpass her brothers. Now let's see Leila's perspective. Facing humiliating defeats one after another, she finally begins to notice that Dane is not just a tough rival, but is on another level. She always knew her talents were different, but discovering just how vast the gap between them truly is comes as a huge shock to her. Seeing how exhausted she is, Dane decides to call it a day. It seems Dane was simply doing what Duke Termion had anticipated, reminding Leila that she's not the best. As they walk together, she's visibly upset and demands to know how he trained to become so skilled. Dane casually replies that he just practiced a lot. What a savage. His nonchalant answer baffles Leila, who can't help but feel frustrated. She believes he's trying to downplay the effort she's put into her training, as if implying she hasn't worked as hard as him. Dane, our overpowered main character, responds relentlessly, telling Leila she just needs to try harder. With that, he decides to leave. But Leila is not one to give up. She makes it clear that she won't lose next time. Dane, already looking forward to their next encounter, doesn't say much and leaves her to reflect on their dynamic. For Leila, Dane is the only person her age whom she truly admires. But at the same time, he's also someone she desperately wants to surpass. A classic theme in any action manhwa. She wants to prove she's not just a child waiting to be taught. However, no matter how hard she tries, he always seems to be just beyond her reach. Still, she tells herself to wait and see. Next time, she's going to win. A few days pass, and in this manhwa recap, we learn that the entrance exam for the Imperial Academy is more than just a test. It's a full-blown festival. Talented individuals from every corner of the Empire arrive in the capital, bringing their families and attendants. This results in thousands of people flooding the capital all at once. This year, about 6,000 applicants signed up for the exam. There were no prerequisites, just paying the exam fee, which made it accessible to everyone. However, the competition was intense. Almost 2/3 of the applicants didn't pass the first test. Now, with the pre-selection, over 2,000 applicants remain, preparing for the next challenge in the form of the specialization exam. At the academy, the big shots gather to discuss the influx of applicants. This year, more than 2,000 students passed the first test, so things are about to get busy. Someone asks, "How many will pass this time?" A lady confidently replies, 200 at most. In this part of our manhwa review, everyone speculates on what kind of students will make it. The man leading the conversation is Professor Denabo, Dean of the Magic Department. The lady speaking is Ingrid, Dean of the Spear Department. Denabo asks when the exam scores will be released, and admitting he's curious to know who took first place, someone casually mentions that the best in swordsmanship will probably be the young lady from House Termion. After all, she is the winner of the Danter Cup, and no one questions the excellent way Duke Termion has raised his children. The conversation continues with Delphin, the Dean of the Summoning Department, a sharp woman with glasses, and the professor sitting next to her is Esther Knight, the Dean of the Swordsmanship Department. While everyone speculates on who the top student will be, Denabo remains silent. He then interrupts their wild speculation, capturing everyone's attention. He pulls out a letter that catches everyone's eye. When they ask what it is, Denabo explains that it's a recommendation letter from Sidrain and that it even bears the mana-imbued seal of the Nixon Magic Tower. Everyone is left speechless. After so many years, Sidrain has finally recommended someone he considers worthy. The room fills with disbelief. Still, some insist that this person can't possibly surpass the winner of the Danter Cup. Denabo, however, isn't finished. He reminds everyone that Sidrain, known for never taking on disciples, has sent a letter of recommendation. Furthermore, the boy in question is only 14 years old and is already a 3-chain mage. At this point, everyone wants to know who this prodigy is, a classic setup for an overpowered main character. Denabo lets the anticipation build before finally revealing the name, D. So of House Sogres. The room is left in a stunned silence. What makes this revelation even more astonishing is that there are already 2 geniuses from House Sogres at the Academy, and now there will be a third. They are sure that this is definitely going to grab everyone's attention in this action manhwa. Esther Knight recalls that House Sogres is famous for its expertise with the spear, but a recommendation letter from a mage doesn't make much sense. It seems House Sogres is about to become famous for its magic. A fantastic twist for this manhwa recap. Lady Ingrid thinks the same. She thought he would choose the spear, so this is unexpected. Debo, on the other hand, is excited to see him in the magic department. With his sister Arabela already there, he'll be a great addition to further improve the department. After all, the Imperial Academy is famous for its magic. Suddenly, a lady enters the meeting to announce that the test results have arrived. A system window appears displaying the results. It reveals that the swordsmanship department admitted 1,367 students. The magic department has 227, and the summoning department only 152. The numbers for the swordsmanship department are staggering, especially compared to the others, leaving everyone impressed. Esther Knight feels smug, pleased with so many candidates joining his department. He's certain that our boy is among them. Each professor quickly checks the results, eager to see which department Dane is in. To everyone's disappointment, his name isn't in any department. An old man in the room asks the reporter if there are any unlisted applicants. The reporter quickly replies that there is one application for the autonomous specialty. The mention of the autonomous specialty leaves everyone looking like they've swallowed a rock. Then the reporter drops another bombshell. It turns out that Dan Sogres scored the highest on the first test among 6,000 applicants. Once again, this news leaves everyone astonished, and one of them shouts in disbelief at the top of his lungs. Later, we catch up with Dane. A month has already passed since he arrived at the academy. Time has flown by, and it feels like his training session with Leila was just yesterday. However, here they are, having already taken the first exam and now waiting for the results. Luckily, the exam wasn't complicated. Leila quickly approaches him, eager to share what she knows about the results. She can't wait to find out how he did. We already know he took first place, which is no surprise for an overpowered main character, but it's a huge defeat for Leila. Dane's rival can't hide her frustration at being outdone again. Dane, on the other hand, feels very satisfied seeing her defeated face again. After all, he's determined to humiliate this feisty cat who thinks she's entitled to be the best. Leila, still furious, demands to know how he managed to study as well. Dane responds that he focused on past exam questions his sister had sent him. He adds that even with that, it was a challenge, especially the military science section. Still, Diane had an edge, especially since military science is something he personally experienced on the battlefield in his past life, a classic advantage for an overpowered main character in a ReincarnationManhwa. However, Leila can't understand why 14-year-old boys are tested on war strategy and military policy. Dane only rubs salt in the wound by saying he found it fun. This enrages Leila, making her even more dramatic. She glares daggers at him, asking if he hit his head. To her, military science, the arts, music, and even the history of the Dranic Empire are things a 14-year-old boy shouldn't know. But Dane, with his usual savage style, replies. He reminds her that this is his specialty. After all, he's learned a lot from living on the battlefield. Then Leila asks Dane what he chose for the second test. To her surprise, he says he chose option 3. The mention of option 3 catches her completely off guard, because apparently, it means he applied for the autonomous major. With every revelation about Dane, her agitation grows. She demands to know what other talents he's hiding, besides his mastery of the spear and summoning magic. Dane simply smiles and dodges her question, but promises he'll tell her soon. Frustrated, she insists he tell her right now, asking why on earth he chose the autonomous major. No matter how much she looks at it, she can't understand his decision. Dane replies calmly, saying it's because he wants to study them all. Leila immediately reminds him that the passing rate for the autonomous major is abysmal. Dane, completely unfazed, reveals that he heard students in the autonomous major can pick any class they want until graduation. They don't need to declare a specialization and can conduct research with professors from every department. Leila narrows her eyes and asks if he really believes that people fail just because they don't know those benefits. Then he speculates if he does it to avoid being in the same department as her. Dane denies having such intentions, which only makes her lash out again. She demands to know how he plans to pass and insists on finding out what other skills he has besides spearmanship and summoning magic. Seeing how persistent she is, Dane briefly considers revealing more. Honestly, I find her annoying. I hope she talks less. The scene shifts to the academy where the professors are discussing Dane, the *** overpowered main character, *** of this *** Manhwa recap ***. They all had to gather because to pass the autonomous specialization exam, the student must succeed in the exams of 3 different departments. They are baffled because Dane actually plans to take on the autonomous specialization, javelin throwing, magic, and summoning. The core principles for each field of study are almost complete opposites, making it nearly impossible to pass all 3. It's the perfect challenge for an MC in an *** action Manhwa ***. Professor Delfineso mentions that although some have passed 2 exams for the autonomous specialization, most don't even pass one. Denabo agrees, saying it's better to focus on the spear if you're a spearman, or on magic if you're a mage. Applying for just one specialization is the safest and smartest choice. It's been 200 years since the autonomous specialization was created, and almost no one has passed all its tests. This **Manhwa review will cover how our hero tackles this impossible task. Back then, when the specialization was first established, the requirements weren't as strict. Centuries ago, during the times of conquest, the academy needed all the talent it could get if someone showed potential. Regardless of the field, they were trained and put to use, but that's no longer the case. The requirements have become increasingly demanding over time. Now, applicants prefer to excel in one skill, rather than be mediocre in several. A professor wonders why this specialization even exists, especially since it's a department that almost no one applies to or passes. Denables reminds them that it's a symbol, a mark of prestige reserved only for the greatest talents, a goal fitting for a character with a reincarnation, backstory, or a deep-seated need for revenge Delfinaso points out that it's not so important anymore. It has declined to the point where it practically exists in name only. Denabo adds that he checked the records and discovered that in the last 1,000 years, only 2 people have passed it. One of them retired, and the other was the former emperor. Upon hearing this, everyone is shocked. Professor Ingrid says that unless someone is a genius, even passing the autonomous specialty is impossible. Delfinizo then points out that since Dane is the youngest son of the war hero, Dan Sogres, he doesn't come from an ordinary household. She admits that she is eager to see what he can do. The professors also think that Dane might just be an arrogant young man. If they are lenient, he might somehow pass. With their roles as professors, they cannot afford to do things halfway. However, Dino is intrigued. If Dine is an arrogant and confident young man who dares to challenge a symbol of the academy, he wants to see it for himself. The moment has finally arrived, and we find ourselves at the site of the second exam. As Din stands before the professors, he introduces himself by name and declares that he has applied for the academy's autonomous career program. Debo asks him if he understands the importance of applying to the autonomous career program. Of course, Din has done his homework. He confidently states that he is fully aware of the obligation to pass the exams for the 3 careers he selected. Professor Ingrid reminds him that he can still withdraw. She respects Count Sogres greatly, the best lancer in the Empire, and does not want to see the son of someone so notable fail and return home in disgrace. Dane acknowledges her concern and thanks her. However, he firmly makes it clear that he came here determined to give his best. The professors expected nothing less. After all, if Dean were someone who would give up after hearing a few words of discouragement, he wouldn't have applied in the first place. With that in mind, Dino says that the exam will have 3 distinct tests related to the specialties that Dine chose. If he fails one, it will be an automatic failure. With the rules established, Denvo points to the head of the invocation department, Professor Finezo, to start the test. She then positions herself in front of Dane. As they face each other, Dee thinks about the reputation of Delfineso. He knows that she is the best among the summoners of the Alteon Empire, and holds the record for summoning 3 creatures of more than 2nd rank at the same time. The lady finally says that the summoning test is simple. Dane must impress her in any way possible with his skills. Upon hearing this, Dane gets excited. He hoped the test would be a free challenge without strict standards. Instead of showing her a flashy magic trick, as she might expect, he asks if he can summon something. Her response surprises her. She demands to know what he is talking about. Even the professors are baffled. It is unthinkable for an aspirant to ask a professor to perform a summoning. This also piques her curiosity about what Dane thinks and plans, since he has no mark. Dino thought Dane would talk about the theory of summoning, but now believes he might be taking the opportunity to see a real summoning. Although Delfinhaso doesn't like this brat giving him orders, he is willing to fulfill his request. However, he makes it clear that this is not something he can see often, so he better keep his eyes wide open. With that, the lady begins her summoning magic, and as the great spell forms, everything around her disperses due to the intense pressure. Even the professors are astonished to finally see the beast she summons, known as the Mad Summoner Adararch. A terrifying roar from the monster is enough to make everyone question their life choices. According to Dane, this creature is the fiercest among the 3rd-rank summons, and is known to attack anyone it sees, except for its summoner. Dine honestly did not expect to witness something like this, considering it is just the entrance exam, but now it seems things are going to get a little more interesting. Now that she has fulfilled what he asked, Delfineso tells Dane to show him his plan. The spectators of the test are also amazed because even among the 4th-rank creatures, Adararch is the fiercest. Even if several dual-class knights attacked it together, they would have trouble defeating it. Even Professor Ingrid does not understand why Delfineso summoned something so large. Meanwhile, Dane continues to advance toward the monster, causing Delfineso to panic. She quickly warns him to back off because if he gets too close, the beast will attack. But Dane ignores the warning, and after dangerously approaching the monster, he simply says that he is just trying to prove his abilities as a summoner. Delfineso acknowledges this. but she didn't say he had to throw himself into the blazing fire to prove himself. But Dane simply extends his hand, assuring her that he doesn't have to worry about that. With an authoritative gesture and a few words exchanged with the beast, this giant monster that once seemed so terrifying suddenly bows, behaving like a docile pet, and submits to Dane's command. This is a stunning moment for everyone. As Dane pets that terrifying creature as if it were a stray cat, the owner of the monster, Delphineso, reacts just like the others. You see, there's no way to tame the fierce arch so easily. It is then that she sees the thread of mana connecting to Edararch. Although the color is faint, and it is not a total subjugation, it completely erases Edararch's hostility. What they see happens right before their eyes, but they still don't fully believe it. Delphineso wonders if Dane analyzed the thread of mana instantly as he approached. Edararch then created a similar thread of mana to connect to himself. Since Dane doesn't have a mark, that would be the best method for him to use as a summoner. She realizes that this boy has incredible talent, something that even surpasses the praise he received from his own teachers long ago. With such talent, she wonders how great his future will be. Finally, she moves forward and tells Dee that this is enough to assess his abilities. She praises him for his great bravery, cool judgment, and solid fundamentals before officially approving him. This is truly astonishing for the other two professors. A rare sight they don't see often. That night, upon returning to Duke Termion's palace, Dane tells Leila about his experience. He is amazed to learn that the test ended in just 20 minutes. Although he struggles to admit it, he reluctantly acknowledges that with this achievement, he is now the top student. But Dane reminds her that she achieved first place in fencing, so she is also an outstanding student. Leila, for obvious reasons, she refuses to accept the title and can only sulk in frustration. Dane tries to cheer her up by reminding her that her father even threw a party to congratulate her on passing. But Leah can't get over the fact that the difference in talent between her and Dane is immense. To her, Dane is less of a rival and more of an unstoppable natural disaster. Eventually, she walks away without saying a word. Later, Dane runs into Duke Termion, who advises him to leave her be if she needs space. Dane thinks that just letting her stay angry isn't the best idea. However, the Duke reassures him, saying there's nothing to worry about, since Leila will get over it in time. Then, the Duke changes the subject, asking if he has told his father about his success in the exam. He's sure that Count Sogres would be very proud to hear the news. Our boy confirms, revealing that everyone back home was very happy. The Duke smiles and reminds Dane that getting into the autonomous department is no small feat. He remarks that even the Academy was surprised by Dane's achievement. With the exams now over, the Duke suggests he rest and prepare for enrollment. Dane thanks the Duke for his care and guidance. Termion brings up another matter, asking if he has thought about what he plans to forge. Our guy responds that he's considering making a sword, though he hasn't fully decided yet. When the Duke asks why he's hesitating, Dane explains that his body hasn't fully matured yet. Besides, he's not sure what kind of sword he wants. He plans to take his time and think it through carefully before placing his order, as it's an opportunity he can't afford to waste. Termion is amused to hear this. Suddenly, the butler appears and informs the Duke that the lady wishes to see him. With that, he leaves, letting Dane think about how the Duchess's illness remains the same and has been for years. Just then, Leila suddenly appears and says that luckily her mother hasn't gotten worse, but she hasn't gotten better either. It's been the same for years. Dane feels sorry for her, especially since he's never seen a family member so ill. He doesn't dare say he understands how Leila feels. 2 days later, we find ourselves back at the Academy. The host welcomes the first-year students of the Imperial Academy and introduces himself as Principal Argwald Homet. He congratulates the new students on reaching this prestigious position after overcoming fierce competition. He believes the Empire's future is very promising and that everyone here is a talent of the Empire. Among the new students this year, there seem to be many who are particularly outstanding. Moreover, there is one exceptional student among those outstanding individuals, someone who passed the autonomous major exam, and including this newly qualified student, only 2 have passed it in 100 years. This student passed the autonomous major exam with the unanimous approval of the 3 deans of magic, javelin throwing, and summoning. Everyone goes wild upon hearing that someone passed the autonomous major exam, something almost unimaginable. The director calls for the top student, Dan Sogres, to come forward. Dane walks onto the stage with confidence as the crowd goes wild, astonished that this young man passed the autonomous major exam. Everyone is talking about Dane and the Sogres family, and among them is Count Sogres, accompanied by other family members. Duke Termion, standing nearby, is impressed as he congratulates Sogres for raising such an extraordinary child. He feels disappointed, thinking he's achieved nothing after raising 2 sons. His daughter is entering the academy, but neither of his sons bothered to come. The eldest is on a mission, and the second one ran away. In contrast, Sogres has the complete opposite situation with his 2 daughters, and Termion feels a bit envious. As he watches his daughter, He feels dejected and sad. He regrets that her mother isn't here to see her special day. While Dane is in the spotlight with all eyes on him, Delphineso quickly asks Dane's sister if he has always gotten along well with his summons since he was young. His sister answers quickly and positively, as if it were obvious. Delphineso had already expected this and is now more certain that Dane possesses an innate kindness, likely from the moment he was born. Delphineso reflects on the situation, thinking that Dane is a rare case. He's better than most summoners, even though he has no visible signs of a summon. His sister wonders if Dane's great kindness would allow him to summon creatures from beyond the horizon. To understand this, some context is needed. Beyond the horizon refers to another world from which summons originate. The link to that world was lost over 100 years ago. Delphineso concludes that it's possible. He believes the summons from that world could choose their summoners, making such a feat possible. Meanwhile, the director approaches Dane and meets him face to face. He hands our boy a paper, expressing his high expectations for this student to showcase his talents at the academy. Dane takes the paper with pride and smiles. In the meantime, the students gather and line up for the oath-taking ceremony led by the first-year representative. We then see Dane lost in pleasant thoughts, savoring his first major accomplishment. He's finally gotten into the academy. It took a great deal of time and effort to get here, but he is determined not to waste this second chance at life. This is just the beginning, and he's ready to achieve even more. The next scene takes us to the academy's main auditorium. A few representatives finish their introductory speeches about the academy, and the students get a short break before the next activity. They're invited to enjoy some refreshments at the back and relax. During the break, Leila, like a worried wife, starts talking to Dane. She warns him that with his success, many people will be watching him, some with good intentions, and others without. She advises him to be careful with offers and to think them through carefully. As she keeps talking, Dane dismisses her concerns, insisting he already knows how to handle himself. But Leila doesn't let up. She brings up the clubs, reminding him of their importance. Dane makes it clear he has no interest whatsoever. The upperclassmen are already scouting for new talent to recruit into their various clubs and activities. Now that he thinks about it, Dane recalls his older sister mentioning there are a lot of fun clubs at the academy. Suddenly, an eager student shouts Dane's name, trying to recruit him. A crowd quickly gathers, and everyone swarms Dane, shouting for him to join their clubs. In minutes, the scene is chaos, but Leila takes Dane's hand and runs, pulling him as she tries to escape the madness. Unfortunately, their escape route is blocked by some fools equally eager to recruit Dane for their club. Everything turns into chaos. Students shout, promoting their clubs enthusiastically, while Leila runs as if her life depends on it, dragging Dane along. Despite her speed, the crowd is relentless and chases them. As he runs, Dane can't help but think how familiar this feels. Sure, he's used to being chased by enemy soldiers, but being pursued just for being the best student is a unique experience. The scene shifts to another part of the academy, where we see Kells Redfield. He walks calmly, busy with his own affairs. In the background, a group of senior students murmurs among themselves. Observing Kells, it's clear he has a reputation. Although what kind of reputation is yet to be discovered, it seems that Kell has returned from his position as commander of the Imperial Knights, and immediately took on the role of teacher. He is admired as one of the best and most remarkable in the academy. Although Keltus doesn't want to be an exemplary teacher, from now on his worries will grow because his comfortable life is about to end. All because there is a new student in the autonomous department after decades. Until now, Keltus had it easy. He could write articles casually and still achieve good results. But now he will have to prepare real classes. The perspective shifts to Kell, who silently thinks that it's time for the orientation for new students to end. It seems he is not excited about someone joining the autonomous department. What bothers him the most is that someone is joining precisely when he is the head of the department. He soon notices Dane standing right outside his office. He calls him, surprised by how early Dane has arrived. Our boy doesn't forget his manners, and respectfully greets his teacher. Once settled in the office, we see Keltus's inner monologue. He is clearly annoyed. He worked hard to reach this position, only to enjoy some peace and quiet. Teaching students was never part of the plan. If he had wanted to instruct, he would have stayed in the Night Order. He'd had enough of that. Now that there's no turning back, Kells turns to Dane and asks him why he chose to apply to the autonomous department, to which our boy simply replies that he doesn't want to be tied down to a particular field. Kells asks another follow-up question, if he plans on choosing a specific field later on. Dane replies that he does, stating that he will eventually choose something. For now, he doesn't want to pass up the opportunity to study in the autonomous department. Kells seems a bit annoyed, since if this continues, it looks like he'll be stuck teaching Dane. Then, a spark of hope emerges when he remembers that Dane didn't take the swordsmanship exam. Skipping it must mean he isn't confident in that area. Kells sees his chance and asks our overpowered main character if he knows anything about swordsmanship. Of course, this catches Dane by surprise. The question is completely unexpected. and he's a bit bewildered. Kells quickly clarifies that he's not trying to insult him, but as a student of the autonomous department, and with him as the professor, he believes Dane should know something about swordsmanship. It's a strange request, and Dane notices that his professor isn't exactly happy to see him here, so Dane keeps it simple and direct, telling him that he's not interested in swordsmanship. This is the moment Kells has been waiting for. He seizes the opportunity and tells Dane that he wants to test his skills. Kells has the authority to evaluate Dane, and if our boy's skill with the sword is as bad as he suspects, this mediocre professor can use it as an excuse to make him leave the department. Kells goes to the training ground to assess Dane's swordsmanship skill. Upon arriving, the professor points to the swords on the walls and tells Dane to pick whichever one he wants. Our overpowered main character examines the amazing collection of swords. Looking at the multitude of swords, he wonders how such a training room can exist in an academic place. Why are there so many weapons when there haven't been any students in the autonomous department for years? After a few moments, Dane shrugs and picks a random sword. Kells isn't sure about the sword he chose, but Dane agrees without showing any sign of self-doubt. With the weapon selected, Kells sets the rules. It's simple. If Dane touches him just once, he passes. To make things easier for his student, Kells places a restriction on himself. He won't move more than 2 steps during the fight. Dane accepts the terms without hesitation, and they both take their positions, facing off to begin the round. Kells feels relieved, but also worried. He's relieved that Dane accepted the conditions so easily, but at the same time, it's unsettling. Dane didn't hesitate, almost as if he was certain he would win. When the fight begins, Dane lunges at Kell, swinging his sword in an attempt to touch his master, but Kell easily sidesteps. Although he dodged the blow with ease, the professor notices something. Dane is fast, faster than expected. For a moment, he thinks this kid might actually be qualified to train on his own, but there's no time to dwell on that. Dane continues with relentless strikes, each one more precise than the last. In an instant, Kells is inches away from being hit. The realization sends a shiver down his spine. When Dane attacks again, Kells is forced to draw his own sword to block. If he had moved even a fraction of a second slower, the match could have ended right there and not in his favor. What's astonishing is Dane's swordsmanship. It's unconventional, almost wild, yet effective. Kells now believes this kid truly knows how to wield a sword. It's clear this isn't just beginner's luck. Dane is unpredictable, and that makes him dangerous. After this rapid exchange, Dane backs away, breathing heavily. Kells watches him intently, and something about the young man's stance leaves him completely bewildered. It reminds him of a swordsman he once saw in battle. What baffles Kells the most is that Dane's stance isn't the polished, perfectly executed form of a soldier of the order or a noble swordsman. It's rough, unconventional, born from raw experience rather than formal training. But there's no time to think. Dane charges in again, and their swords clash once more. The speed at which they exchange blows is incredible. Their movements become a blur. The clash of steel rings out in a savage symphony as he can't believe his eyes. None of this makes any sense. This wasn't something he expected even in his wildest imagination. He is an Exa-class swordsman, and one of the most elite. Yet here he is, concentrating a massive amount of mana just to match a 14-year-old boy. It's both frustrating and exhilarating, a testament to Dane's potential, but also a challenge Kells never thought he'd face in an evaluation in this action manhwa. He even starts to falter, despite his best efforts to stick to the 2-step restriction he promised. Every one of Dane's strikes feels stronger. The way our boy fights brings back a memory. It's familiar. Kell's mind flashes back to the battlefield, where he faced a lone knight with the same wild and unyielding energy. He remembers how surprised he was to see such a fearless warrior, someone who fought with reckless abandon, showing no allegiance to shields or flags. The madman tore through the battlefield, a force of chaos that everyone struggled to handle. As the memory fades, Kells returns to the present just in time to feel the cold touch of Dane's blade against him. "You've been marked." Dane smiles slightly at the victory, but he doesn't laugh, as that would be insulting to his master. Instead, he says innocently, "I think my sword touched you." As much as it pains Kells to admit it, a promise is a promise. He reluctantly grants Dane a pass. As Dane finally relaxes, it wasn't easy keeping up with Kells. If it weren't for the handicap the professor placed on himself, Dane is sure he wouldn't have stood a chance. A classic overpowered main character moment. Meanwhile, Kells is overwhelmed. As we continue this manhwa recap, he can't deny the talent this boy has. Even with the handicap, Dane shouldn't have been able to stand up to an Exa-class professor like him. Now he understands why Dane wasn't nervous about the swordsmanship test. With this kind of talent, it's no wonder he turns to Dane and asks why he didn't apply to the swordsmanship department. Dane replies that he thought his family would be sad. Kells is confused hearing this, as it doesn't make much sense. But as he thinks about it, Dane's father is a genius spearman, and his sisters are skilled in magic and summoning. It's understandable why Dane applied to all 3 departments. A great point for this manhwa review. He wanted to meet his family's expectations. Now, that was getting harder. It wasn't that Dane lacked confidence in swordsmanship, he simply didn't want to practice it. With the evaluation finished, the boy gets permission to leave. He bows his head respectfully, thanks Kells, and leaves in silence. As the professor watches him go, a harsh reality dawns on him. His plan to get rid of this boy and continue his comfortable life has failed. Now there's no easy way out. As the door closes, Kells shuts his eyes. His mind flashes back to the past, where he recalls a conversation he had with his colleague. He asked his colleague about that night, and he replied that it's Argrick. Later, Dane meets his sister, who is baffled to learn that he passed the exam. As far as she knows, Professor Keltis doesn't let just anyone pass easily. You see, that professor has only ever attended one faculty meeting, and that was because the headmaster personally summoned him. He absolutely hates being bothered. He basically does whatever he wants, and that's exactly why she was so worried about her brother. She's just relieved that nothing happened to him. Her comment makes Dane reflect. Usually, his younger sister would have celebrated his victory, but now she just seems relieved that he's okay. It's one of the reasons he's so fond of her. She cares about him a lot. Finally, his older sister comes running up to him. As the three siblings catch up, whispers start to spread among the students. Everyone is surprised to see the children of House Sogres together. People always thought the house was impressive with just Arabela and Claire, but now their youngest brother is proving to be just as remarkable as his sisters, a classic sign of an overpowered main character in this action manhwa. Then we meet a senior student named Max, How, who introduces himself to Dane. He explains that he manages all the general operations for the dormitories. These are divided into 3 halls, with students assigned based on their grades. The most distinguished hall is the Dunter, named in honor of the first emperor. Since Dane is the top student and passed the autonomous main exam, Max says he'll be staying in the Diner Hall, a fitting place for our overpowered main character in this manhwa recap. He then describes the impressive facilities, restaurants, training rooms, libraries, lounges, and even magical projection rooms. He also mentions secret facilities. Dane has no idea what he's talking about, but he doesn't push it and just listens, as Max continues to explain. The upperclassman also comments that although Dane shouldn't worry, there are cases where students are forced to leave Danter Hall if their grades drop. He adds that Arabella and Claire stayed in Danter Hall all the way until they graduated, a feat in itself, and another reason why the Sogres name carries so much weight in this action manhwa. With that out of the way, Max gives Dane the key to his apartment, mentioning that there's a spare. If Dane loses it, he can just come back and get another one. The upperclassman also warns the newcomer about the odd students around here. They're not bad people, he says, but sometimes you'll wonder what's wrong with them. Max suggests he check things out for himself, and assures him that if he has any questions, he can contact him through the crystal ball. With that, Dane heads to his room, and this manhwa recap continues. As he walks, he notices how luxurious the place is, but something also feels off. He can't sense a single human presence. It's as if everyone has vanished into thin air. Feeling a sense of unease, he decides to expand his senses. Almost instantly, he catches the faint smell of lubricating oil and the nearly silent whirring of gears. With that information alone, it becomes perfectly clear that this is a trap he's already walked into. But instead of panicking, our overpowered main character simply smirks at such a pathetic attempt to catch him. The bullies who set this up are watching the whole thing from a window. They have no idea why Dane stopped moving, which makes them wonder if he's figured out their trap. But the boy with the glasses, Arnold, claims there's absolutely no way, because according to him, the Collards have been hunters for hundreds of years, so they're masters when it comes to setting traps. He is Arnold Collard, the eldest son of the Collard barony, a third-year student in the marksman department. One student worries that it's a dangerous prank, but Arnold assures his timid friend that he's already removed all the danger. It's his first time pulling a hazing stunt like this, so he's thrilled, but some of the others doubt if messing with someone from House Sogres is a good idea. Arnold just reminds them that everyone has gone through tough hazing, so he's looking forward to this one and is sure Dane is going to end up a mess. A student, Priscilla Nariel, a fourth-year theology major from House Nariel, expresses her concern. Since he's the top student and an independent one, she's afraid this hazing won't be like the others. We shouldn't forget that his 2 sisters are geniuses, and if he's an independent student, he'll be an even greater genius. Some even doubt if the traps they've set will work. Arnold is confident that Dane didn't detect the traps. He painted them for concealment and lubricated them to prevent any mechanical sounds. Finally, Dane moves forward, which fills these idiots with joy. Since my friend knows where the traps are, he intentionally triggers the first one. A water balloon descends, but Dan, who was already expecting it to fall, destroys it with a mana bullet. Then comes the next trap, a smelly one with a truly horrendous odor. Arnold is losing his mind, refusing to believe that Dane found all the traps. He insists it's just a coincidence. Priscilla Nariel doubts it's just a coincidence, but Arnold tells her he set up easy traps at the beginning as an appetizer, saving the big one for last. He's certain Dane will fall for the trap. While his friends decide to trust Arnold's traps, Priscilla remains skeptical, and as expected, my friend, our overpowered main character, passes these traps as if they were nothing, ready for whatever comes next. This is a manhwa recap you won't want to miss. After visually identifying the positions of every trap set in the hallway, Dan Sogres braced himself with a smile and moved forward, triggering the first one. Multiple boxing gloves launched from various angles. With his agile footwork, this trap was almost insignificant. Next came a Looney Tunes-style falling trap, which Dane dodged as feathers flew everywhere in a classic action manhwa scene. Right after, dodging the fall, bronze poles shot up from the floor, trying to impale him in shame, but they were also useless. The senior students watching the failed results of their traps looked on in surprise, as expected, from the young master of House Sogres. A few years ago, Dane's older sisters actually fell for traps just like these. This manhwa review will show you just how different he is. At the initiation ceremony of his first year, Arnold was about to fail. They put a lot of effort into setting and hiding these traps, but the young Sogres easily overcome them. It seems he knows where and when everything will appear. With the pride of a hunter, Arnold did not give up. He bet on the last trap he prepared to test the new guy. Curious, Priscilla asked what that trap was with a smile. Arnold didn't want to ruin the fun, and urged everyone to look at the screen to see his latest surprise. In the hallway, he halted his agile movements when he encountered what appeared to be a powerful mythical beast, a dragon of some kind. The last set of traps involved summons. A dragon and a strange avatar of death in the form of a skeletal deer rose above Dane and advanced with malicious ferocity. Still, the young Sogres remained calm and assessed the situation coolly. He was only surprised that someone prepared such strong summons as a trap. It wasn't until he noticed that something was off. While the bodies and heads of the beasts seemed real, the same could not be said for their lower parts. If you pay close attention, you'll see that the supposed summoned beasts are failing and seem to bend at the corners of the hallway. With a smile, Dane confirmed that these horrible displays are just illusions. It's just a loud and intimidating mirage. There's no way an ordinary prankster could command such powerful beings. If Din were an ordinary student, he would have fled terrified with his tail between his legs immediately. Once he saw the illusion, this last trap was even easier to handle than the previous ones. There's no need to dodge or stop it. That would just be a waste of energy. He just needs to adjust the flow of mana in the air so it won't work, dissipating the mirage. As the mana concentrated in his hands, the older students watching from the other room were confused. Instead of fleeing, Dane seemed unperturbed. Seeing this, Arnold had a bad feeling. He didn't expect a first-year student to detect a sophisticated illusion in such a short time. It's ridiculous. Even the older students would have trouble doing it. Priscilla shuddered, aware that all their plans had failed, and they were finished. After gathering enough mana, Dan sent a swirling wave of pure energy forward. It cut through the dragon's image without mercy or hesitation. After hitting the right spots, the image began to glitch, causing smoke to fill the hallways thanks to his fine-tuned control over magic. Doing things like this is as easy as breathing for the young prodigy. In fact, he found this malicious welcome a bit boring for his taste. After confirming that everything was clear, it was time to find the creator. Upon identifying the culprit's location in a nearby room, screams of fear echoed through the hall as the seniors ran for their lives, pursued by the ferocious Edararch. Being the group's trap expert, everyone turned to Arnold for answers on what to do, but no one knew how to face such a dangerous retaliation. As Edararch cornered the seniors, the beast let out a roar that shook them. They all screamed in terror before the wild wolf could bare its fangs at its victims. Dan stepped in to stop it. His way of flushing out the rats hiding in the other room was very effective. Hearing his voice, the seniors looked at Dan. They begged him to do something, since this was probably his doing. They all promised to apologize for their childish pranks, just to save themselves and get away from the furry, bloodthirsty beast. Dan waved his hands as mysterious runes filled the air and mana swirled at his command. A massive portal appeared behind Edararch, restricting its movements and slowly swallowing the monster. With another wave of his hand, Dan closed the portal, and Edararch vanished, as if it had never existed. Arnold and his group were stunned. The heir of the house wondered if that beast was just an illusion. After a few seconds, the seniors got up from their awkward positions. One of them cleared his throat and admitted that the initiation ceremony was a complete and utter failure. The senior with glasses approached Dan and introduced himself as Drogan Valentine, a fifth-year alchemy student. He said he was the sole heir of Marquis Valentine and held out his hand to shake Dan's. Droyan also gave some compliments, highlighting Dane's attractive face and sculpted figure. It's a fact, considering how famous Dane's sisters are for their beauty and talents. Confused by what this guy was saying, Dane chose to be polite, shook Droyan's hand, and returned the greeting. The glasses continued praising Dane for his incredible ability to detect and dodge traps. Everyone knew that this boy was the only student from the autonomous department in years, so they must have anticipated that they would fail. Cunning Drogon mentioned that Arnold organized everything. He then said that Arnold is the heir of the Collard house, famous for its skill in the house. Upon hearing this, Arnold felt embarrassed to be mentioned. Dane smiled, knowing who was the mastermind behind the trap-filled dorm hallway. Drogon, trying to change the situation, called everyone to introduce themselves. The blonde lady is Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student. Drawson warns Dan not to bother the lady, as she dreams of becoming a cleric. Not letting the nerd speak for her, Priscilla asserted that she is a kind and beautiful young woman and the abandoned daughter of the house. Ariel explained that entering theology meant leaving behind dreams of marriage and everything that entails. Dane smiled awkwardly and stammered a polite response. When their hands touched, Priscilla's eyes widened as if she had just seen a ghost. Just from the brief moment of skin contact, she sensed a mana density she had never encountered before. She felt it was a power that someone of Dane's age shouldn't possess. The amount was absurd. It was breaking Priscilla's mind, challenging everything she knew about magic. She looked at her hand in disbelief. Dane seemed to expect just that reaction. Still bitter about his failed traps, Arnold was annoyed. He couldn't believe they were exaggerating over a mana density higher than normal, while the other older students tried to manage the situation. Shal Hasbro introduced himself as a second-year martial arts student. He immediately clarified that he was not like those pests from the physical beauty club. Dane remembered seeing those gym fanatics trying to recruit members for their club recently. Shal added that while muscles are important, martial arts aren't just about building flashy biceps. He even invited Dane to learn more about his course if he was interested. The only one who hadn't introduced himself was the one who set the traps. The other upperclassmen urged Arnold to swallow his pride and greet the freshman like a normal person. But the heir of the colorful house was still sulking like a spoiled child. A moment later, he gave in and shook Dane's hand. Arnold and Dane looked each other in the eye. It was clear that this brat was upset, since Dane had easily destroyed those well-made traps. He thought about praising the boy a bit so he would stop pouting. Dane commented that the traps were good. He praised Arnold's knowledge of trap mechanics and trigger setups. However, to the trained assassin eyes of our overpowered main character, they were somewhat obvious. He said the problem was the paint. Arnold was surprised to hear that criticism. Dane suggested that next time, instead of using F6 black, he should try mixing F3 silver and D6 black in a 4:6 ratio. Given the brightness of the hallway, that mixture should be less visible. Upon thinking about it, Arnold admitted that what Dane was saying made sense. Aside from the paint color, the traps were really good. Any other student with inexperienced eyes would have fallen for them. The other upperclassmen were astonished. Who would have thought a freshman would be teaching the great Arnold about traps? They knew they were witnessing an overpowered main character in this action manhwa. With the introductions out of the way, the seniors offered to show Dane his room. They walked down the hallway, guiding the newcomers to the place where they would be staying throughout their academic life. Although they pulled some freshman pranks on him, Dane thought these seniors seemed fun to be around. Seeing their dynamic and banter, he couldn't help but feel like he had gained some fun friends. All in all, things were only going to get more interesting from here on out in this manhwa recap. The next day, first thing in the morning, Leila scolded Dane for signing up for 6 classes in his majors this semester. It makes sense. He has 3 majors and needs 2 classes for each. On top of that, the liberal arts classes fill his schedule to the brim. At this rate, he might not even have time to sleep. Normally, freshmen take 4 classes at most. Leila asked Dane to think it over and consider dropping some classes from his schedule. In the end, Dane assured her he would be fine. He even signed up for 2 humanities classes and added military science to the mix. The guy was on hard mode. Leila just couldn't relate. Military science had scarred her since the first part of the entrance exam. She lost a lot of points on that annoying section. But as expected of the academy's top student, Dane actually liked military science. Eventually, the duo said their goodbyes and agreed to meet later in fencing class. For her first class, Leila headed to a liberal arts class. She took the Understanding Cosmetics and Skin course. Despite being the fiercest sword from China of her generation, Leila was still a young lady at heart. Dane arrived at his first class, and his classmates were murmuring curiously about the top student of their year. They were all confused as to why he would take this subject as his liberal arts class. Most of them planned to approach him after class to talk, but they were afraid he would be cold and distant. None of them bothered to hide their whispers. The first period was Introduction to Military Science, just as Dane had read yesterday. There were some things he already knew, and others that were in complete contradiction to the reality of war. Theory and practice don't always align. If they did, no country would ever lose a war. The fact that military science is taught in times of peace shows just how vital theory and fundamentals are. As the professor entered the classroom and approached the lectern, all the students stood up as a sign of respect. Professor Borley didn't like that and urged everyone to sit down quickly. He gave his initial greeting after glancing at the textbook. The professor was a middle-aged man with white hair. In his eyes were the scars of battle, a clear indication of his practical experience on the battlefield. His name was Francisco Gabius, and he was a military theory instructor. First, he took roll call before starting the class. From his seat, Dane discreetly assessed the old man. You could tell at a glance that this man had spent a considerable amount of time on the front lines. That fact made him even more excited for this introductory class. The first thing the professor mentioned was a critique of military theory. He said that theory is useless on the battlefield. Soldiers have free will, and commanders must balance the lives of their men with victory. However, theory is still key. Only with a theoretical foundation will you understand the field. This class will help correct mistakes and see the true usefulness of military science in battle. As he observed the classroom, Professor Gabius wondered how many from this class would become elites in the future. Then he asked a simple question. He asked the first-year students what they considered most important in war. Among the many students, only one had the confidence to raise his hand. Professor Gabius gave the student an approving look. Of course, it was our boy. Dan Sogres confidently answered that the crucial thing in war is the supply lines. The professor was surprised by the excellent answer. He added that victory and a triumphant return are only possible if the supply lines are well secured. The veteran found it interesting that the best answer came from the very first student. To test Dan, Gabius asked him to list the 3 most crucial aspects of supply lines. Without hesitation, Dan gave a complete answer. First, strict military management. A supply line from the capital to the front extends over a great distance, and the system is complex. If someone in the process is not aligned with the cause, corruption easily arises, leading to a shortage of supplies. Based on his experience as a soldier, most supply problems arose because of greedy people in the middle. Properly packaged and delivered supplies are diverted and embezzled. Approving of his first answer, Professor Gabius asked Din to continue. Second on the list is the standardization of supplies. If supply specifications such as quantity, weight, length, and width are the same, mass production becomes easier. Standardization helps a great deal with rapid supply. It also prevents confusion among frontline units, keeping combat effectiveness at its peak. Dane, confidently answering complex questions that weren't in their books, made his classmates start to murmur in confusion. Professor Gabius was surprised by such insightful answers. Regarding the last important aspect of supply lines, Dane said it's local procurement. You see, the longer a war drags on, and the more the 2 aforementioned principles are violated, the worse the quality of supplies becomes. Local procurement allows soldiers to achieve at least basic self-sufficiency. They can grow their own crops or buy them from nearby areas. The quantity and quality might not be the best, but they would be sufficient as emergency supplies. Dane answered based on things he had seen, felt, and experienced on the battlefield. It didn't come from books. After hearing his astute answers, the entire class was stunned. Professor Gabius was thrilled to hear such an incredible summary of the principles of supply lines and asked Dane what year he was in. Upon learning he was only a first-year student, the professor was astonished. He didn't understand how a freshman could know so much about the details of war. Gabius repeated Dane's answer to the class. These concepts were what you'd expect from soldiers and officers who have seen many battlefields. Given Dane's youth, there's no way he could have much battle experience. How could he know so much? To cover up the real reason, Dane claimed that he often heard war stories from his father. A curious Professor Gabius asked for Dane's father's name, and Dane revealed that he was the son of Arken Sogres. The veteran's jaw dropped upon hearing that this young man was the son of the Blue Whirlwind. Finally, it all made sense in Gabius's mind. Since he is Sogres' son, he's the student who passed the autonomous specialty exam. It's no wonder he excels more than an ordinary freshman. As he spoke, Professor Gabius explained that the military science they would learn here would be aligned with Dane's answers. They will use the textbook as a guide, but will focus on things applicable to real situations. This is the ultimate goal of military science. Professor Gabius was very happy that a promising student had arrived this time. After the first period, the students left their classrooms and filled the academy's hallways. Dane leaves the classroom exasperated, almost convinced to enter graduate school on his first day as a freshman. After class, the professor called him over to offer him a chance to further his studies in military science. Recommending graduate school to a freshman is insane. Luckily, Dane's second sister had already given him advice for these situations. Claire said that if someone offered him a spot in the Imperial Graduate School, he should just escape and run without a second thought. Apparently, Professor Gabius doesn't give up easily. Putting that problem aside for now, Dane took out his map and plotted a path to his next class. It's his first day, so he's not yet familiar with the layout. It doesn't help that the academy is so huge. He had arranged to meet Leila at the Central Fountain Plaza, which is quite far from where he is. After checking the map, he found the location. Apparently, crossing the Misty Garden is the fastest way to get to his destination. After walking for a few minutes, Dane arrived at the so-called Misty Garden. They say that if the weather is even slightly cloudy, the garden gets swallowed by a thick blanket of fog. This fog makes it easy to get lost in the garden. That's why many students avoid the large garden if they can. Besides, the mystery of the Misty Garden is tied to terrifying ghost stories. Dane looked around and was surprised to see that the area was prettier than his older sister had said. Since the weather is nice, he should be safe taking the shortcut and getting to the other side quickly, right? As he was happily crossing the garden, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream for help. Looking toward where the pleading voice was coming from, Dane wondered what to do. Pinpointing the source of the voice crying for help, he determined it was coming from beyond the greenery. Dane ran. His mother always said that if he found someone in need, he should help without hesitation. This guy's mother is an assassin. Since there is still time before his next class, he should be able to handle a rescue mission. With Dane's speed and sharp perception, he soon found the lost student. He was a young man with a heavy backpack. He thanked Dane for responding to his calls for help. He thought he would be stranded. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. He was just exhausted after walking in circles for a long time. The boy introduced himself as Ernest Dylon, a first-year exploration student. Dane found it ironic that an exploration student would get lost on campus. Ernest admitted that he might have gotten a little too excited exploring the academy. So excited that he got lost and tired himself out. He remembered that the Dylon barony is a noble house from the west, with a crest that shows a ship and a sailor. Ernest was impressed that Dane knew about his family. You see, they are a famous house known for exploration. For generations, Ernest's ancestors have explored the vastness of the seas and ventured into unknown lands. Looking at the young Dylon, he doesn't seem destined for great adventures, given how thin he is. The fact that Dane recognized his family made Ernest feel proud. He politely asked Dane for his name, and the young genius gladly introduced himself. Upon learning that he was the first student from the autonomous department in 50 years, Ernest almost fainted from the shock. His eyes sparkled with interest, amazed at his luck for meeting someone so extraordinary. Dane's awkward laughter stopped when he noticed something on Ernest's neck. The boy said he wasn't injured, but there were clear signs of wounds and scars on his body. Bruises and scars were visible on his neck and hands. Dane deduced that they were different from typical exploration injuries. He decided not to delve into the matter, as it could be something very personal. Dane steered the conversation back to exploration. Ernest enthusiastically explained that he's a real addict when it comes to exploring anything new he finds. People, things, places, you name it, and he'll always want to delve deeper. Opening his large backpack, Ernest showed Dane his exploration gear, piled up chaotically. For now, his goal is to explore and understand the entire academy. On the first day of class, he was drawn to the Misty Garden. Ernest believes there's something hidden in this area. The stories about the fog that appears during a brief cloudy spell don't make sense. Dane admitted the boy might be right and asked if he had found anything to demystify the fog. Unfortunately, Ernest has no idea. He just has a hunch that some force is at work in this garden that no one has deciphered yet. He believes that perhaps no one has properly observed the strange phenomena. Maybe some have tried, but something prevented them from discovering it. The reason is unknown for now, but Ernest won't rest until he finds that hidden element. Perhaps it's tied to the legacy of a lost ancient kingdom or a call from beyond the horizon. The boy's contagious enthusiasm for uncovering the unknown starts to rub off on Dane. It was then that he remembered he was supposed to meet Leila and go to class together. They need to go as soon as possible. As Ernest was packing up his gear, the clear blue sky slowly filled with clouds, and it began to rain. Within seconds, the entire garden was caught in an unexpected downpour. This is bad. According to the stories, the place will be swallowed by the fog even faster with the rain falling. That will make leaving the garden nearly impossible. Just as they feared, the mysterious fog began to rise in the area, seemingly originating from the ground itself. This dense fog robs people of their sense of direction. Ernest quickly pulled out a compass, fearing the worst. Unfortunately, the mysterious force caused the compass to start spinning uncontrollably, making it impossible to determine which way to go. Ernest feels uneasy. Without the compass, they couldn't move from their current spot without risking getting completely lost. Dane asked Ernest to use his scouting skills, but it was useless. Anywhere else, he might be able to find a way out. But the Misty Garden is a different beast entirely, with unknown forces at play, like something from an action manhwa. It finally dawned on Dane that even an overpowered main character like him could get trapped here on his first day of school. On top of his fatigue, the rain and fog are making Ernest feel heavy and sluggish. He apologized for being a burden to Dane and for accidentally dragging him into this mess. Dane reassured him that they would be fine. They just have to wait and observe before making a move. As the fog enveloped his body, this manhwa recap was about to get intense. Dane felt something familiar. Unlike Ernest, who was weakening, he was starting to feel more energized. For some reason, while Dane resonated with the mist, Ernest cried inconsolably, feeling guilty for trapping a classmate. The boy stopped crying when he saw a blinding light and furious energy from the young Sogres. Dee's mana rose and danced wildly, visible to the naked eye as it pushed the mist away from around him. His mana moved so wildly that it almost knocked Ernest off his feet. Seeing the mist fade around Dane, Jean, Ernest's explorer, was astonished. What is happening? With a determined look, Dane assured his new friend that he knew the way out. Though unexpected, our boy might have had a fortunate encounter. There's a chance he will discover the secret of the misty garden today. The duo crossed the garden as if the mist wasn't there. With Dane leading, his mana cleared the path while Ernest followed closely. Many wizards tried and failed to decipher the mystery of the mist, but Dane moved deeper without showing difficulty. Wherever he passed, the mist opened up. Ernest was sure he was in the presence of an unmatched genius. After a few more minutes of crossing the garden, they reached their destination. Ernest thought they were outside, but they were far from the exit. Instead of finding a way back to the normal areas of the campus, they ventured further and arrived at the center of the misty garden. There was an ornate structure, detailed and intricate, lavishly designed, resting on a pond. Ernest never thought he would find the magical fountain at the center of the garden. Most students who venture here and come to this site gather to find this due to a legend that Dane had never heard. Ernest explained what it was about. People say that if you reach the fountain before the mist dissipates, you will unite with the person you desire the most. It's just another typical romance story wrapped in a fantastic legend. Dane felt that there was something strange about the fountain. He wondered how the magic of the fountain had remained active for so long. If it is so complicated to reach its location, how is it still operational without maintenance? Hearing Dane's questions, Ernest couldn't refute the logic. If no one is supplying magical power to this, maybe there is a power source strong enough to keep it running for a long time, a battery that doesn't need to be recharged. If that's the case, it's possible that the entire garden itself is just a large mechanism. Considering how unnecessarily complex and twisted the design of the garden is, Ernest's hypothesis could be true. If the garden is a large mechanism with an unknown source, then this magical source could be an ancient relic. With so many unanswered questions, it is fair to assume that the mist could be related as well. Dane approached the fountain and placed his hand on the structure. Upon touching its surface and feeling the sensation against his skin, he became convinced of what it could be. Something within his body was reacting. It was as if his mana was meeting an old friend. There is no doubt about it. This fountain is emanating ancient magic. As he injected his mana into the structure, unknown symbols and runes appeared. Seeing the symbols, Ernest jumped in surprise. He recognized them as the ancient secret language. At first, he wasn't sure. It was blurry, but when Dane touched it, the symbols became clear. This is the language of the lost ancient kingdom of Secret. Given his background, studying ancient languages is essential for explorers of the Dillon family. After all, it would be frustrating to reach an ancient ruin and be paralyzed because you can't read what is in ancient texts. Sure, Ernest still doesn't master all languages, but he remembers well learning the secret language with his father since he was little. With his detailed notes and pen in hand, Ernest worked hard to decipher the complex ancient symbols on the fountain. He was given the space he needed. It seems that the boy's explorer instincts are really coming out, so it's better to let him do his thing. The first character that Ernest deciphered was qualification. He continued looking back and forth between the symbols and his notes, making sure not to miss any detail. After some meticulous translations, he finally uncovered a considerable part of the inscription. He pieced together the words he deciphered, forming a completely legible passage and finally grasping its meaning. If he wasn't mistaken, the message dictated that those who are qualified must prove their strength. The words qualification and trial seemed to indicate a test. If so, could this trial be linked to ancient magic? Dane looked closer at the fountain. The closer he got to the center, the stronger that familiar feeling grew. Ernst scratched his head. By all indications, if the qualification mentioned refers to an ancient power, there shouldn't be anyone who meets the requirement today. But Dane disagreed. Moving his hand again, his mana gathered at his wrist, swirling into a dazzling glow. Confused, Ernest asked what he was doing. Dane's concentration was focused on his precise control of the mana in the air. According to him, the runes only hold power in their forms. If he used the bracelet that he and old Sidrain found, the ancient magic source might react. As expected, the runes on the bracelet resonated with the symbols on the structure. The strange symbols on the bracelet's surface were indecipherable, but just seeing a reaction made Dane smile in anticipation. With blind confidence, he moved closer to the fountain and reached out to touch the secret symbols. To his surprise, the structure seemed to come to life. The runes and secret symbols danced as if they were illusions, moving to the rhythm of the water's ebb and flow. Finally, the secret runes glowed in sync with Dane's bracelet. The unlikely duo waited with bated breath for what would come next. Ernest started to panic as he felt the ground shake with the fountain at its center. The gem-like structure in the middle was vibrating. A nervous Ernest asked Dane what he did to make the fountain sink. The young genius just smiled. He took a gamble, and it paid off. He had found the answer to the enigmatic trial of the Misty Garden. Suddenly, mana gathered at his position, almost expelling the thin aspiring fog explorer towards the activation of an ancient relic. He has been going through mental shocks one after another. Who would have thought that the one to qualify for the ancient trial would be Dane? With the water drained from the fountain, something glistened in the center of the structure. The sun broke through the dark clouds, revealing a beautiful, polished gem. Dane thought that this must be the power source that operates the fountain. Never mind that. Perhaps this is the cause of the strange phenomena throughout the garden. Opportunities like this are rare. Dane was ready to take it, even if he had to face an unknown and ancient power. The mysterious power emanating from the center of the garden gathered at Dane's feet, forming an intricate runic formation. He felt remnants of ancient magic, just like the mysterious magical power within his own body. To his surprise, the indecipherable symbols around the fountain slowly began to make sense. In his mind, Arcana flourished before a calamity destroyed it. This was the legacy of the Forgotten Empire. He was astonished. The unrecognizable scribbles revealed their meaning before Dane's eyes. It was as if he was destined to understand the ancient language by absorbing the legacy of the destroyed magical kingdom of Arcana. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It tightened, sending a wave of agony throughout his entire body. Dane gritted his teeth and focused his perception on his heart. He couldn't explain exactly what it was, but something was happening to his heart. Tentacles of pure mana wrapped around the organ, squeezing it and penetrating every little corner. With one last push, the ancient mana fully integrated into his being with a dazzling glow. As the pain began to subside, Dane noticed that he had formed a magic circle. You see, a core and a circle cannot coexist in harmony within a practitioner's body. Their roles are completely opposite, destined to conflict with each other. It's highly unusual to see someone who possesses both. The efficiency is poor, and it directly harms the user's body. That's why, although magic swordsmen are formidable, they always suffer from heart problems, which limits their lifespan. This is also why Dane didn't want to create a circle just for magic. He already had his cores, so even if he wanted to cultivate a magic circle, he didn't want to risk it. Now, the legacy of the ancient empire weighed on his heart. Noticing his worried expression, Ernest asked him if he was okay. He looked pale and seemed to be in conflict. Dane smiled, reassuring his new friend that he would be fine. He just had a lot to think about. The young explorer asked if he had really absorbed the power from before. Even to Ernest's untrained eye, he could see that the mist and the runes seemed to have created an inexplicable connection with Dane. It's natural for Ernest to have many questions. He saw the whole process, but for now, it's better for this boy to remain in the dark. Dane used his magical sister as an excuse, telling Ernest that he handled the rare incident just as she taught him. After today's events, Ernest feels his explorer's blood boiling with the urge for discovery. He proposed that they search for more mysteries in the academy together soon. They can stay in touch to share any strange phenomena or places they find. Thinking that there might be more sites with magical collections like the fountain, Dane agreed. With the mist cleared and calm restored, Ernest reminded Dane that he still has class. Inheriting an ancient legacy made this overpowered main character forget that he was supposed to see Leila before class started. He fist-bumped Ernest and apologized for leaving in a hurry. He was against the clock. He must get to the meeting point, or that unruly young lady will teach him a lesson. Dane said goodbye to his new friend and ran towards his next class. The young explorer watched Dane leave with a smile. He had found an interesting friend today. He felt that if he kept exploring with Dane, amazing things would happen. A great setup for this action manhwa. After making sure he was far from Ernest, Dane tested, pushing his speed to the limit. He found it strange that every movement felt much easier. Fierce ripples of mana surrounded his body, reinforcing his already fast agility. He could clearly feel the circle and the cores in his body. Contrary to the common logic of this world, a common theme in reincarnation stories, they coexisted harmoniously without any discomfort. Normally, the circle would interfere with the core's energy, reducing its efficiency, but that wasn't happening. No matter how much magic he generated around his body, there were no signs of an adverse reaction or strangeness. To his delight, it was actually the opposite. A fantastic development we're excited to cover in this manhwa recap. His magic constantly fluctuates and circulates through the circle only to return and reunite in his core. The entire process repeats, further purifying the energy in his core. With such a fortunate development, Dane's first thought was to contact his older sister as soon as possible. One moment, he feared heart problems. The next, he was radiant with the possibilities this unlocks. With his enhanced speed, Din had no trouble reaching the sandy grounds of the Hingston district. He arrived just in time to meet Leila and stroll through the famous area. After walking calmly, both finally saw the entrance to the district. The entrance was built in a strange way. Leila explained that they were about to enter the famous magical barrier. She added that this peculiar structure was created by Saul Hingston, a legendary wizard from the academy. It is a barrier that activates annually for first-year students with magical talent. When a student passes, a light will appear according to their color. Students will be classified by the quality and degree of their magic. This complex device was used to detect dark wizards infiltrating the academy. After the extinction of dark wizards, the magical barrier classified the students. Curious, he asked about the color of each grade. Leila happily explained that if a student has no magical talent, there will be no color change. If the student has decent talent, they will see a yellow light. Considerable talents show blue lights, and those with overwhelming talent will see red light. Leila studied a lot about the academy before enrolling. She wanted to know everything about the place of the new chapter of her life. Additionally, Dan's sisters, Arabela and Claire, also generated red lights. It's natural. Given her monstrous affinity for her paths, Leila can't wait any longer. She runs towards the magical barrier, excited to see what color she will invoke. Upon stepping into the entrance of the district, a brilliant red glow filled the area. Given his talent, this was expected. He smiled happily, pleased with his results, as the red light reflected in his eyes. Proud of his childhood friend's potential, Dane congratulated Leila. Eager to test the barrier, he watched the structure intently. With steady steps, he calmly walked towards the district entrance. In his mind, he expected to see a red light. He was sure that by absorbing the ancient magic, he could be stronger than a normal red light prodigy. Turning to see his results, he was surprised to see a green light. This wasn't supposed to happen. Among the color classifications, green wasn't listed. Even Leila, who had studied the academy's systems, was surprised. She looked at Dane and asked why this guy couldn't be a normal genius for once. Dane was also bewildered by what was happening. He just smiled wryly. After entering the district, Leila and Dane quickly went to the main lecture hall, where students from various departments gathered. It's well known that the magic department's lectures are very popular. Students from various backgrounds usually stay for the first day of orientation and leave afterward. Among the unusual guests today was a senior student named Arthur. Judging by the reactions of others, it seemed the big man was important. Arthur Diamet, the fifth-year representative of the magic department, came here to meet someone special. Dan Sogres, the academy's only interdisciplinary student. The underclassmen knew Dane would be in class, but there was still no sign of the man of the hour. Arthur asked his underclassmen to bring Dane directly to him when he arrived. Since Dane is Arabela's younger brother, those who idolize her, including Arthur, were keeping a close eye on the young Sogres. Suddenly, there was a commotion as two students entered the classroom. Most of the students who hadn't seen Dane before rushed to get a look at him. They were amazed by his handsome face and green eyes. Next to him was the famous Duke Termion. Dane wasn't used to so much attention. Seeing him freeze under their stares, Leila added fuel to the fire by teasing him about his popularity. Arthur Diamet turned and smiled upon seeing his senior's little brother. He was the first to approach Dane and give him a warm welcome. He praised Dane's imposing presence at the entrance ceremony. Confused, Dane wondered why an older veteran was trying to act so familiar with him. Suddenly, Dane shot a direct question at the big guy. "Who are you?" he asked, wondering what this guy was doing in a beginner's magic class. Annoyed by Arthur's glare, Dane stood his ground and urged the big oaf to introduce himself first. The easily irritated fifth-year representative didn't like Dane's tone. Their first impression of each other was terrible. The younger students who knew Arthur held their breath. They knew that confronting a senior student was practically academic suicide. Arthur replied, claiming he came to see Miss Arabela's younger brother as a sign of respect, but was met with the arrogance you'd expect from an overpowered main character. Arthur remarked that Dane's attitude could tarnish the Sogres family's reputation. From his perspective, Dane wasn't about to back down. The rude one was this brute demanding respect while being obnoxious. Arthur gritted his teeth in frustration. This wasn't going how he wanted. If he let this encounter slide, the news would spread fast and damage his reputation. He was already scheming a revenge plan to handle Dane without provoking the dreaded Arabela. "Brother, you're worried about the wrong Sogres." Suddenly, Arthur escalated the situation, summoning mana into his hands in this tense action manhwa scene. It seems he wanted to discipline the insolent junior. Dane saw the mana gathering in the senior's hand and prepared to react before blows were exchanged. A book slammed against the lectern, and a loud voice asked if there was a problem. It was the professor. Seeing a faculty member intervene, Arthur excused himself, saying he had only come to greet the first-year students. The head of the Nabo magic department scolded Arthur, telling him to save the socializing for after class and not to interrupt. Arthur apologized dismissively. Seemingly unaffected by the encounter, Leila warned Dane to be careful, as Arthur clearly didn't have good intentions, a key point in this manhwa recap. As he walked away, Arthur whispered to one of his lackeys to take Dane to a specific location when he got the chance. His henchman hesitated. He was loyal to Arthur, but messing with Arabela's younger brother could spell trouble. Arthur promised he would explain everything to his respected senior. He just wanted to teach the little Sogres a lesson. As the class continued, the plot for this manhwa review thickened. Professor Nabo explained that this first day would be a simple orientation and everyone would be dismissed afterward. This is a practical combat course, so it's key to measure everyone's mana. First, he placed a mana measuring device on the table, and the students' eyes were fixed on the decorated artifact. The mana measuring device is simple. You just have to place your hand on it and channel mana as a demonstration. Professor Nabo channeled his own mana into the artifact, making it shine with an intense blue light, and behind him, 8 complete magic circles emerged. It's almost at the level of a tower master. The students were amazed. Almost no one had seen a mage with 8 complete rings. After impressing the newcomers, Professor Nabo explained that at the same circle level, the color darkens if the level is high. Sometimes the circles do not appear. Not having circles does not mean a student lacks talent. There is no need to worry. Some people still haven't formed their circles. That's why today they won't just rely on checking circles. According to the Academy's standards, those accepted into the magic department should know at least basic magic. Professor Nabo summoned countless orbs and explained that they would use them to measure mana accurately. No, Deity. Dane stared at the blue orbs, having no idea how these round things could measure mana with such precision. The professor demonstrated his method using basic magic, psychokinesis, and manipulated the orbs to fly together. The students would have to show how many orbs they could control with an elemental spell. With a wave of his hand, Denbo charged the orbs with enormous amounts of kinetic energy, creating a constant flow of mana and accelerating the flight of the spheres to the maximum. The students kept their eyes wide open, analyzing the professor's movements. They had never seen runes form so well. It's hard to believe that I must take a simple spell like psychokinesis to such a precise level, while the normal students were astonished. For Leila, this demonstration wasn't worth it. Even basic magic varies in power and precision depending on the user. They just need to apply mana to each orb. For a first-year student, handling 3 orbs is already the limit. Leila looked at Dane and asked if he could control more than 3. Before he could respond, the professor called Arthur from the back. The big 5th-year boy only attends as an auditor, but Nabo sees this as an opportunity to showcase the level of an outstanding student. During the chance to show off his skills to the newcomers, Arthur perked up and gladly accepted. He wants to demonstrate his superiority over that arrogant first year. Likewise, Dane was eager to see the young man's performance. Arthur approached the trill and channeled his mana through the gauge. The classroom filled with excitement as they saw Arthur's 4 circles with very deep colors. Professor Nabo praised the student for improving his cultivation, and Arthur humbly responded. Denbo was smiling. Normally, 4 chains are achieved after graduation. Arthur proves that the talented always find ways to shine. The professor continued praising Arthur, telling the first years to approach the 5th-year representative, as his advice could help them become skilled mages. The big boy enjoyed every second of the spotlight in his mind. He thought, deliriously, that Debia must be amazed. Unbeknownst to him, the young man didn't care about his 4 insignificant rings. Then came the ball control part. As an expert gunner, Arthur had exceptional control. Judging by his appearance, his handling was almost flawless. The most impressive thing was how many balls he could magically handle at once. If you look closely at the cocky adult, you would see him sweating from the mental strain of controlling as many balls as he could. Is he sure that his ball technique impresses the rookie? Now Dane just looked at the boy with indifference. After that performance, Professor Nabo indicated for the first years to applaud their senior. The look of approval in the professor's eyes was clear. Proud of how Arthur had become his former student, Arthur shot a mischievous glance at Dane. Eager to see the young lord's mana level, Professor Nabo's expression turned stern as he addressed his freshmen, telling those who weren't confident in their mana control to leave the classroom to avoid embarrassment. After a moment, none of the students stood up to leave. They've already come this far, and there's no turning back. The test will now formally begin, starting from the front row to the back. As the students in the front row moved to the front of the classroom, Leila and Dane watched from a distance. Leila didn't approve of this format. They call the first day orientation, but it's really just a way to show off your skills to others in this action manhwa. Dane seems to think the same, but this is how things work at the academy. One after another, the students came forward and had their existing mana measured one by one, while the professor took notes. Some students smiled as they saw a circle form before their eyes. Of course, some didn't have enough mana to manifest it. The same thing happened with the ball test. This part was even tougher, showing how difficult it is to use psychokinesis with maximum precision. Arthur and his lackeys kept their distance, mocking the freshmen who were botching the test. When a certain student approached the device, the upperclassmen paid attention. Dan Sogres extended his hand, touched the mana device, and circulated his mana steadily. Arthur was waiting to see the boy's arrogance fade, a perfect setup for a future revenge plot. This guy is an adult picking a fight with a freshman. After the incident in the Misty Garden, he was curious about his mana. Ever since he absorbed the ancient magic, something must have changed inside him. a classic start for an overpowered main character. The room lit up as his hand emanated a rich and dense mana onto the artifact. Professor Nabo paid closer attention to Dan Sogres. The boy had solved his assignment perfectly on the independent study exam. With his extensive theoretical knowledge, Nabo was anxious to see how many circles would appear. Time passed, and every second felt like an eternity, as everyone in this Manhwa recap watched this year's Golden Boy. A moment passed, and a brilliant light, more intense than any before, suddenly erupted. Dane felt like he was losing control as the mana meter drew from the circle in his heart. When the light reached its brightest point, an error message appeared, stating that Dane's mana couldn't be measured. It was the first time this had ever happened. This device could measure up to 8 rings, so everyone was confused. Dane read the red notice several times, but he couldn't find an explanation for this result. Leila, Arthur, and the students held their breath. The Nabo professor's eyes shone with a complex expression. The students in line complained that they hadn't had their turn yet, and the Sogres kid had already broken the device. They didn't believe the unmeasurable nonsense, assuming instead that Dane had no circles at all. Meanwhile, he wondered if the ancient magic in his heart had altered the measurement. The Nabo professor had been conducting this evaluation for years and trusted the machine's complete accuracy. It even detected those who tried to hide their true level. The impossible-to-measure tag was new to him. He thought that not even his colleagues had seen this before. A truly unique situation for this Manhwa review. To calm the class, he attributed it to a possible overload. For now, they would proceed with Dane's orb test to move things along. The foolish boy interpreted the error message as a sign that the brat had no magic at all. Dane was disappointed with the mana measurement device fiasco, but at least he had a chance to try with the orbs, although honestly, he wasn't sure if his power would work here. He closed his eyes and visualized the psychokinesis spell with intense concentration. The young man raised his hand, and several furious threads of mana shot out. He copied the professor's earlier movements, and each orb lifted from its container and rose into the air, intricately connected by wild threads of ancient mana. Every jaw in the classroom dropped as silence filled the room. A perfect moment for this Manhwa recap. Dan Sogres, our overpowered main character, handled each orb as if it were nothing. Making 5 orbs float for a brief moment seemed like a Herculean task. Arthur had frozen in place when he was asked to demonstrate earlier. He had walked up with confidence. That confidence vanished quickly in front of a true genius. His mind couldn't comprehend how it was possible. A classic scene in an action manhwa about reincarnation and revenge. Leila, already accustomed to Dan's inhuman feats, he recovered from the impact faster than the others. At this point, she simply accepts every illogical thing he does. While Dane panicked, he never thought that all the spheres would rise. It seems absorbing ancient mana made him capable of something incredible. He quickly recovered from the shock of seeing his power in action and slowly moved his hands around. Since he was the center of attention, he might as well try something cool. He stimulated the spheres with ancient mana and accelerated them until they became flashing lights. Right now, he's achieving things that not even Professor Nabo has ever witnessed before. With the professor's innate sensitivity to magic, he was the first to notice that the boy was rearranging the spheres with the clear intention of drawing an image. Finally, the mana swirling around the spheres grew into various shapes and sizes, connecting and forming an image in the air. It showed a vivid illustration of a lion and a serpent. Everyone knew that these two beasts represented the crest of the Sogres family. Dane smiled, satisfied with his work, while Professor Nabo almost collapsed. Even Arabela, a skilled and brilliant mage, wasn't this impressive. Leila was annoyed by Dane's showboating. Since she was next, her performance wouldn't compare to Dane's. After returning the balls to the container, the professor praised Dane. He now understands why the master of the Sidrain Tower, an old man who had never accepted a student, showed so much interest in the boy. Dane bowed humbly and thanked the professor. Upon hearing their conversation, the freshman nearly fainted upon learning that Dane was instructed by a tower master. The Golden Boy's image was improving bit by bit. One of Arthur's minions asks the big boss kid if their plan is still on. After seeing Dane, Arthur clenched his fist. He blamed the Sogres family for being over the top and raising monster after monster. If he's at such a high level, they would have to change their plans. As frustrating as it was, Arthur admitted there was a chance of losing. If they faced off and lost in terms of skill, there would be no way to recover from that humiliation. Finally, his mind generated a single viable idea. If they couldn't beat the boy with strength, they would have to win Dane over. Arthur saw no other option than to bring Dane into the student council. By being part of the student council, he could control the young master, but the boy is still in his first year. Even for older students, joining the council isn't easy. There's no precedent for first-year students joining the student council, so they'll have to boldly break that rule. Arthur is sure he can use the talent of our overpowered main character to elevate the prestige of the magic department. Of course, Arthur's own status and career would rise as well. The professor, Debo, took Dane to the side of the classroom to shower him with praise. If he had known the boy was so talented, he would have fought the other professors to keep Dane in his department. The cunning professor used Dane to motivate the other students with the boy's magical talent before letting him return to his seat. Debo encouraged the rising star to visit him whenever he wanted. Dane doesn't usually turn down opportunities to learn. After class, Leila and Dane left the classroom as usual. She accused him of hogging all the attention. He replied with a sly smirk, teasing the young woman. If it weren't for his anomalous performance, Leila's manipulation of 5 orbs would have been the highlight. Given her competitive nature, she stormed away from Dane with a frown. Just then, Arthur and his lackeys showed up. His tone changed completely as he praised Dane for his exceptional skill. He just came to talk to the young master for a moment, and seeing how quickly his attitude changed, Dane, whose reincarnation is driven by revenge, immediately felt suspicious. Of course, Arthur mentioned the Imperial Academy's Student Council. The council decides on policies and manages the budget. That's why they have great influence and various privileges. For example, the council can decide on disciplinary actions against students who cross the line. They also have the power to approve events for academic departments. Dane didn't need that much of an explanation. He had already heard about the council's power and exclusivity from his sister. Finally, Arthur offered Dane a recommendation to become an officer. He meets the requirements, so there shouldn't be a problem. Besides the benefits, becoming an officer automatically makes a student part of Danter Hall. Arthur probably forgot that the top student of this year, a key character in this action Manhwa, is already in Dantera Hall. As the upperclassman drones on about the benefits of joining the council, this Manhwa recap is about to get intense. Dan wonders if these people are gods with so many privileges. After Arthur's passionate speech, Dane rejected the proposal. If Dane were interested in the council, he would rather enter on his own merits, instead of through a shortcut. Furthermore, he believes that such benefits always come at a price. Arthur's minions could already see their plan falling apart in real time, so they resorted to reiterating the council's prestige and praising their recommendation offer. Leila was forced to listen to all this nonsensical talk from the deranged seniors, and was growing irritated by their persistence. She grabbed his hand and dragged him towards the cafeteria. Arthur was left standing there with his failed plan. Dane was grateful for Leila's perfect timing. They might have been rejected today, but Arthur and his followers weren't giving up. Leila saw through the suspicious seniors' plan. They were just trying to make Dane their pawn. More importantly, the young Duchess was annoyed that she wasn't given the same recommendation. By then, Leila had accepted that Dane was on a different level from ordinary people when it came to talent. And so, the two of them went to the Imperial Academy's cafeteria, hoping to find some sweet tarts. Meanwhile, Arthur met with Professor Debo. According to the professor, Dane might be more talented than his sister, Arabela. Given how vast the field of magic is, it's hard to be certain. Dane has monstrous potential. Learning that he surpasses a veteran, Arthur was astonished. The professor wants Arthur to subtly convince the young Sogres to dedicate himself only to the magic department. Ever since Dane arrived, everyone has seen the same thing. They are all captivated by the young prodigy's talent. Arthur confessed that he tried to convince Dane to join the student council, but was rejected. Debo can't let him go. The boy's potential is too valuable. Changing the subject, Arthur asked the professor about a letter of recommendation for himself. The professor dismissed the subject, saying he believed the magic towers would be lining up for Arthur upon his graduation in 2 years. Arthur understands the professor's intentions. If he secures an early placement in the magic tower, Deno will lose his favorite student to send as his errand boy. Arthur heard rumors that Dino was the one who rejected 2 offers from the magic towers in his 3rd year. Knowing his future is in the hands of this egocentric professor, Arthur continued to accept his orders. He has no choice. On the way to the cafeteria, Dane noticed how crowded the area was because of the club events. All the clubs are fighting to avoid being disbanded. The pair tried various stalls and won many prizes. It was a nice detour. In Dane's bag were 20 mana storage stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 general meal tickets, 8 convenience store vouchers, and a treasure map. The veteran running the stall said it was bought at a blind auction at the Arkender auction house. Upon hearing the name Arkender, Leila's eyes sparkled at the possibility of a real treasure. Dane's father had told him about the Arkender auction house, the hub for the Empire's rare and beautiful items. The country's best appraisers meticulously examine everything, ensuring the authenticity of what is sold. The treasure map seal is intact, with no signs of tampering. With the known stories of secret places and mysteries at the Academy, a treasure doesn't seem unbelievable. Seeing the map, Dane thought of who else would enjoy this. That exploration nerd, Ernest. Demetra Hall is where most of the general lectures are held. Dane heads to his Imperial History class. Before coming to the Academy, the head butler of the house, Sogres, had already taught him almost everything, so Dane is confident. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him enthusiastically. It was none other than Ernest the Nerd. Since Imperial History is a mandatory class for freshmen, It seems they will be sharing a class. Worried, Ernest asked Dane about the changes in his body after the incident. It's a bit complicated, so Dane avoided the topic. Just as he was about to share the juicy news of the treasure map with his clueless friend, a group of clone-like bullies interrupted them. Based on Ernest's terrified reaction, Dane noticed there was some history here. The main bully, who looked like a grown man with a family, gave Ernest a brazen greeting. The four-eyed one here didn't even know how to respond. In Dane's eyes, he looked like a soldier with trauma. When Ernest finally spoke, we learned the name of the main bully, Braun. Braun bullies the kids. How will this affect the legacy of our great king? The main bully grabbed Ernest's head like a basketball, while mocking him for shaking like a leaf. The copycat villains didn't even look at Dan. As they encountered their errand boy, they could rekindle their waiter-boss relationship, as Braun ordered a sandwich. When Ernest tried to refuse, the bullies laughed, and Braun shot him a deadly glare. Finally, the adult disguised as a student arrogantly recognized Dane. By calling Ernest Dane's friend, Braun assumed he was a coward like his companion. This attitude reminded Dane of the scum he saw on the battlefield. Before things escalated further, a monitor saw them and yelled for them to go to class. As an expert bully, Braun smiled and responded politely before leaving. He glanced at Ernest and invited him to chat after class. Four Eyes trembled with fear, his past problems resurfacing. Brown, on the other hand, is happy that his academic life is about to become much less boring. Even with Braun out of sight, Ernest was terrified. Dane lifted him up, and the boy apologized for getting his new friend mixed up with bad people. Ernest confessed his turbulent history with Braun at home. He thought that due to the size of the academy, he wouldn't see him throughout his school life. Dane assured him that everything was fine. He couldn't stand seeing his new friend so tormented by trash. He offered to accompany Ernest for now. Note that this scatterbrain could become an errand boy again by following what Braun says. If that happens, Ernest will relive his youthful days. He saw Dean transform into the fountain. There's no need to worry about safety or that nonsense, even though he knows how strong Dane is. Four Eyes still hesitates to involve him in his personal matters. After class ended, Ernest and Dane were ambushed by the gang of cloned bullies. When Dane tried to shut Braun up, the scumbag barked even louder. Seeing that Dane wasn't a coward who would back down with just a few words, Braun felt threatened, just like all the other wretched nobles. He started dropping his family's name, the Sauer family, claiming he was the heir to the most powerful family in the West, as if that meant anything. In response, Dane just perked up his ears and smiled. He had never heard of such an insignificant family. Braun's anger grew, and his lackeys barked like the dogs they were. Like a true tough guy, Braun ordered his lackeys to do his dirty work and beat up Dane. It seemed they were just waiting for those orders. The nameless side characters smirked. They approached Ernest and Dane with arrogance plastered on their faces. Ernest tried to de-escalate the situation, thinking it would be best to just run away. He told Dane that Braun had been called a sword-fighting genius since they were kids. Hearing that, Dane became even more determined to put that bastard in his place. He turned to his weak friend, telling him to take on one of the nobodies. One punch to the jaw should be enough to knock him out. Ernest can't keep being afraid. He has to fight back. When the first goon lunged, Dane barely paid any attention. He saw every telegraphed move, and took the hit without raising his guard, rolling his neck with the impact. The bald goon looked very pleased with himself. Braun also felt proud, seeing his goons were good at intimidation. The bald goon tried another punch, but this time, Dane raised his guard. He took the first punch just so he could anticipate what would happen next. Even if it sounds diabolical, it's self-defense. The bald goon ignored his words and threw a hook that Dane dodged without any problem. He then countered with a swift blow to the bellow liver, sending agonizing pain throughout the poor bastard's entire body. For maximum humiliation, Dane tripped him. With how hard his head hit the pavement, I hope this guy has good insurance. Ignoring the first victim, Dane focused on the second goon. This one had a poor defense, so Dane easily caught his jaw with a palm strike. With a shoulder shove, he threw the goon to obstruct the third one who was still a few meters away. Dane created a manosphere in his hand and launched the blue ball into the third goon's face. In seconds, 3 bullies were efficiently neutralized. They all dropped and passed out. Tin broke the silence by complaining. He hit the third one a bit too hard. He's still not quite used to his old manicore. Ernest was jaw-dropped while Braun and his minions couldn't believe their eyes. The leader blamed his lackeys for being dumb and incompetent. As they warned their boss that this white-haired kid was no ordinary guy, Braun ordered them to shut up. Getting beaten by a rookie is humiliating enough. Adding fuel to the fire, Dane challenged the big guy to back up his loudmouth bragging. The only bully with a brain tried to warn Braun to stop and back off, but the fool doesn't listen. Braun can't be seen bowing down to a brat, so he activated his mana and opened a portal. Dane didn't seem impressed by the flash of the portal. This part of the Manhwa recap shows his cool demeanor. Braun pulled out a nasty-looking sword and brandished it like it was the greatest thing ever. Since they're in a secluded spot, He can use his sword to cause a little bloody accident with no witnesses. Ernest shrieked, and Dane didn't even flinch. They're in a place where the weather gets cloudy. Sometimes it's so foggy that the authorities can't even find a murdered body. The one smart bully in the group tried to calm his boss down. Braun yelled at him to stop talking and go hit Ernest, so it became a 2-on-2. Dane assured Ernest that in a direct confrontation against a third-rate bully, he can win. This action manhwa is all about empowering the weak. Think about it. This guy's addicted to exploring. His leg strength must be through the roof. You just have to time the hit right and send the enemy flying. Ernest doubts his own strength, but Dane has faith in him. The showdown began, and Dane moved away to isolate Braun from Ernest. Braun is used to mage nerds who try to get away from swordsmen. Dane just smirked at his inaccurate judgment and continued to lead the fool on a merry chase. This is the kind of revenge our reincarnation hero loves. Meanwhile, Ernest starts to internalize Dane's words. He can't keep living as a perpetual victim. The bully slowly approached with a mocking smile. He thought the boy wouldn't dare to hit him, even though his fist was clenched. Mocking Ernest further, the bully cracked his knuckles and suggested that Four Eyes lie down quietly and take a few hits. Since it's hard to overcome years of trauma in just a few moments, Ernest simply thought about what Dane would do in his situation. His mind recalled the dodge his friend made earlier and memorized it. When the bully threw the first punch, Ernest mimicked Dane's movements. He wasn't quick enough, so he took a hit to the head, but he also threw a punch of his own for the first time in his life. Squaring his shoulders, he prepared and threw another punch straight at the bully's face. The old Ernest is gone. The scared boy is now a surprised man. The bully was knocked out and lay on the ground like a worm. Seeing the damage, it seems that Ernest really has that inner strength. When the adrenaline faded, his knees buckled. He felt a cathartic relief. He finally defended himself, while Dane and Braun moved a few meters away. After feeling that Ernest won the fight, Dane stopped running. Braun looked back and cursed his thugs for being useless. Dane's eyes scanned the area and saw brooms lying around. Those should be fun. He picked one up and broke the handle. Braun was offended that this kid tried to fight him with a simple stick. For Dane, this is enough. What better way to deal with trash than with a broom? Braun is too invested. Without backup, he charged with bad intentions. He's still arrogant enough to say that he will hold back. Instead of killing Dane with his sword, he will only leave a small scar on the handsome boy's face. A scar that will remind Dane of the fear of Braun every time he looks in the mirror. Brother, you're embarrassing yourself. You're not that type of friend. When he entered the effective range of a sword, Braun unleashed a series of slashes and thrusts with a confident smile on his face. With each attack deflected by a stick, he slowly realizes that Dane is just playing with him. Meanwhile, our boy is having fun with Braun's predictable attacks. The great bully doesn't like having his sword skills insulted, so he increases his intensity. He will only accept criticism from Duke Termion or someone of that level. Although Dane infused mana into the stick, it wouldn't last long against real steel. Braun still believes he has the upper hand. As he prepares to launch his strongest sword strike, Dane concentrates the mana at the tip of his stick and, with one fluid, glorious motion, stabs Braun's body with the point. A wave of pain he had never felt before flooded the great Duyan. This power from a simple stick shouldn't be possible. Ernest watched it all unfold with unease. He knew Dane was strong, but he never thought he was this powerful, a true overpowered main character. As Braun coughs on the ground, Dane challenges him to get up. Since he drew a real weapon in combat, he must fight to the end. His father always says that outside of a fair duel, drawing a real weapon means the fight must be to the death. At last, Braun had the common sense to ask who he was fighting. Dane calmly stated he was the only son of Count Sogres, a specially admitted first-year student. Finally, it dawned on Braun. This was the golden boy everyone had been talking about, the youngest and most brilliant genius on the entire continent. Still, he never would have thought someone like Dane would hang out with a fool like Ernest. Dane was relentless. Since Braun drew his sword and lost, it would be within the rules of honor if Dane decided to kill him. From a duelist perspective, he had the right to kill him now. Looking the boy in the eyes filled Braun with fear. That relentless indifference made him feel that Dane would actually kill him. Swallowing his pride, he scrambled up from the ground and knelt to apologize profusely. As he babbled out humble words, Dane looked down on him with disgust. This guy was hopeless. Even after the beating, Braun didn't understand that he should be apologizing to someone else. Instead of groveling before Dane, he should be kissing Ernest's boot. Quickly correcting his mistake, the coward clung to Ernest and stammered out an apology with tears in his eyes. Out of fear of being killed by Dane, he apologized for all those years of torment and bullying. Ernest looked him in the eyes, something he would have never dared to do before. He remembered the years of living in constant fear. The source of all his trauma and pain, Braun had been the most terrifying and feared person in Ernest's life. That same threat was now groveling on the floor, begging with snot dripping from his nose. Dane gave Ernest the final decision on what to do. He can either hit Braun almost to the point of killing him, or end everything with that apology. Desperate to save himself, Braun begs his former assistant to hit him until they are even. Ernest really wanted to do it, releasing years of pent-up anger. But given the circumstances, he felt it wouldn't be satisfying in the future. He wants to defeat Braun on equal terms. Forgiveness will come later. Dane felt very proud of his friend's decision. It took courage to reach that verdict. As they walked away, Ernest thanked Dane for changing the course of his life. They ran into a worried Leila on their way to campus. Seeing the cut on Dan's cheeks, Leila instantly knew he had been in a fight. She observed the bullies they had the altercation with, and a smile of recognition appeared on her face. Braun recognized Leila, and fear washed over him again. They are both from the fencing department, so they must have crossed paths before. Leila really didn't remember his name. Ignoring the beaten group, she asked who the one with glasses was. Dane introduced Ernest Dylon from the exploration department. Knowing that Leila is the daughter of Duke Termion, he still called her Miss Leila. She told him that Dane's friends are also her friends, so they should stop using honorifics. Dane boasted that Ernest's family is famous for exploring ruins and secret planes. Leila, excited, mentioned the map they won. Dane recounted that they got a treasure map at a club event. Ernest heard that a lucky student won something like that and didn't think it would be his friend. Upon mentioning the treasure map, Ernest's shyness faded and was replaced by excitement. In a more private place, the trio opened the map to evaluate it. Even with his expert eye, Ernest could barely understand it at first. What he could tell is that it points to a specific area within the academy. Additionally, there are strange letters all over the scroll. It must be some kind of ciphered writing. For now, the best thing is to find out who made the map. It would be possible to create an approximate decoder by analyzing the tastes and style of the creator. The only thing certain for now is that the map depicts a location within the academy. Since the shapes used are unique to the campus, the problem is the architectural style encoded in esoteric magic that only Saul Hangston could use. By Saul Hangston, Ernest is referring to the legendary mage who founded the academy. In other words, they're dealing with ancient magic that hasn't been seen in a long time, since Saul never had any direct disciples. Although Leila thought using the map would be difficult, she never imagined it would be this complicated. In the end, they can only research more about the map's creator to begin deciphering the code. Once that's done, they can work together and find the real treasure. Ernest is always ready for an adventure, and Leila had never traveled outside of her family's control. Of course, they were ready to hunt for treasure. Ernest will lead the investigation. So Dane was surprised when Four Eyes handed the map back to him. Ernest assured them that he had already memorized everything, which surprised both Dane and Leila. Interestingly enough, codes and maps easily stick in his mind. That must be useful for exams. It's the first time Ernest has delved into a mystery with someone other than his father. He felt very grateful to Dane. To commemorate the day they became an official team, Leila suggested they go get something to eat. Thus, the long day passed, and Dane retired to his dorm room. He did a quick cleanup and unpacked his belongings, making sure his family keepsakes were always visible. The only item he can't seem to find is the familiar egg. He can't put living beings into his subspace. As he lifted the giant egg, it began to squirm furiously. In the last 7 years of constantly supplying mana to the egg, this had never happened before. That mana at the academy is mysterious, but it shouldn't be too different from the mana back home. The only notable change is the ancient magic he absorbed in the garden. Testing this hypothesis, Dane tried to pour more mana into it. The idea of hatching the familiar excited him. After a few minutes of feeding it mana, Dane felt like he was trying to fill a bottomless pit. Even though he had been feeding it for 7 years, it was emitting so much mana that it threatened the stability of his room. However, stopping now could mean losing a unique opportunity. Quickly, he wrapped the egg and took it to Claire's lab. His sister is a genius in summoning, but she was perplexed by the egg's reaction. Even after he stopped feeding it mana, the strange vibrations continued. As they try to solve the egg's mystery, Claire worries her brother will miss the dorm's attendance check. With a cunning smirk, he assured her that the roll call was already handled. Back in the halls of Danter Hall, Albert, a strict enforcer from the disciplinary committee, stormed in right on time to check student attendance. The elite students of Danter Hall lined up outside their rooms. Roll call is conducted the same way in every dorm at the Imperial Academy. Trap Boy Arnold grew anxious, not seeing Priscilla or Dane for the attendance check. Albert announced that being late for the monthly roll call results in a 1-point penalty. An unexcused absence means a deduction of 2 points. 3 late marks in a single semester lead to disciplinary action and mandatory dorm service. 2 absences will result in a forced demotion from the hall. Albert demanded that no one move and that everyone shut their mouths. Even in Danter Hall, the rules will be strictly enforced. This is to aid the committee's work. They recently installed magical surveillance cameras. Curiously, Priscilla, a student on this very floor, had already been caught trying to escape. It was confirmed she left the dormitory grounds just 5 minutes ago. Normally, the committee doesn't inspect rooms, But with someone as strict as Albert in charge, it has become the new norm. This means there's going to be a storm of point deductions this semester. After inspecting Priscilla's room, she was penalized for an unexcused absence. The only other person missing from the preliminary roll call is the first-year student, Dan Sogres. A few of Dane's new friends from Danter Hall tried to cover for him, but Albert is relentless. When he and his team entered Dane's room, they were greeted by the young man himself. Dane scratched his head, apologizing for missing the lineup because he was busy unpacking. Albert could find no fault in his excuse, so he left with just a warning. Dane is still in Claire's lab. He simply used an MQ illusion generator, one that Arabela had made. He can project his form onto the dock in his room with a practical generator. Since it is controlled remotely, the connection is sometimes unstable. If the flow is cut, it becomes noticeable quickly. Dane tested it several times for fun and found amusing uses. Tonight, Claire does not approve of her younger brother's antics, but she is somewhat impressed. Returning to the egg, everything indicates a high probability that it will hatch tonight. She can't be 100% sure, but the reactions are a step in the right direction. So, Claire suggested placing the egg on a magical stabilizer before adding more mana. Since her lab has magical shields to protect confidential materials, it is the best place for the egg to hatch. After placing it on a magical stabilizer, Claire installed some magical filters, although Dane's mana was already unusually pure. For the second time tonight, Dane poured every bit of magic he had into the egg. It absorbs quite a bit. What is inside? Although anyone with money can get a familiar egg, incubating it is another story. No one knows the exact conditions for each possible egg. The only certainty is that the user's mana and the familiar inside must have matching magical frequencies. In summary, it's a gacha game that requires a lot of luck. What happens now depends on Dane's luck. Claire knew her brother was talented, but seeing him in action and feeling his mana unsettled her. Finally, Dane's efforts were rewarded with the sound of something breaking. Claire shouted at him to keep going and push harder until it came out. When Dane reached his limit, his brilliant blue mana danced around the lab. Finally, the egg burst, scattering shell fragments everywhere. Claire and Dane were caught in the mana explosion. When the light dissipated, a small creature covered in a primordial substance appeared in place of the egg. Claire ran towards her brother, who had been thrown like a rag doll. Forget the dizziness from the mana loss and the impact against the walls. The egg finally revealed its contents. It had a white, scaly body, small wings, horns on its head, and curious eyes. Claire thought that some of its features matched those of a wyvern. Suddenly, the little creature started spitting fire, as if it wanted to show off. Claire pushed her brother to get closer to his familiar. Sometimes creatures recognize the first person they see as their owner. The white-haired boy and the white lizard looked at each other. Dane smiled and greeted his new familiar. He introduced himself and both formed a strong bond immediately. Claire is excited by how adorable the creature is. She praised her brother for making it look easy, although she knew how difficult it was to hatch. Finally, she can study a new and unknown life form up close. After a few minutes of careful observation, looking for clear indicators, she became convinced that this creature was summoned from beyond the horizon. Few summoners can contact that place. Even Claire only summons a few minor spirits. Now, being able to call a complete familiar from beyond the horizon is a great achievement, a true sign of an overpowered main character. Claire is sure of her knowledge about common summons in the human world, even in their juvenile forms. However, none of the summons she knows takes on such a unique form. The wyvern is similar, but the finer details are clearly distinct. For now, they can't be sure what this creature really is. Claire promised to investigate more, but she doubts the Academy has any literature that would help. A clue about what this familiar is could be its link with ancient mana. Before leaving, Claire advised Dane to collect the eggshells, since some species eat them for nutrients. For daily care, Dane needed to learn everything about the creature, its likes, dislikes, how much it sleeps, its aggressive behavior, its growth, and more. It's a lot to deal with, but Dane believes it will be worth it. He somehow feels the need to protect and raise this little one with everything he has. Claire suggested keeping the familiar in the lab to avoid problems in public, but Dane can't hide his little friend forever. Besides, if people cause him problems, he has two powerful sisters he can turn to. It would be better to let the little one be free outside instead of being cooped up in a lab. Claire added that he should get an official summoning sign. Although he is still a beginner summoner, he really has a knack for getting what he asks for. Even though he's busy with other commitments, now is the perfect time. Tomorrow is the orientation for the summoning classes with Professor Temeric Espiano. Claire assured Dane that he just had to show his talent, and the special recruitment would follow. There's going to be a faculty meeting, but Claire is confident they'll give him special consideration. Before leaving the lab, he wonders what to name the little gooberry. Back at Danter Hall, one of his new friends scolded him for almost missing roll call. According to Purple Four Eyes, his sisters were also known for pulling bold stunts just like he did. At least he's avoided punishment for now. Back in his room, Dane collapsed onto the bed. Looking up, he saw the little lizard flying in hyperactive circles, zipping all over the room. It even shot. Fire everywhere. A little while ago, Dane tried to get back to his dorm through a secret passage his sisters had told him about. Unfortunately for him, the disciplinary committee was insane enough to cover the entire dormitory with a magical barrier. To solve the problem with the barrier, Dane tried to study the flow of mana, searching for weak points. With a barrier this massive, there were bound to be hidden vulnerabilities. Before he could finish his observation, the little scaly creature got impatient and blasted the magic barrier with fire. To Dane's utter astonishment, the magic barrier easily weakened until it shattered completely. This is a classic, overpowered main character moment in this manhwa recap. Logically, that shouldn't have happened with ordinary fire. The only explanation he can come up with is that his familiar's flames can nullify mana, a truly broken ability for an action manhwa. Based on that, he can already tell he's hit the jackpot. The next day, Dane met up with Ernest to tell him all about his new friend. He named it Happy. Ernest, however, was not impressed with such a weak name. Four Eyes was clearly unhappy, so Dane challenged him to come up with a better name. Ernest thought hard, racking his brain. The little guy is cute, but the name needs more weight and meaning. Ernest finally spoke a word. Karnas. Dane liked the sound of it. It is mysterious and strangely fitting for the little flamethrower, so he kept the name. From now on, the little one will be called Karnas. Dane's next stop is the Bermudez Hall, named after the famous scholar Bermudez. This is the place where all summoning classes are held. As the students enter the classroom, we see a familiar face among the crowd. Dagron Tyran, that brat whom Dane humiliated on his birthday years ago. Dagron noticed that Day was in the same class as him. He will never forget the boy who stole his summons. Because of that embarrassing day, the Tyran house lost its position in noble society, barely maintaining its title. Dagron shouldn't even be in this class. He failed it last year, so he had to repeat it. Fortunately, this brat developed some common sense and knew he should avoid Dane as much as possible. While fearing his fate, a senior student approached him. The senior assured him that there was no shame in repeating a class. It's the second time he's repeating this course. Finally, the teacher entered and everyone sat down. The summoning teacher, Temeric's Piano, summarized the course. In this class, they will learn the theory of summoning. This first step as a summoner is very important. Most students have already heard how strict Professor Temeric is. Additionally, he reminded everyone that there is a special selection test that anyone can take as long as they have the necessary qualifications to explain in detail. He displayed a presentation on a magical screen. To qualify for the special selection, one must summon a creature of 5th rank or higher with a blank seal. Secondly, one must maintain that summoning for more than 30 minutes. The conference room was filled with protests. It is already difficult to maintain a 7th rank summoning, even with a sign. This qualification is simply absurd. But that's not all. Professor Temeric added that one must also pass the subjective test, and candidates for the special selection can be disqualified if they do not meet the 3 conditions. After all, a special student requires special qualification. Although the first 2 requirements are tough, convincing an examiner with the subjective condition is even more complicated. Dane was not very happy with the bureaucracy of the special selection. All the power lies in the hands of the examiner. To make matters worse, Professor Temeric said that at least 2 letters of recommendation from authorities in the summoning department are needed. Internally, he is pleased with the class's reaction. He enjoys putting the bold rookies in their place. His eyes scanned the room and fixed on Dan Sogres. He pays special attention to the boy who passed the major autonomous exam. He heard what he did during the entrance exam from the Finnish professor. No matter how much he looked at him, he couldn't believe that a first-year student managed to bond with a 4th-rank Edorak. He wants to confirm the young man's talent with his own eyes. He believes that Dane used his connection as the son of the Sogres house to get in. Normal students should settle for passing the regular exam. Passing the theoretical class shouldn't be a problem for future summoners. Basically, he called those who repeat like Digron fools. Dane thinks the theoretical class should be different, considering that the entrance exam already tested his knowledge and affinity. Professor Temeric asked the class if any first-year student could already summon, or if they were all a group of disappointments. He felt the man's gaze in his direction. It was clear that Temeric was pointing him out. Given that, he would gladly play along for now. So Dane stood up and accepted the challenge. The professor asked him his name and department, although he already knew the answers. Still, Dan Sogres introduced himself properly as a student of the autonomous department. Professor Temeric tried to praise him with disdain, but it was clear that his words carried sarcasm. Still, he was surprised that Dane responded without pride or humility, skillfully praising the deans who evaluated him. Instead, without further ado, Dane was called to the stage to show everyone the talent that impressed the deans. Dane wasn't pleased with the blatant doubt, but he remained respectful. However, he added a condition. If he proves his qualifications, he wants Professor Temeric to write him a letter of recommendation for the special selection test. The man was shocked by his bold proposal. So were all the students in the classroom. Dane just had to prove how special his talents are. Too easy. He even shamelessly admitted that failure isn't even on his mind. Professor Temeric was outraged. Not even Dane's sister, Claire, was this arrogant. Accepting the young man's challenge, they called Dane up to give it a try. Professor Temeric accepted the condition of writing a letter of recommendation, but warned Dane that he wasn't easily impressed. The entire class was in an uproar. Some knew Dane as the golden boy of the first year. Others knew him as Claire's legendary younger brother. As it turns out, the professor had a scroll ready for the test. Dane calmly walked onto the stage and took the scroll. This challenge wasn't in his plans, but it was an opportunity to gain a lot. Channeling mana into the blank scroll, he whispered to the magical paper for it to answer his call. Suddenly, a giant wolf appeared out of nowhere. As pure mana swirled around the room, the beast landed and shot a fierce glare at everyone present. Those who knew the basics of summoning recognized the wolf as a grade 5 summon. It's difficult to summon such a beast with a blank sigil. No one was more surprised than the wolf's original owner. Dranic recognized Genpo with a single glance. Dane approached the professor to have his performance evaluated. Even Temeric had to admit that this feat was inhuman. Still, he believed Dane wouldn't be able to maintain the summon for a full 30 minutes. Putting on a professional facade, Temeric praised Dane, while also warning him about the difficulty of the second condition. Dane, being a good guy, he doesn't want to waste 30 minutes of everyone's time, so he proposes showing something else instead. Without waiting for approval, he smiled at the doubtful professor's faltering mask. His classmates couldn't take their eyes off the stage. Since the third condition is to show something special, he will leave the judgment to the professor for the next trick. If Temeric decides that the trick isn't good enough, he can fail Dane in front of all the first-year summoning students. There should be no room for pettiness, right? Finally, Dane called Janu and petted his head. He stood up and carefully manipulated his mana to envelop the rank 5 beast. As Temeric watched, he slowly understood what the boy was trying to do. Dane recited an ancient chant, and the pure mana seeped into Genpo. The wolf's eyes grew fiercer. His fangs became sharper than ever, and Genpo's entire body expanded as he floated in the air, lifted by pure magic. Finally, the beast's claws were sharpened to their utmost. Dane knew that what he was doing was working well. He couldn't have imagined achieving this so soon if it weren't for the power of ancient magic. Finally, the rest of the class understood what was happening. Dane was performing a summon enhancement, a technique that only fifth-year students from the summoning department should be able to perform. With a howl, Janu displayed his increased power. Dane looked at the professor and asked if that was enough to prove his uniqueness. Professor Temeric couldn't stop staring at the large beast. Seeing Dane perform a link enhancement so effortlessly convinced him that every absurd rumor he'd heard about him was true after all. Truly, he had never seen such a talented student. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Temeric mumbled his approval of Dane's performance. He promised to discuss the recommendation letter later. Dane was happy with the professor's fair evaluation, while the Grand Tyran was astonished at how much the Sogres boy had grown. He now saw how ignorant and arrogant he had been years ago. Once the initial shock wore off, the class continued, and Professor Temeric proved to be an excellent educator. Dane could feel the professor's gaze on him, but he didn't react. Temeric has a mastery of the material he teaches, but the previous shock had left him somewhat disoriented. Dane enjoyed making the adult at the lectern nervous. He'd heard that Professor Temeric was famous for his strict discipline. Claire will laugh when she learns how he's acting now. Temeric wonders if he should ask the professor for help, since he's not in the best condition to keep up with the class. However, he pushed through it and finished the introduction to summoning theory by the end of the day. As soon as they were dismissed, Dane headed for the exit of Bermudez Hall when someone stopped him, calling him by his full name. He immediately recognized Dagron Tyran, the original owner of Genpo. Digran felt a mix of emotions knowing that Dane remembered him that way. Dane was on his guard, thinking the red-haired bastard was looking for him to get revenge, but Digron seemed curiously kind, with an air of maturity. Dagron admitted that he had planned to ignore and avoid Dane until graduation, but now he wants to apologize for what happened between them back then. He lowered his head and sincerely expressed his regret for being an idiot when they were kids. Taking all the blame, he held that bow for a good while, and Dane smiled. Noticing Diggan's sincerity, he let their past grudges go. Dagron promised Dane that he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Perhaps he thought Dane would report him and get him expelled. When the Golden Boy accepted his apology, Dagron lit up with relief. He even told Dane not to hesitate to ask for his help with anything. After that long chat, Dane felt something moving inside his jacket. It seems Karnas had just woken up and was already restless. The poor thing must be hungry after a long nap. Since Dagron is familiar with the summoning department, his presence was ideal for Dane, who needed to pick up some supplies for his familiar. Digran smiled and offered to take him to a shop he visits often. Juice and Bowden was founded by two alumni 30 years ago. Dagron even mentioned the current trend in food for familiars. Dane didn't sense any hostility from the guy, so he relaxed as Karnas moved around more inside his jacket. Digran kindly accompanied Dane, helping him find everything he needed in the store. He even offered to get everything necessary for any summoning course Dane might take this year. Well, he just wants some food for summoning for Karnas. Nothing more, nothing less. Dagron bragged that he is practically an expert in that aspect. He used to be in charge of affinity training in the department, so he knows the feeding routines like the back of his hand. When asked what summoning he handles, he awkwardly stammered that he has a wyvern. He thought that since Karnas looks a bit similar, maybe the little one would have a similar diet. Dagron was astonished. A wyvern is a rare rank 3 summoning. Almost no first-year student could obtain something so valuable. Since Karnas is still in its infancy, Dane asked Dagron to moderate his excitement and keep this information secret for now. He has been warned. If there is a leak, Dane will know who disclosed it and whom to punish. Since they are taking care of a baby wyvern, the best would be liquid food, even for small ones. Wyverns have a big appetite. They start eating meat when they turn 1 week old. To Dane's surprise, Dagron knows what he is doing. It's a mystery why he had to repeat a year afterward. After a few minutes of searching, Dagron handed him a food package with 7 concentrated ingredients and a liquid formula to mix with milk. Combining these two is a good start. Dane was grateful to have such an expert guide. He would have been lost without Dagron's experience. He has everything he needs for now, but since they are in the store, they could look at more things. So both did a bit more window shopping, exploring the place for useful items. There were potions, tinctures, and artifacts on the shelves. One section was filled only with wands. Among all the shiny and curious things in the store, Dane noticed a singular scepter. Before they could approach, the store manager firmly warned them to stay away. That equipment is not for novices. With barely concealed irritation, the manager complained about beginners who always go straight for the shiny weapons when they can't even handle them well. Bowden's store put many warnings on its high-end products, telling novices to stay away if they didn't want their mana to be drained. Dagron added that good equipment is usually for 4th-year students and above. All the discouragement and drama only piqued Dane's interest, especially when they said touching it was forbidden. It made him want to break the rules. Before the manager could curse him out, Dane was already holding the scepter. Dagron didn't bother to stop him either, just standing there admiring the craftsmanship. As expected, the scepter quickly reacted to his mana, emitting a blue glow. He could feel that the item had been craving mana for a long time. Since this overpowered main character has plenty to spare, he decided to generously feed the scepter. The manager stopped in his tracks. He could feel the mana absorption rate, stabilizing the scepter itself. Although some exceptional people have enough mana to feed the item, most lack the necessary control to maintain stability. But this first-year student did it, so easily that even Dagron recognized excellence when he saw it. Curious, the manager wanted to know who Dane was. Dagron revealed Dane's full name without the Sogres title and mentioned his relationship with Senior Claire. Hearing that, the manager changed his tune. As we see in many manhwa recaps, everyone knows the top student in the self-directed major. If the manager had known, he wouldn't have been so difficult before. Dane didn't know how to feel about the manager's change in attitude. All that condescension vanished after his name was mentioned. When asked if he wanted to buy the scepter, he said no. The manager and Dagron were surprised. It's a rare sight in this action manhwa, someone who can actually use such advanced equipment. So, why didn't he buy it? Dane's reason was simple. It's too bulky for his taste. Besides, its mana capacity is low, no matter how much the manager hyped it up. It's not the scepter's fault. In fact, it can hold more mana than most 5th or 6th year students. To Dane, it has the capacity of a teacup, while this overpowered main character has mana like an entire well. The manager was disappointed that Dane only bought his food. Then he remembered how similar Dane was to his older sister. When most kids get excited about picking up their wands in their 4th year, Claire was the only one who didn't. She thought carrying big wands wasn't cool. It ruins her aura. For some reason, Dane could imagine his sister acting like that in her student days. Well, if he ever needs one later, he'll know where to buy it. Before the manager tried to sell him more useless things, Dane asked to be checked out at the counter. The manager sighed. You'll never understand eccentric geniuses, will you? After buying food supplies, he fed Karna until she was full. Next on his agenda is the general education class, which starts in 5 minutes. He had a few minutes to stop by the dormitory, but some noises caught his attention. The hostile sounds were coming from a secluded alley nearby. He could hear some bullies threatening someone with violence. Frankly, Dane is starting to get tired of dealing with cowardly idiots, showing off their limited strength for no reason at all. He was about to ignore the bullying when he heard a familiar voice among the irritating threats. The bully's target was his friend, Ernest. Instead of hiding his head in his shell like a turtle, waiting to get beaten, Four Eyes had learned to fight back. Unfortunately, His change in character didn't discourage the bullies from continuing to harass him. These scumbags have been stalking him, just waiting for him to be alone. They cornered him in a secluded part of the academy so no one would interrupt or snitch on them. Although he was trembling with fear, Ernest raised his fists, ready to defend himself. He managed to land some punches last time, but now he wasn't so sure. Before the commotion could escalate, Dane intervened. Seeing Dane calmly walk towards them, the scumbags froze, and their confidence vanished into thin air. Dane greeted his friend with a casual gesture and demanded the bullies' attention. The bullies were terrified. They thought they had chosen the perfect spot to bully a weakling, only to run into the strongest guy in the school. They stood there like idiots, not daring to move a muscle. Dane noticed how secluded the place was. He could do whatever he wanted with no witnesses, so he made his mana explode like a character from Dragon Ball Z. Determined to teach them a lesson, he suddenly created sharp magic spears out of pure mana. Knowing that the Sogres family is famous for their spear techniques, the bullies nearly wet themselves in fear. Dane is also linked to the great magical prodigy of the last generation, Arabela. To balance things out a bit, he offered the thugs the option to leave in peace or face him for real. A minute later, their choice became clear, and it wasn't the right one. The alley was filled with holes and damage from the spearheads. The ground had been torn apart. Those thugs were on the ground in various positions, each one more miserable than the other. They cried, gasped, and wheezed for air after receiving a brutal beating. Ernest thanked his friend for the support. His legs still trembled quite a bit. To avoid further incidents, Dane invited him to train together from now on. Ernest already said it. He wants to be stronger, face brawn, and win. Naturally, he felt unqualified to train with the Golden Boy. Dane didn't care. He just wanted his friend to improve. After leaving the thugs in the alley, they both walked towards the next conference room. As they walked, they talked about clubs. Surprisingly, Ernest saw that there were no exploration or adventure clubs registered. So, the best option he found was a research society, but that is already a requirement in his career. It's something separate from a formal club. Desperate, Ernest checked a map analysis club only to discover an organization created as an excuse for members to relax. With all the registered clubs, it's natural that some exploit the system and take it easy. Dane was just curious about the clubs. All the senior students he encountered were trying to recruit freshmen. He also heard that once you join a club, you can't change for 2 years. It's a big commitment. If you choose poorly, it would be 2 wasted years, losing valuable time. Since there was nothing that offered good value, Dane concluded that they should start their own club, a club where they can do whatever they want without limits. They can train, explore ruins, hang out, and eat together when they get bored. A club without restrictions. The idea doesn't sound bad. Ernest is in. The problem is getting the administration to approve the club. Dane promised to handle the bureaucracy. He's tired of being harassed by recruiters at every turn. Politely rejecting them is always exhausting. With their own club, he should regain his peace. Ernest is excited to train and learn spear or sword techniques from a prodigy like Dane. Who knows? They might uncover some hidden talent. According to the rules, they need at least 3 people to propose creating a club. Luckily, Leila is still a free agent. Since they were on a roll, the 2 of them went to find Leila to get this club started soon. After finding her, getting Leila to join was simple. Now they just need to submit an application. Dane was happy that Leila was leaving the Dessert Exploration Club for their new project. She was also excited about the regular dessert tasting meetings. Dane suggested they could include something similar in the new club's activities. After making her feel guilty, Leila agreed to join. When they arrived at the administrative office to turn in their completed application, they were met with some bad news. Currently, there are over 3,000 registered clubs at the academy. Many have become inactive or barely exist anymore. It's an unmanageable problem. That's why the reporting system was revised with a more detailed approval mechanism. This year, with the new system, a recommendation from a full-time professor is needed to get approval. Dane, our overpowered main character, thought it would be easy, but it's already getting complicated right from the start of this action manhwa. The 3 of them met outside the office and wondered which professor would sign a letter of recommendation for first-year students. They can't just walk up to any professor and ask. Thanks to his reincarnation, Dane already has someone in mind who can help. The other 2 were worried that Dane would offend a tenured professor, but he assured them he'd get it done. A few minutes later, he was having coffee with Professor Keltus, the advisor for the autonomous department. Facing the man who wants nothing to do with students, Dane doesn't know how to present his request. Since he's already sitting here, he might as well rip the band-aid off and mention his new club. Surprisingly, as this manhwa recap shows, Keltus, the lazy one, was quite supportive of clubs. Pitching his club's principles, Dane mentioned that the activities would focus on swordsmanship, exploration, and adventure. That way, a swordsman like Keltus might be inclined to support them. To make sure, Dane complimented his professor. He mentioned that he is looking for a truly exceptional teacher who can help. Cornered and eager for praise, Professor Keltis was almost guaranteed as a sponsor. Dane stepped back a bit, but now Professor Keltis insists on giving him the recommendation. Knowing that the swordsman had fallen into the trap, Dane quickly pulled out the recommendation letter to sign. Professor Keltis happily signed on the line with his pen. Delighted to know that his only student is starting a club, Dane thanked the naive one for making this easier than expected. He then gathered with the team, and even they were surprised at how easy and quick it was for Dane to get a signature from a full-time professor. Dan Sogres made his way to a sponsor by pretending to be passionate about fencing, and it was a straightforward path from there. The method didn't matter, everything worked out in the end. They are now officially starting the club. They just need to submit the letter. Now that the start of something new is palpable, the three are excited about how fun it will be before submitting the application. They need a more crucial name. Finding a suitable name would affect how others see the club and its members. Leila doesn't want something childish or meaningless to represent them. They searched intensely for a suitable name, but it was hard to find. Suddenly, Dane felt a movement under his jacket. The little rascal must have woken up. Karn was crawling like a hyperactive baby. Leila noticed the movement and came out of her deep thought. Startled and curious, she asked Dane about the large bulge in his stomach. She probably thought he was hiding something dangerous. Dane didn't want to tell Leila about this yet, but it was no longer possible. Fascinated, Leila and Ernest focused their gazes more on Dane's bulge. Finally, the dragon could no longer be contained. The bulge burst out of his jacket, revealing a strong beast. Don't worry, this isn't that kind of manhwa. It's just little Karnas coming out to get some air. Now Dane has to explain what is happening. Naturally, Leila scolded him for hiding a summon in his uniform. She pieced it together and realized that the little one had hatched from the egg Claire gave to her brother. Dane awkwardly explained what happened and introduced Leila to Karnas. The little dragon really liked her. Unable to focus on the baby dragon's cuteness, Leila grew even angrier knowing that Ernest had met Karnas before she did. Changing the subject, he focused the group's energy on coming up with a name and submitting the application. Upon arriving at the administration office, even the assistant couldn't believe what she was reading. These fools called their club the Magic Summoning to Swordlance Exploration Club. Leila and Ernest were embarrassed, while Dane felt great about the name he had created. After getting the official seal, Leila promised herself to never let this guy name anything ever again. Dane was surprised to see her so upset when he thought he had done a good job. Well, at least they can change the name later. Elsewhere in the academy, a meeting was beginning between a professor and the department head. The head of the Finesso department mentioned the recent increase in talented applicants, but what really interests her is a very eccentric student. Professor Temerick immediately knew who she was referring to. As expected, Delfineso mentioned the incident that occurred in class. She claimed she wouldn't meddle, but her curiosity got the better of her. Professor Temerick shared what happened with the student, a story perhaps more intriguing than Claire's in this action manhwa. Delfineso had high expectations for Dan Sogres, our overpowered main character. She was one of the people who approved his admission. Furthermore, she heard that Temerick agreed to write him a recommendation for special admissions. Since 2 letters are needed, she offered to take care of the other one. Dane clearly meets all the qualifications. She can't just stand by and do nothing, can she? Although her words were kind and polite, Professor Temerick noticed that this cunning snake was trying to take all the credit, a perfect setup for revenge. He made a mistake by not containing the news better. Still, she is still the department head, the boss, so he sits there, afraid of offending Delfineso. She asked to see his recommendation before submitting the application. Under the pretext of coordinating their message, Professor Temerick had to swallow his displeasure and agree. When the head of Finesso left, he stewed in his anger, a key moment in this manhwa recap. He may have been tricked, but he won't just stand by. The snake is clearly trying to pull Dane to her side, but a talent like that can boost anyone's career to the very top. However, Professor Temerick won't let such a genius fall into the wrong hands. Little do they know, Dane couldn't care less about either of them. He's now on his way to his last class of the day, the history of the Empire's founding. Checking the time, he thinks he might be able to grab a tart before it begins. On his way, a young woman stopped him. She's a messenger from the academy. She came with a request. Professor Delfineso had acted fast and wanted to see Dane immediately. He was confused. He had expected a call from Professor Temerick, not the department head. All the messenger knows is that it's regarding the recommendation for the special admissions process. Dane's gut tells him that there's something suspicious about all this. The Imperial Academy is famous for being a cradle for outstanding talent. It's a place where academic passion never wanes, and as you'll see in this manhwa recap, the competition is brutal at every level. This is especially true when it comes to the political power struggles among the professors. A department's budget, equipment, and facilities can vary greatly depending on its influence. Right now, the big 3 are the fencing, magic, and summoning departments, which is typical for a good action manhwa. They receive the largest budgets every year, which in turn affects the professors' evaluations and the respect they command. This directly reflects on their academic work. In the office of the head of the summoning department, Delphineso is scheming on how to break out of third place for good. They've been lagging behind, but she's certain that if she can get this overpowered main character, Dane, to join her side, they can finally surpass the magic department. One major obstacle is the autonomous department, led by Professor Keltis. At least Delphineso can leverage Dane's relationship with his sister, Claire. He won't be able to turn down the department so easily. If she can somehow get him interested in summoning, they might have a real shot. Speak of the devil, the boy arrived, escorted by the messenger. After offering him a seat, Delphineso began with compliments and small talk. Dane responded with practiced humility and courtesy. Delphineso even praised his modesty. This woman is truly impressive. When she asked if he was interested in any particular subject, Dane replied that it was difficult to choose just one at the moment. It's natural for someone his age to want to excel at everything. Delphineso wants to offer him another option. When she heard what happened in Professor Temeric's class, she couldn't just stand by as the department head. With Dane's talent, he was practically a shoo-in for the special admissions program. She mentioned that she wanted to write him a letter of recommendation, and he thanked her. As always, the department head commented that she had never done that for a student from another department. That said, Delphineso finally got to her real point. She wanted to see if he would be interested in studying more as a summoner. Although this overpowered main character, Dane, hardly needs additional lessons, Delphineso wanted to offer him a one-on-one teaching relationship, a direct approach. Dane could almost feel the desperation in her words. She then mentioned clubs, but Dane shut her down quickly. He had already created his own club. Despite the stricter rules for starting a club, Dane managed it. He also mentioned that his advisor, Professor Keltis, had endorsed his club. Delphineso sees Keltis as a slacker who doesn't even go to faculty meetings. However, that slacker won the Golden Boy's favor faster than she could. Her frustration was growing. All her moves were being thwarted on all sides. Still, she hid her displeasure and congratulated the young man on the club, offering him an open invitation to her lab whenever he could. She would love to show him some interesting things as bait. She proudly shared that she has an unhatched familiar egg in the lab. She proudly proclaimed that such a treasure is said to be worth more than a castle, a classic element in any good action manhwa. Little did Delphineso know, Dane was already raising a dragon hatchling with everything set. She asked Dane to direct any questions about the exam process to her. With that in mind, the two of them shared the rich tarts Dane had brought. Delphineso was already eager to impress the examiners with Dane's talent. The next day, Claire spoke with her brother about department head Delphineso. It seems that woman pulled a lot of strings to get the Summoners Association to send examiners to the academy right away. Delphineso was working so hard that Dane noticed she was doing everything to please him. Even Claire was surprised to see the department head, who was so demanding, now eager to please a student. With the special exam about to begin, Claire shared her experience. During her special admission, she had to summon 3 creatures simultaneously and then maintain and strengthen the bond for a period of time. Although Dane had improved at summoning 3 at the same time, it seems like a real challenge. Still, they don't really know what kind of test the examiners have prepared this time. They never announce it beforehand. Getting a recommendation from Delphineso is a great way to show your qualifications, but she also has some political friction with the association. You see, she has a history of rejecting requests from the Summoners Association, so they don't like her. Anyone she supports would probably have it harder than usual, as it's almost certain the exam would be rigged. Claire isn't too worried about her brother, she's just annoyed that Dane is caught in an adult power struggle and won't forgive those scumbags if he gets hurt. Dane told his older sister that he would be fine. He's not the type to fall for silly tricks. 2 days after Claire warned Dane about what might happen, the day of the special exam arrived, and the examiners from the association were already there. Edgar Bowden, president of the Imperial Summoners Association, came to oversee the admission of the rumored genius. He joked to Delphineso that it would have been easier if she had just organized the boy's admission and accepted the position the association offered her. She insisted that her academic studies at the academy would always take priority over other commitments. She just wants to avoid being dragged into pointless power struggles. The association's ambition already nearly got her killed on their reckless missions. She'll never be their dog again. Maintaining her cordial demeanor, Delphineso escorted the examiners in silence. It's clear the ill will is mutual. Elgard already had a summary of Dane's summoning achievements and his relationship with the rising star, Claire Sogres. Frankly, Dane's incredible ability had caused quite a stir in the Summoners Association. Even though he's a Sogres, it's hard to imagine the younger brother would surpass someone like Claire. Maybe the boy is close to Galarine's level. Delphineso dismissed the comparison, but she believes in Dane's potential. Elgard made it clear that the evaluation would be very strict, as it has always been. As they approached the summoning department, some students were startled by the robes. They knew they were from the Summoners Association. News of Dane's special exam spread like wildfire. A first-year student causing such a stir was unheard of. Most people know the boy is skilled in swordsmanship, spearmanship, and magic. Now they're discovering he's also a prodigy in summoning. With the testing site ready, the special admission exam will begin in the summoning training hall. Dane introduced himself as the youngest son of Count Arken Sogres, leader of the prestigious Sogres family and lord of the southern region. With a bow and a smile, he welcomed the examiners from the Summoners Association. President Edgar Poden was impressed by Dane's presence and nobility. It makes sense, since he came so highly recommended. The president quickly introduced himself and repeated the praises he'd heard about the young man. He also warned Dane that the exam would not be easy. Dane noticed that although the old man feigned cordiality, he wasn't happy with the arrangement. Without much of an introduction, Elgard ordered his subordinates to begin. Delfinaso is curious to see what the president has prepared. She never doubted that Dane would pass with flying colors. The examiners announced the only rule. The final verdict will be made by President Elgard alone. No cheating will be tolerated during the exam. If the test is deemed unfair or inappropriate, the results will be nullified, and the summoner's qualifications will be revoked. Dane accepted the terms and was eager to start. Elgard wished him luck, curious to see what makes this boy so special to so many people. As soon as it began, the subordinates took their positions to create a formation with interconnected magic. Their mana signatures merged. Dane looked around and recognized the technique. When the formation took shape, both Dane and the professor of the Finizo were surprised. It was a magic circle that protected the entire area. This means things will get dangerous quickly. Once the barrier was ready, Chairman Elgard cast a larger, more grandiose spell, pushing his mana to its very limit. He sent a call to the other side. A colossal beast answered, towering in size and overwhelming in presence. It had dark fur and immense magical power. As expected of the old man, he wasn't playing around. This summoned creature was far more hostile and threatening than any he had faced before. The lion-bear hybrid watched him as it flexed its rock-hard muscles. Professor Delfinaso recognized the beast as a third-rank summon, the demonic beast, Antares. Its roar shattered the surroundings like thunder. Without the magic circle's barrier, everyone outside would have been affected by its savage battle cry. Now Dane understood why his elder sister Claire was worried about him getting caught up in the adult's nonsense. Chairman Elgard didn't even bother to hide his disdain for the genius Delfinaso was championing. He said that a true prodigy should be able to handle something like Antares. He instructed Dane to use any weapon in his arsenal to subdue the beast by any means necessary. The rules were simple. This special admission challenge had nothing to do with summoning. The chairman just wanted to crush a talented young man for political reasons. A classic setup for a revenge plot in this Manhwa recap. Delfinaso gritted her teeth. This was a dirty move to punish and humiliate her in front of everyone. After showing off his great black beast, Elgard of Poden reminded the examinee that he could still withdraw. In response, the young man just gave a determined look. Dane, our overpowered main character, said no more and opened his private dimension from the rift, from which he pulled out a weapon that would deal with the beast nicely. This was the perfect time to show off the power of the spear his father gave him on his 7th birthday. Sure, Antares is one tough son of a gun, which makes it hard and strong, but it was also certain to have weak points. If Dane managed to strike fast and constantly retreat, he would be in a good position. As expected of the Sogre bloodline, Elgard had already anticipated that a spear would be involved. On the observation balcony, Professor Temeric arrived to watch his star student face a third-rank summon in this fantastic action manhwa. Realizing his mistake, Delfinaso thought that Temeric might intercede for Dane, but the trial was already set. The Guardi wouldn't make any further adjustments. So, shouting at the top of his lungs, the old man ordered Antares to eliminate the enemy before it. Awakened by its master's orders, the beast lit up fiercely. It shot out like a bullet. Each stride covered meters. Dane stood his ground, his eyes fixed on the furry beast as he gripped his short spear. Welcoming the beast's onslaught, he quickly prepared for an effective counterattack. The next thing the spectators saw were flashes of movement at incredible speed. Dane seemed invisible as he moved around the enemy's large body. Reappearing outside of Antares' reach, he had already done a lot of damage. No one was more surprised than the chairman. Delfinaso had lost hope at first, but regained it just seconds later. Professor Temeric could barely stay on his feet, his heart nearly bursting. In the crowd, de Grand Tyran watched the Golden Boy in action. Most of those present, being nerds from the summoning department, couldn't follow what Dane did. Knowing the fight wasn't over, he quickly turns to keep a clear view of the target, a faint smile on his face. He internally thanked his mother for her special training. It was finally paying off. Antares took damage, but it wasn't enough to take it down or end the fight. To counterattack, it used its claw and attacked the young man. With plenty of time to dodge, Dane managed to move aside, letting Antares smash into the ground. Impatient, the beast withdrew its claw and continued to lash out with direct attacks, simple patterns that Dane easily discerned and avoided. Still, there's a reason that thing is a third rank. Its speed and strength are otherworldly. To make matters worse, Antares finally used its magical arsenal and conjured flames around its body. With an agile movement, the monster launched a massive fireball, as if it were a shonen protagonist, unleashing a raging inferno in the arena. Dane raised his spear and withstood the blow. His supporters felt their hearts sink as they witnessed the impact. President Elgard was pleased with the brutality of his summoned beast. According to his estimation, no amount of mana reinforcement could protect someone's body from Antares' magic. Just when he thought the exam was over, he heard sounds of metal spinning and dissipating the flames. Dane used his spear skills to neutralize the fire. It was a critical moment, but the attack was not a real threat. With the momentum of his spinning spear, he closed the distance with the beast. It's time to end this circus. He appeared with the heat dissipated. He stimulated his mana to dance around his weapon. Focusing the force at the tip, he launched himself into attack range. Antares tried to resist and counterattack with brutal attacks, enhanced by hellfire. This thing lacks precision for a clean hit. Dan, on the other hand, is like a sniper with precise strikes. To put an end to this farce, he chose to use the move his father taught him. Once he concentrated the mana at the tip of the spear, he aimed it at the target and detonated the compressed force like a nuclear bomb. A point-blank explosion. Antares received the tip in his abdomen without defense. The lion bear growled in pain as the explosive mana tore through his insides in the worst way. Dane drove his weapon deeper, desperate to blow the enemy to pieces. The compressed explosion vaporized almost half of the monster's stomach. It left the beast looking powerful. Pleased with his work, he barely noticed that Antares still had some energy, even after losing a side. The spectators held their breath, especially those who would lose something if Dane fell. Gradually, they regained their composure and realized they were witnessing a cinematic spectacle. Dane made it. Looked like he was fighting a teddy bear instead of a third-rank summon. Antares might look like a ragdoll with a mortal wound on his body, but the beast refused to fall immediately. For the first time in this unequal fight, the beast knocked Dane back as his weapon melted from the intense flames of Antares. Outside the training grounds, Professor Keltis rushes as fast as he can to witness his student's special exam. No one had warned the poor man. To make matters worse, those foolish summoners decided to hold the test in such a remote location. As he opened the door, he saw the barrier circle protecting the testing area. From the magical fluctuations, he knew that someone had summoned something diabolical. Seeing the bear-lion hybrid roaring like a wild animal on the stage, Keltis was startled. Who would put a first-year student in a death cage against a third-rank summon? It seems the beast is already recovering from the fatal damage of Dane's spear. It should have been a decisive blow, but Antares shrugged it off. With its immense durability and resilience, Dane had underestimated the enemy. A spear he got when he was 7 years old wouldn't be enough here. He felt a bit apologetic towards his father, but he would have to use his main weapon to overcome this tribulation. From his subspace, Dane drew a sword and familiarized himself with its size and grip. Now they could finally begin the second round properly. Chairman Elgard, with his haughty attitude, was surprised to see the young man with the sword. The helpless official assured everyone that this didn't break the rules. The most terrifying part was the change in Dane's confidence. Now he doesn't even try to dodge attacks. He looks like a veteran of many battlefields. Out of everyone, Professor Keltis was the one observing the young man's movements the most. This was the first time he would see the boy's true swordsmanship when the stakes and risks were high. Antares began the fight with another claw strike. This time, Dane blocked it with all his strength. With perfect timing, he read and predicted the sequence of movements, meeting each attack with a synchronized defensive swing. In just a few seconds, Keltis determined that this boy was the real deal. A sword prodigy adept at switching from power to speed, and vice versa. Antares slowly adapts and responds to Dane. When the beast found a perfectly timed opening to attack, it lunged with its claws. Eager to tear through even the firmest defense, Dane adjusted several times to receive and neutralize the force of the claws. It wasn't looking good for the golden boy. Both of the monster's arms were now engulfed in flames. His sword aura no longer pierces through as easily, so he had to give up on counterattacks and focus solely on blocking and maintaining his stance. To be honest, this overpowered main character could destroy this bear with ancient magic, but there are too many eyes watching. He can't show his trump cards so easily, so he must rely on his swordsmanship. Seeing Dane push to his limit, the department head, Delfinaso, spoke out, worried for the student's safety. If someone as talented as Dane gets hurt, everyone involved in this exam would be held responsible, knowing the president won't intervene no matter what she says. Delfiniso began a forced reverse summoning spell on her own, only for her casting to be interrupted. Professor Keltis asked the agitated department head to calm down, to sit down and watch. Keltis understands her concern. She just wants to protect herself in case this blows up into a huge scandal over negligence. However, he noticed that Dane already had a winning strategy. The boy was just looking for an opportunity. Just as Keltis expected, Dan Sogres quickly switched gears and agilely dashed across the arena the moment he saw an opening. With his sword in hand, he pushed his concentration to the absolute limit and focused his mana into the retinas of his eyes. As he did so, a whole new world opened up before his very eyes. Time slowed to a crawl as he peered through the tiny openings in the monster's defenses. With his eyes enhanced to the max, his body moved with deadly efficiency to capitalize on every step. The leap he took and the slash he delivered were perfectly calculated. After finishing his inhuman combo, Antares remained standing like an unmoving statue. The next thing you know, deep gashes appeared on its lower body, compromising its balance. Dane decided to focus his attacks on one leg to incapacitate the beast and seal away its annoying speed. What followed was like a public execution. The president was beside himself. He never would have imagined that a first-year student could combine swordsmanship and magic on the fly in this action manhwa. Professor Keltis thought the old man should have summoned something stronger. Elgar believed that a third-rank summoning would be enough to defeat the rising star of the academy. He failed to take into account that Danes is the kind of guy who's accustomed to shattering expectations in a final, desperate stand. Antares made a move to gather all the energy it had into one more fireball. You have to give the lion bear credit. It's persistent to the very end. As a show of respect for having forced him to get serious, Dane used his mana for a fitting end. With a smile, he activated the rank 2 chain spell he had practiced and improved. Mana Spear. It was time to bring the curtain down on this fiery, out-of-control inferno, and the mana concentrated into spears clashed with abandon. Antares tried to drag the young man to hell with it, but its flashes of defiance failed. The spears were too fast and strong to withstand. A sea of blades riddled the monster with holes, tearing its fur, flesh, and bone. As life drained from its body, the beast felt the agony of being torn to shreds. A barrage of hits made the insurmountable challenge look like Swiss cheese. Antares was sent flying as if it were made of paper, while Dane stood his ground. He used little mana to end the performance and pass the test. With the trial nearly concluded, the professor from Finezo regained the courage to speak with the chairman, pressing the old man about the obvious overkill. No matter the outcome or how talented Dane is, asking a new student to subdue a beast like Antares would be seen as irrational by anyone with common sense. Knowing he would get into trouble for his impulsive and vengeful act, the old man tried to cover it all up. Since the examinee wasn't injured, not only did Dane do well, but he also overcame an impossible task. Today's performance will probably be remembered. In the history of the Empire, no first-year student could claim to have defeated Antares using spear techniques, swordsmanship, and magic in conjunction. The last part only added more aura to this monumental achievement. The boy put away his sword and approached the weakened beast. Upon entering an effective range, his mana penetrated Antares to create a forced bond using advanced summoning magic. With the link established, the fallen Antares could harbor no hostility against Dane. This is a perfect ending that showcases his talent and skill. Methodologically, and in its execution, it was absolutely impeccable. When today's events become widely known, it will be talked about as a completely unfair exam destined for failure. President Elgar said that he had put many security measures in place beforehand, without accepting their excuses. Delfineso promised that as a professor of a prestigious institute, this matter would not go unnoticed. Elgard Poden's plan is crumbling. He would be in trouble if news of his manipulation reached someone of higher rank. Ignoring the summoner's drama, Professor Keltis was amazed by his student. He knew Dane was a genius. But reaching such a level at such a young age is historic. Moreover, watching the young man fight was like watching an experienced knight in a war zone. With that in mind, Keltis was excited to take the young man as his personal disciple. After clearing the field, the award ceremony began. Although he was almost on the verge of certain punishment, President Edgard still fulfilled his duty to grant Dan Sogres the status of formal summoner and a special mark. The old man delivered the standard congratulatory message to the new summoner and handed over the golden mark. Dane graciously accepted the gold bar and thanked the president. This golden mark is given only to those who pass the special admission. It symbolizes a rare and impressive achievement. By pressing his mana into the mark, he called out to the other side for a response. As a result, a portal opened in the sky, and his mana signature was recognized. A figure emerged from the portal, descending swiftly towards the ground like a meteorite. The professors and spectators were left speechless at Dane's summoning. It had white, furry ears that perked up attentively, limbs for jumping, and an adorable face to cuddle. Dane put on an incredible performance and received a cute rabbit. Altamar. This rabbit is a summoned beast of the enhancer type that greatly improves a summoner's physical abilities. Unaware of everyone's strange looks, he greeted Altamar, his new pet, with the respect and affection the small creature deserved. Looking around the arena, everyone is still frozen in amazement. They were expecting something more epic or impressive to showcase the talent of our overpowered main character. What happened at today's event will have the entire academy talking for days. As expected, Dane will find it harder to walk around campus without drawing everyone's attention. It's well known that the only son of the Sogres family is a monster who will likely surpass his genius sisters. Dane hangs out with Ernest and Leila. While Ernest isn't used to the stares and whispers about his friend, Leila has already learned to accept the boy's troublesome status. Today, Ernest brings good news. He's almost finished deciphering the treasure map. When he's done, the Spear, Sword, and Magic Summoning Exploration Club can have its first adventure. Leila was excited, and Ernest was glad to finally be useful. Dane had been curious about the treasure ever since he got the map. After walking with his friends for a while, he had to leave because Professor Keltis called for him. Upon reaching the meeting point, Keltis thought back to his fight against Antares. As he recalls, a summoner from the Dranic Empire struggled to summon just 2 of them in a war zone. As a result, the enemy army lost 3 knights and many soldiers to just those 2 summoned beasts. Dane couldn't say it out loud, but he was also in that battle when that atrocity occurred. It seems he shared the battlefield with Professor Keltis before. When he was praised for subduing such a formidable enemy, Dane attributed it to luck. Keltis told him that humility can sometimes be a poison. According to him, Dane's strike was the decisive one. At that moment, only trained eyes would have noticed it. Keltis is no mere slacker. Again, he highlighted Dane's boldness and skill, showcasing swordsmanship far beyond his years. With that in mind, the professor asked Dane if he wanted to formally learn swordsmanship under his guidance. Dane carefully considered the invitation. He realized there was more to this mysterious drifter than meets the eye.